So I went all the way down to the trap in ATL. Oh yeah. So I let T.I., you know what I'm saying, to see how they do it. Cause I know how we do it in the hood and the NO. It's street, it's real street. I've been a street nigga my whole life. I was raised in them, yeah. Wild out, flighted for nights and days in them. Nigga, I played in them. I told the kids in them. In 7th grade, I started trying to get paid in them. If you ain't real, you ain't gonna be safe in them. Bitch niggas get jacked and they hoe get raped with them. I done saw niggas get stabbed and shot dead in them. No reppin', I bust my share heads in them. Leave caught niggas down bad and bust lead in them. The streets getting flaky cause not a feds in them. Putting pressure on busters, getting info from them. Niggas telling it all when it's coming and who from them. Damn, that's fucked up. The streets done changed. These bitch niggas straight poison in the game. But Jizzle can't change the streets, that's me. I live and die by the street rules cause I'm a G. I'm a street nigga. A street nigga. That's what I've been and that's what I'm gon' be, nigga. I'm a street nigga. A straight street nigga. I was taught if I'm a play like a G, nigga. I'm a street nigga. A street nigga. That's what I've been and that's what I'm gon' be, nigga. I'm a street nigga. A straight street nigga. I was taught if I'm a play like a G.
A nigga thorough as they come, were raised in the gutters in the slum, known as the number runner son, and the dope man nephew who uncle on the run, the candidate grandbaby hustle for the fun. The year was sold daily from the dust to the chrome, like easy in the 80s, nigga stayed in the sun. I swore I'd never run, so I stayed with a gun. I kept my little 380 with the blade to the sun. All I fit with God, play my card, how it come. I'ma stand like a man till it's all said and done. And let's see if they run niggas, cause I know I run with a clique of wild, misguided, underprivileged young niggas. Give a fuck who you is or where you from, nigga. You can get it, we taking over the city. I was raised in the belly of the beast, to say the least. My role model was doing time, so I learned from the streets.
I'm a street nigga. A street nigga.
Yeah, nigga, yeah. Shit real round here. Yeah, nigga, yeah. Shit real round here. If you want it, you can get it, my nigga. Shit real round here. If you want it, you can get it, my nigga. Shit. Look, if you ain't no ask somebody, they'll tell you about me. Nothing fake, nothing flawed, nothing bitch about me. I'm a G, I've been running these streets since a youngin'. Since 14, I've been bugging, slaying heat, ain't nothing. You won't be, say something. You could get it, I ain't tripping. One song, just know you better not let me catch you slipping. Cause whatever we need, I'ma smash you. Broad daylight around the club, I'ma get at you. If you let me tip down on the nigga, you chapter, I guarantee you that it's gonna be a closed casket. I'm about this, what's understood don't need to be explained. For the money or the fame, I was a gangster in the game. I ain't lying when I tell you about me and my background, about me and my lifestyle. I ain't never backed down, I ain't never froze up, I ain't never turned state, I ain't never missed when I emptied the clip out the K, nigga. However you want it, nigga, you could get it, cause shit real. It's get it how you live. However you want it, nigga, you could get it, cause shit real. It's get it how you live. However you want it, nigga, you could get it, cause shit real. It's get it how you live. However you want it, nigga, you could get it, cause shit real. It's get it how you live. It's never die, do what you did, nothing less. Fuck with the kid, get two to the head, two to the chest. Nigga, I'm the best when it come to the street shit. You got your hands full fucking with me with this beef shit. I be on some all night flight, no sleep shit. Me, my dog, and 2Ks, fuck that police shit. We coming with it, 100 rounds drumming with it. You running from it, we running with it. You bitch ass niggas ain't fucking with it. I'm out here, head first, ready to go head up. Walking with your head down, bound to get your head bust. Hear the feds come, I'm off the scene, off the block. I know the bus move when it get hot. Shut down the shop, open up another on the other side of town. Got yeah and I got pounds. Jizzle was a hustler and a head buster all in one. Don't get it twisted, I do this rap shit for fun, you heard? However you want it, nigga, you could get it, cause shit.
Yeah. Welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. I'm your host, Seduction Doll. We just got done shooting, or excuse me, just got done with Frontline Black News. So obviously our killing time, and here we are, round 2. Pretty decent day, I guess, and I got a kind of busy day, so I'm gonna be multitasking while I get this done, because it's city council day, just not gonna let me get away with not trying to do city council. So I kind of want to give them the business, but I kind of feel like going out and down there personally, giving them the business. It's been so nice lately. Anywho, enough about that. I thought we were gonna start off as usual with something light. Before I do that, I just want to say this. Man, got the giggles, family. Got the giggles, and I don't know why. I'm just in it. I just feel like laughing. So I found this little podcast. And it's kind of new. So I mean, I don't know if it's new, but it's new to me. So it's a bunch of motherfucking brothers just roasting each other, and I think it's gonna be, it kind of sounded a little bit funny. I clicked on it, and I giggled a little bit. You know what I mean? I giggled a little bit. So naturally, I got the giggles, and I went to the liquor store yesterday. So it's like motherfucking. I felt like every motherfucking dude in the free city of Aurora was like hovering over me. Like, it's like let me get out the door. You know, motherfucker just say thank you. Like, get off me, guys. Like, can I help you? You drop this? You need help? I was like, man, no. Yes, maybe, yeah, sure. Because I did kind of buy a couple of little purchases. I felt like I needed a drink, man. I was having a hard motherfucking just kind of like a hard little afternoon, just dealing with certain folk. You know what I mean? Outside of like, normal shit, people are really fucking. People really try you, like, especially like if they're busters or whatever, and they ask you, even though you talk to them all the time, they ask you who's this, and you have to tell them who you are. Hey, cuz them, like, hey, don't come at me like that. Like, whatever, cuz. You know what I mean? Like, it's just funny to me. I'm still laughing about that. Somebody did that later, to me. Like, hey, watch that cuz shit. I was like, I apologize, brother. Then I see what I had to deal with, the outcome of that. I was like, so what's up, loco? Thanks, cuz. Good looking out. Be safe out there. Stay safe. Wait, bitch. That, and I was kind of just laughing about this. I speak a couple of languages, and if I don't practice them often, like, for example, I don't speak Spanish. Just, I don't intentionally. I feel like my villain always said, if you go to another country, you better learn their language. If you're gonna be with other races, like, learn their language. You know what I mean? She said that a long time ago, very long time ago, when I was just a small girl. Yeah, and you just learn the language, and so, motherfucker, prior to this re-education and codifying, and shaking off this ugly biracial, it brought in ambiguous terminology. Motherfucker would have to learn certain languages. So, I speak like slang Spanish, like basic, not even conversational Spanish. Let's say like slang street Spanish. Like Ebonics, and I don't practice because when we got the influx, they were taking up all the motherfucking resources and still calling me out my race. They still call you a fucking mayate, you know what I mean? It's still so fucking like whatever. It's kind of funny when you think about it. Like, as I'm saying it, I'm looking at myself like, Some things just, some things are funny when you think about it as you get older, You're like, God. Yeah. I was like this since I was small. Um, I was reflecting on something earlier and it made me laugh. I was like, damn, I wonder I didn't get it then. Like when I was talking about we being in a race war, like yesterday. They had a little incident when I was in first week of high school. And instead of registered till yesterday, I was saying it out loud. I was like, damn. To get into it, but it's kind of like a little tantalizing little story. But I don't want to get into it because even now saying it out loud, I was like, shit. I've always been with us, and couldn't convince me otherwise, So, and that's funny, as an adult, and I'm reflecting on some certain things, like, shit, I did do that. I did say that. I wonder if everybody was looking at me like I'm motherfucking stupid. Because when you tell Hispanic people you're not with them, you're with, you're with your black friends, you're with your black family, and they're looking at you, no. First, they want you to come over because you add to the numbers. But when you don't, they're so quick, you have to call you out your race. Well, I don't know. And I was like, even then, I was like, no, I'm with them. No, you're with us. No, I'm with them. Come with us. You look like us. I'm with them. In my mind, I'm looking at this motherfucker like, I don't know what the fuck you talking about. I'm over here with them. We came dressed alike, man. We having a female day. I don't know what the fuck you talking about, but I'm with them. And they're like, over here with us. No, fuck that. And all in the end, just to have motherfucking white supremacy manhandle me as usual and get kicked out of school. All because I didn't go with Hispanic people because they just want to add numbers. They act like the motherfucker don't talk. None of these people talk to me at school ever. But when you need numbers and you got an ambiguous looking girl, you know what I mean? They're like, yeah, we need you. You look like us. Come over here. But I'm like, no, I'm over here with my family. I'm with them. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but I'm with them. No, you realize you look like this. No, I realize I look like them. And in my mind, it's like, I forgot what the fuck I look like. But I knew where the fuck I belonged, you know what I mean? I picked a side. And then saying it out loud was like, no wonder these motherfucking Chicano motherfuckers over there decided to blame me for some shit when I totally said I was a widow. Now, white supremacy decided to throw me in a motherfucking fucking trophy case. I was like, it makes sense now. Like, as I said it out loud, I was like, damn. Why did it, why did they get it? Like, why did these Chicano motherfuckers get it? You don't talk to me ever. Like 3 schools, we're now in high school. And now, you need numbers. So you think, you just come with me. No, fuck you, I don't even know you, cuz. Like, no. I've been with these motherfucking broads damn there at least 6 years, 7 years. Easy. I don't know what the fuck you talking about. I'm over here. I picked a side. You know what I mean? And I was reflecting about that. I was like, damn, I miss my sister, man. I was kicked out of school. Motherfucking. And to think, too, that when you don't abide by racism, white supremacy rules, like, you're not with, like in a race war, and the fucking Hispanics are like, hey, you look like us, come over here. And you're like, nah, fuck that, I'm over here with my black family. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And they're like, no, you're, and to say that you don't go along with their program, not only does white supremacists fuck you up, but then they got the audacity to stitch you out and say it's your fault and fuck you get kicked out of school because you didn't go along with their program. Just like racism, white supremacy. You know what I mean? And I was like, damn, man, I was a young girl. And I was like, why didn't it click into right now? And then, so it's so easy for me to be like, I'm over here. Because I've been over here my whole motherfucking life. It's an easy fucking, it's not even a choice. It's just a fucking fact. You know? Let's think about the time Jesse says one or the other, you can't ride the fence when you're like biracial or mixed or whatever. Oh, hold on. I don't even know there's commenters. 1 second, family. I'm over looking at myself and laughing. 1 second. Let's see who's visiting. Little eyeballs. Hold on. 1 second. Yeah, it's Twin. Well, yeah, man, I've been over here. That's what I was like. I was reflecting on this little situation. I was in foster care. I was in the system already. Been in the system. But the girls that I was kicking it with, they were in my neighborhood. They lived right around the corner from my family home. Yeah. I mean, these brothers would come to my house and stay the night. You know, I go to their house and stay the night. Me and my sister creep out and follow her brother because he had all the nice looking fucking friends and watch play basketball and creep back in, you know. I was like 4 sisters, like at least 4 sisters I was kicking it with steadily for 6 years at school. You know, so we get to the first week of high school, I'm already on some old vengeance shit with some white bitch, you know, that lived in my neighborhood that you know, like to when we first moved in to the neighborhood from California, I didn't know we lived in a covenant. And till like just recently, my brother told me, but it was a nice neighborhood at the time, and there only white people lived there. And my father, my brother's father, but my father, you know, whatever, had worked really hard, 2 jobs to get us this motherfucking house. And so we were there, we were just little kids. And I remember it's either one or the other. You know what I mean? Motherfucking, we had a white neighbor that me and my brother, our daddy got us Christmas, you know. I remember my dad had bought my brother a skateboard and a boomerang. And he bought me some roller skates. We get up at the top of our hill. My dad's hill was like, it was a hill. And we get some twine and tie each other up to the motherfucking skateboard. I would sit on the skateboard and I'd be in the front with the roller skates, and we'd be smashing down the motherfucking hill. And there's a motherfucking like a grate right in the middle, like a manhole, the cover. And I don't know what the fuck. I'm supposed to be steering the shit. You know what I mean? My brother's like attached to me, you know, and we're losing down the motherfucking street, fast, laughing and giggling and shit. Cause you know that's the only time we didn't really get to have fun. Cause like we didn't get to do a lot of shit. We were getting beat, or you know, had to be adults, you know. So we're outside fucking off. I mean, like fucking off for real. We done went down that motherfucking hill. I done hit that manhole every single fucking time and crashed into the fucking tree. But we done got separated. I'm skating. I'm like skinning my ass and fucking losing my fucking shit. I'm in roller skates. I'm skinning my hands. My brother is fucking losing under cars and shit. All while throwing a motherfucking boomerang. You know, we're just laughing, having fun. And because shit, we could entertain ourselves all motherfucking day long, you know. And I remember my brother we got separated after that fucking manhole. It was like 9 times already, and we're laughing. And I was like, "Fuck!" It was my dad was like, "God damn, man! Like you're either jumping fences, tearing dresses, or you two are fighting, and I gotta stitch up your motherfucking eye." He's taking that. Me and my brother, you know, we tussle a little bit because he's only 2 years younger, you know. God, you can only be cute for so long. You know? We fight, like literally fighting, fucking each other up, and then playing, laughing, and giggling and shit all motherfucking night long. And when he went under that motherfucking car, he was trying to catch I don't know what the fuck we were thinking. He was trying to catch the motherfucking boomerang. It's styrofoam, this little Nerf thing. and he hit one of these motherfucking janky ass fucking cars. This white dude was acting like he was the motherfucking mechanic of the century. Our brothers cleared that motherfucking car, right? And landed in a fucking. He had to make a decision because we had a cul-de-sac. He was either gonna go all the way through the cul-de-sac or he's gonna hop the motherfucking curb and just crash into a tree. So he had to make a decision. But that motherfucking boomerang hit the fucking. Dude came out the house. He was like, "You two motherfuckers need to go right back to Mexico. You fucking spicks." Like that, and we were like, "What?" I'm from Mexico, cuz we Californians, dude. Like, he's like, you're from LA. What the fuck? Like, we're like, sir, we're from LA. We're Los Angeles. Yeah, where's your father? Our father worked 2 jobs. He got the motherfucking screen door open. Or, the screen door is open, but the door is open with the screen door closed. He's sleeping on the couch, taking a nap. Motherfucker thought he was bold as a motherfucker. Banging on the door was like, ooh. First, we thought we were going to get our ass beat. Because obviously we upset the white folk. You know what I mean? And I was like, man, I'll take one for two. I'll tell my brother, like, don't get scared. I'll do it. It's my fault. It's my fault. You know what I mean? I'll take the blame because I'm the oldest. And we're like sitting there like, fuck, man, like, God, we can only have so much fun for so long, right? And he came and yelling. He's like, Spicks need to go back. I was like, what the fuck? My dad said, I don't know who you're talking to like that. We're not. And he said, we're not going back to Mexico. We're from California. Hey, I paid for this house, and you can go back to your motherfucking house, or guess we could find out, right? He's like, find out what? And my dad came out and fucked him up. And then he went to jail. And we went with him. So when we wait for our mother, it fucking took forever to get there to fucking come pick us up. We were sitting in there with him. He was chastising us the whole time. Why did you hit his car? I said, it's my fault. It's my fault. I did it. Yeah? I was leading. It's my fault. And my dad was like, yes, stay in jail. So I was laughing. Dude came out the house. He didn't come out the house. He said his bitch ass daughter, and she didn't call us no Spicks. She called me the N-word, and she called my brother ugly name too, right? Can't even say what she called my brother. And we didn't. The brother was like 5 years older, and we didn't know the fucking. I never knew the fucking. Obviously, I took many ass whoopings from my brother. Because I could take it. Yeah, my brother, his father strikes fucking fear in the heart. It's loud. Yeah, but I took many motherfucking man ass whoopings just to get him out the way. And when I left home, I took one because I thought he was going to catch me slipping. And he was taking too long to dish out the ass whooping. So I had to get it cracking. And apparently I went too far with it, as usual. But he would catch you slipping coming out the bathroom so they fuck you up. And it was, really fuck you up. Like, father's a bare knuckle little boxer. He's stout. He fights. The thing about it, you're laughing because I was like, we didn't know what the fucking words were. You know what I mean? And until we didn't know what the fucking words meant. And I would probably be like, stay away from them people. Just stay away from. Because, when I got to high school that day, with this little later on, because, motherfucker does have to grow up, go to high school. I was seeing that shit. I was on a vengeance tour. I was like, yeah, bitch. Now I'm your size. Yeah, bitch. Now you can get these motherfucking hands for real. I'm not scared to wear. I'm not, you mean, like, you're older. You're supposed to, like, bitch. I'm not gonna, oh no, yeah. And at the same time, this motherfucking alleged race war. Like, what the fuck? No. Me and the homies, me and the girls, we all got dressed, like, together. We like, today we wear kulaks. Cool. So all 4 of us were wearing kulaks, and dressed in blouses and shit, So I was like, thank you, man. I'm going in here to go to the restroom. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm not with you. I'm with them. So when I come back out, I'm going right back and smoke some weed with my friends. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. No, you're with us. No, I'm not. I'm with them. I come in, it's motherfucking, all you hear is white people and them calling out the N-word and fucking other shit. And we're just cruising by, like, tussling here and there because you gotta make your way through it. It was me that I got picked up, thrown in a motherfucking in a trophy case. You know what I mean? A trophy case. A white motherfucker picked me up, like a senior, picked me up and threw me in a trophy case. He called me fucking. He even have no problems identifying, right? But all because I didn't want to join up with them, I got called into the office. I'm gonna try to piece my clothes together, right? The motherfucker said, "Yeah, she was involved in it," and I'm like, "What?" Get suspended and get kicked out the home that out of like was 200 the 200 home I've been in. You did. And that was it at school for me. I was like, shit, man. I didn't even do it. But who knew at that age I had already made a decision? You know what I mean? And I was looking at them like, what the fuck are you talking about? What? You look like us. No, I don't. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. We've been kicking it. You know what I mean? Like, these are my friends. We're suntanning on my roof, doing girl shit. You know what I mean? So I'm like, no, man. Like, who knew, right? And the whole time I'm looking at, and when I reflected on it, I was like, God damn, dude. You know what? Is it me that was looking at them like they're stupid, or they're looking at me like I'm stupid because I wasn't paying attention to my fucking my shading and shit. You hear me? I was like, these motherfuckers don't talk to me at all. Neither white kids or Mexican kids, anybody at school in any of the schools I've been in. They weren't trying, let's hold hands, Brady, let's be friends. No. No. So I was with us. So I was like, damn, why is this motherfucking so easy to understand? Is it me or is it them? You know what I mean? Even now, is it me or is it them? You know? I was telling my brother about it. I was like, man, do you remember losing? Because my brother, he was outside and he found a skateboard. He was skating around, in the summertime. He's like, man, your brother was on the skateboard. And I was like, what? I said, I ain't seen you ride a skateboard since that Christmas. We were just, I swear to God, I think I was probably 11, maybe 10. And he was probably 8. That's a long time to not see your brother on a skateboard. You know what I mean? And I had the twine all tied up. I'll never forget my fucking first. He had an orange Nash, bright neon orange Nash. And man, we was losing. We was having so much motherfucking fun until that day. After that, it was like, well, shit. Because we go, like, fuck, the fun time's over. Because fun time was fucking over. We had to be fucking adults. Couldn't go outside, couldn't do shit. I was like, damn, dude. Can you imagine? Man, I was telling my brother about that. Like, I was like, dude, you're skateboarding? He's like, yeah. He was like, I was cruising around the east side. I was like, damn, dude. He said, I don't know why you're laughing. The way you drive your chairs, like you're driving a motherfucking truck. It's like, this shit took air. I was like, you're fucking stupid. Man. He's like, it's not very difficult to understand a race war when you've been in one your whole motherfucking life and you didn't even realize it. And I was like, damn, I didn't. I really swear to God, I didn't. So me speaking Spanish is like, I make them do it because if I have to learn, first of all, I don't understand how you be here in America for millions of fucking years and don't speak the language at all, period. Like, you be here 15, there's Hispanic people that work in the restaurant right next to my house, literally right next to my house, right? And they've been here for like 20 years and don't fucking speak a fucking piece of English. And I was like, yesterday, for a perfect example, I'm cruising around the corner real fast, right? And they're laying river rock by my brother's truck. And dude's like, obviously from Mexico. And he's got a wheelbarrow, but the way he's looking at my brother's truck, I rode up on him like real hard. I had my sunglasses. I was like, and I asked him, I hadn't been practicing Spanish because I act like I don't speak Spanish because they act like I don't exist any motherfucking way. So I act like I don't exist either. Unless it's you're holding up the bus, I'll help you. You're doing something fucking stupid, I might help. Right? Yeah. I was like, cause I rode up on him hard because he was just standing there. I was like, hey, and I told him in Spanish. I was like, is there a problem? He's like, what? I said, this is my truck. It's not my motherfucking truck. It's my brother's truck. Right? Like, is there a problem? Is it parked funny or something? Why are you staring at it? Do you live here? I was like, do you live here? Do you work here? Are you maintenance? Like, why are you looking at this truck? Like, we got a ticket, or like, we got a sticker in the window. You know, like, what's the problem? It like hard though, and I did it hard with a tone. Okay, he's like, I'm just taking a break. I was like, well, take a break somewhere else. You know what I mean? I said, I don't know where you're from, but obviously, this is not the parking lot to be standing right next to my motherfucking truck like that. I said, we got a parking pass. Like, is there a problem? Yeah, like that. But I said it in Spanish, and it's all broken up because I wasn't practicing. I was like, damn. He's looking at me like, you speak Spanish? He's like, are you Hispanic? I was like, no. Well, you speak Spanish really well. No, I don't, motherfucker. I was like really struggling to make a fucking sentence because I was like, fuck, what's the fucking word? Problema? Es mi troca. Like, you're trying to figure it out. I was like, God damn it. Like, what the fuck you doing here? That's how I wanted to break it down. Like, what the fuck you doing standing right here? You laid the rock. So take your motherfucking barrel and move along. Don't you got some fucking rock to move or some shit? What are you doing right here? Yeah, that's what I felt like saying. I was like, God damn, I was struggling, right? I had been struggling with my Spanish, allegedly, since earlier in the day when I saw this motherfucking other Mexican dude cleaning the bus depot. And he had to stop and talk to me about motherfucking having a job in fucking Vail, of all places, here in the mountains, as a cook for 20 motherfucking years. And I was like, aren't you worried? I was like, and I didn't even know how to say worried. I said, what about ice? And I said it in Spanish. I said, la migra? No hay problemas con la migra? And I started laughing, which I don't know why I was laughing, but just because I said it sounded funny to me. And he's like, oh no, I've been here. He said me in Spanish. And I'm like, oh yeah? I was like nodding my head. Yeah, of course I motherfucking understood, but I wanted to make him work for it. But I'm like, God damn, dude, 20 fucking years in the mountains in a resort town. He's like, I made lots of rich people. I was like, man, it must be nice. Something like that. I said, it must be nice. I said, what a fall from grace you cleaning the bus depot though. Cause we flex. I was like, you know what I mean? It must be nice to work in a motherfucking fancy rich place. You know, like, you know, we don't go skiing really, so I mean, come on now. Really. I don't know if it's taboo or not, but I don't see many black people on skis. So I'm just gonna go with we don't ski. You know what I mean? And I'm not particularly fond of getting hurt. So you know what I mean? What the fuck I gotta do up there? If I was doing the ferry shit, that'd be something else. But I'm like, God damn, dude. Fancy ass motherfucking Vail. It's expensive to go up to Vail. You got like why? You know, what are you doing? Like, how the fuck you get up to Vail? Oh, old man. You know what I mean? He was like talking about how much money he made. I was like, that's a fall from grace. You cleaning the bus depot. Are you scared about ice? Yeah. And I started laughing, which is kind of fucked up, but I don't know why I was laughing. I was like, I think it's just because I was like, aren't you worried? He was like, no, not worried. I was like, why not? I was like, why not? You should be. I want to work harder. But I was like, man. I was like, there's a loose motherfucker right here, right in front of me. But I'm like, 20 motherfucking years? Yeah, I'm being a hater. In a like Vail, Colorado is very expensive in the ski spot. I had never been there, you know what I mean? I seen it on the news. I seen it on the news, you know? Never been there, actually been there, never had it. First of all, never had the money to go there or been invited. So, you know, I can only imagine. But I know it's a fancy spot. I know you gotta have money to get there. And it's how passes and shit to ski there. It's like, it must be nice. How the fuck that happened to you? You know what I mean? How the fuck that happened to you? And waterfall from grace. You're sweeping the motherfucking bus depot. From cooking in Vale to sweeping the bus depot. You know what I mean? I don't know. I was struggling with my Spanish. A little bit. I kind of forgot my motherfucking little bits and pieces of my French. I was like, damn. Have I just been too fucking empowered and not, you know what I mean? So I had to write it down. I was like, get back on my shit. Only because they talk shit about us. Even though they don't think that we know. They do. You know what I mean? So, I don't know about they talk shit about every black person in Spanish. But I know that they talk shit about me, and I gotta know, you know what I mean? But like, I know too, it kind of fucks up us because they're like, oh, well, you speaking Spanish too? And I tell people, like, man, we're supposed to know all kinds of languages. I said, black people are supposed to know everything. You know what I mean? On the bus, I'm telling the motherfuckers, black people are supposed to know everything. We're just supposed to know. So that way we don't have no problems nowhere. You know, like, pay attention. And then I'm thinking to myself, did I do that? Was that too extra? Was it not? It's kind of having these little moments lately. I was like, damn. Anyway. Yeah. That was heavy. So we're gonna play a couple minutes of we're gonna play this thing I found on the internet. It looks like it could be funny. So I'm gonna let it play through because it's new for me. I don't know how long this little podcast has been in, but they're basically roasting each other. So it's like a couple brothers, and it seemed kind of funny. So let's see. And I caught a little bit of it, and I'm like, these young motherfuckers, man, their shit kind of don't hit the same. Like, I'm 45 years old. I've been clowning for a long time. So I was like, damn, these clowns are like, they're all right. I miss the days where funny was funny, you know what I mean? So we'll see. You can tell me about it if you like it or whatever, or if it's funny. Because I was like, I don't know. We'll find out together. It's new for me, too. We got the copyright. Yes. Present this. Oh, yeah, Jesse passed out, so it's kind of good. He needs his beauty rest. I'll play it around. No, he needs to rest. Hopefully, it'll be pleasant. It'll be pleasant today. Let's see. And then, after we do the funnies, then we're gonna get into some serious news. Goddamn, shit's getting real for a Trumpy. Maybe too real. Kind of funny too, but maybe just a little too real.
You don't know Robert Lighthizer, but his influence with President Trump could change America's economy.
Oops. My fault. I tried to clean this up before I got started. Man, come on, dude. Did I hit the right one? 1 second, family. 1 second. Thought it was this one right here. Okay. I went on the wrong screen. I don't have like 1,000 windows open. I only got like 4, but my eyes, it's broken. So it's like, it was broken anyway. So it still leaks. So I can't really see really well. So bear with me. I'm trying my best. Okay, now I see it. It's called Roast Meat Elimination. So let's see what these brothers are up to. It's new for me. I ain't never seen this podcast. Obviously, I didn't really subscribe yet, so I'm gonna just see what it's about. I'll throw out the captions too, just cause. Let's see. What is this? Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, Felly. I just want to make sure I was reading it right.
Brett's out of there.
That's crazy.
Brett's out of there.
It's crazy that you. You know what's sad about this?
Somebody get Brenda Corona.
It's half a shit.
Quick ass switch.
I don't know if this is the first one. Oh, episode 1. Okay, cool.
They said you had a dildo with real skin on it.
Brett's out of there.
That's crazy.
Brett's out of there.
It's crazy that you. You know what's sad about this?
Somebody get Brenda Corona.
It's half a shit.
Quick ass switch.
Wow.
Wow. This white woman can't write. And they got George Washington, mama.
I will talk to men anytime I want to.
I will never be black again. My melanin don't work.
Shut your ass up.
Ooh, if I had a boost, I could finish this sentence. All I need is some phone books.
All I need is some height and sin. Here come Boo.
It's been sitting down and be standing up.
You know what Billy hate about sex? When the bitch walk in the room. Fuck! I told y'all to bring somebody I like. Here go this bitch. Sit down, bitch. It's gonna take a lot to get me hard. Fuck! Is there a nigga out there that can help this bitch?
Ladies and gentlemen, Craig Smith is here.
You know you want to say gentlemen and gentlemen. Shut your ass up.
That's great. Doing stuff you'll never do on the road, getting laughs.
That's not true.
That's right.
Not true.
That's right.
That's not true.
If you want to see somebody bomb podcast material, come see Craig
You
Smith.
crazy.
Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. You can call the court. What can I do to be better, master?
This shit, man.
Hey, Billy. Billy.
Hey, his shoulders divorce your neck, stupid ass nigga.
Billy, they say every time you have sex,
That's how it is.
you smell like wee-wee.
Wee.
Yeah, that dope don't wear off. I ain't never seen a nigga put dirty clothes on top of dirty clothes. What's going on, man?
Billy, you blow other niggas' nose.
Yeah.
Can I blow your nose?
You join a jazz band with your mouth. Say, nigga, I play everything with my mouth. Yeah, including niggas.
Billy playing Chris Stokes in a movie.
Billy got thrown out of Diddy party ass first.
Me and Billy went on a lick. And that nigga robbed the sperm bank and said, I got it, y'all. I got it. Come on, y'all. I got it.
Close your fucking mouth, you fucking bum ass nigga.
Y'all get up a homeless mustard face, motherfucker.
Slurred speech is attached to a stroke.
They say you had naked pictures for all the YSL.
Naked picture. Craig looked like a bottle of eggnog.
Damn.
I know that 23 on shoe ain't for Jordan, is it? What's that?
Billy, you mad because your nigga left you. I'm gone, Billy.
I'm out this motherfucker, man.
I'm out.
I can't stick around. I've had enough.
Hey, Brent the only nigga take a shit and wiggle his feet in the water.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
like,
But what you been drinking, man?
Oh, man, you know, are you the police? You got the complexion for the detection.
ooh.
This nigga's a light
Craig,
skinned
ask him again
detective.
what he been smoking.
What you been smoking?
Meth, nigga.
They said you had a dildo with real skin on
Brett's out of there.
That's crazy.
Brett's out of there.
It's crazy that you. You know what's sad about this?
Somebody get Brenda Corona. His ass is swollen.
He got you.
Yo.
But I love Billy. He's my gay homeboy. Yeah, man.
My
Listen.
gay homeboy. My
No,
gay
man.
homeboy. Miss Rhonda, what time you dropping him off back at the shelter? He might go and load him up now. He might load him up now. Load him up now. Go ahead.
All Billy tattoos is directions to Diddy's house.
That's pretty good. Mulholland Drive.
All his tattoos. Billy, every time you check his shit, he hiccups.
Excuse me. What I do?
You hiccup.
What I do? Do it again.
You shit up. That nigga Craig roll his eyes at dark skinned niggas.
Yeah, dude, I remix was into it, then I had to start laughing. 5 minutes, 37 seconds.
I know. You know. Do it again. Do it again. You hear Billy telling a nigga to do it again? That's nasty, Billy. Everything's sexual with Billy. Do it again, man. I thought the terminology was beating up on the homeless. I didn't know it was beating up. Damn, man, we was having good rhythm. The dope is wearing off. It's done.
No, the dick is wearing off. Listen. We're gonna get it out of the way. We're gonna get it out of the way right now.
Brandon he keep almost saying,
Man.
Next to the hot seat. Got it. Work now. I got to work. I really got to work now. Wait, what he said? What he said? Next to the hot seat.
Next to the hot seat. That's funny.
Say it for us before you get up out of here, B. Lewis. Say it for us. Say it real quick. Next to the hot seat.
Like this episode, what it took
Malcolm X
to get him cracking.
a nigga's old boyfriend. That's Malcolm X. That's Malcolm's ex. That's Malcolm's ex.
I see where you was going with that.
That nigga tongue kiss every nigga he meet.
Hey.
Where am I meeting all these niggas at? Where am I meeting all these niggas at?
You about to break him. You about to break him. For Thanksgiving, Boo eats stovetop nothing.
But
Nothing. Check it out. No.
for Thanksgiving, Craig dresses up like a ham and a turkey.
Oh,
His stripper name is Gobble Gobble.
Gobble Gobble? How do you go to the stage? Go to the stage and see if it's
Gobble
Gobble.
Gobble.
Billy,
Gobble Gobble.
Stop trying to piggyback niggas, Billy. Let him tell his own joke.
I love you and Corey, man. Y'all look like a...
You got to start loving yourself. That's what I'm telling you. Things would be a lot better if you loved you, boo.
Y'all give it up for Homo Hotep Huxtable.
Y'all give it up for giving up.
Give. That was good. That was good.
It was all right.
Yeah, buddy. Listen, Craig wouldn't be here unless his white family left him.
Your heart got white powder on it. You snorted the guts of a deviled egg.
Craig, if we was back in slavery, you would stay in master's bedroom. You'd be in your master's bedroom.
What up?
You wouldn't be a house nigga, you'd be a bedroom nigga.
This whole day. This whole day.
You'd be in master's bedroom. I'm in master's bedroom.
Boom.
But it'd be on a pallet.
This whole day, I had it wrong. I did not know there was Team Jordans this whole time.
Yeah. Fuck that, boo. Your eyes is on their tippy toes. Trying to. Your eyes look like they're getting something off the top of the refrigerator.
Yeah, that nigga went to jail and took bubble baths. He's the only nigga got molested in Monopoly jail.
What?
You had that same experience.
Nah.
You bring your own spoon to the soup kitchens when they be giving out food. Say, I got my own spoon. Back up, bitch.
Billy, every time you go to church, the deacons take you in the back room.
Wait. Hold on. Hey, Pastor Thompson want to see you in the back, Billy.
Just want to see me in the back.
They stop serving.
As soon as I get there, huh?
They stop serving.
Yeah.
Pass the pig.
Pastor Pig.
Reverend Toenail was in the back.
Yeah.
But the only time you drug free is when you find drugs. Drug free. These is free drugs, y'all.
Yeah.
I found a quarter ounce of weed back there.
Yeah.
And some cocaine. I am drug free.
Hey, Billy did booty scoots in a gang rally.
Booty scoots in a gang rally.
Yeah, that was booty scooting.
Booty scoots, Billy. Booty scoots.
Like last, like.
Rhonda, you about time to take him out.
That nigga did Billy.
I don't know about that.
Man, I love him to death.
Swear to God, I did.
He started a butt naked boycott.
Everybody take your clothes off now. We against the bullshit.
Get naked. It's a boycott. We gonna boycott women.
So hold on. I'll woman cop, but I ain't gonna boycott. Shit. Nigga. I'm gonna woman cop.
Butt naked boycott. He took a butt naked DP too.
A butt naked DP.
His homies were gonna beat him up. He said, let me take my clothes off.
So that
they
notebook.
just let two niggas run in them again.
Yeah.
Another nigga.
That's good.
Two niggas.
Craig over here going.
That nigga got a tall nigga. That nigga Craig going to work.
Hey man, I'm proud of you, man. You did all this without your notebook today.
Hey, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna let you fuck Billy by yourself. Y'all can have your moment.
Let's find me. You get this white woman out of here.
I didn't laugh. Did I laugh?
I think Craig white folk funky.
Fuck that. Who you home with? Get your goddamn. Show me your house right now. Who you live with?
Show me your house is funny.
Show me your house.
Billy jumped over some bad business to get to a Diddy party.
Yeah.
He was frying chicken with all the baby oil.
Hey, your stupid ass claim yourself as a dependent on your taxes.
Hey, listen. Hey, Billy.
You claimed yourself. How much can I get for carrying me? Nothing.
Billy got kicked out of college for squeezing niggas.
Yeah, sorry. You gonna get ptomaine poison from that watch. I don't give a fuck.
We was squeezing niggas. I didn't graduate, Billy.
Yeah.
Squeezing.
What did they promise you they would give you if you keep doing good like this?
Well, no,
A place to stay.
Patrick called you and said it's gonna be a lot of niggas here.
All right. Do me a favor. Call two people that can tell me where your house is.
Let me tell you something. And they got naked pictures of John Madden. Naked pictures of John Madden.
What the fuck? Come on, bro. Naked pictures of John Madden, bro.
I'm the greatest.
Naked pictures of John Madden, bro.
He's on $40 for you.
Why y'all gonna let this shit continue?
We love you, Billy. Billy.
Naked pictures of John Madden,
we love you, Billy. Michael Jordan naked on his Jordan. Not the watch. You bitches.
That nigga said John Madden.
Yeah, it took like a minute to get it cracking.
Yeah.
You got some ID, young man?
I know you're not talking Black to the Future.
Yeah, I am talking. Timu Jacquees.
That nigga
Camel?
To the kitchen, man. I got it.
You know he's slow. Look how much space he gave himself. Stupid
I
ass.
will not jack off.
Where in the fuck?
That nigga went to night school in the daytime.
I want Bruce.
Whoa.
I will not roost. I will not roost.
I will not shout. That nigga looking at me.
You're right. You're right. Like you graduated in '63.
You laugh now?
Not the twist.
Not the must.
Come on, sit down, babe. Turn your watch around.
I will
I would not
dye my hair.
I would not suck dick. No, I'm kidding.
Can we laugh?
Whoa.
My bad, Bone Thongs and Harmony.
Hey,
Bone Thongs.
ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Miss Rhonda to the goddamn show.
Billy got a tampon under his name.
Ah, yeah.
He right on the tampon.
That's funny.
Hey, boo, what was the joke you said?
What you got?
He said, Bone what?
Bone Thongs and Harmony. He got a lot of thongs in his cabinet.
What's up, Blanche? What's going on?
Blanche was good time.
Look like
Hey, Boo know Miss Rhonda and him when you get the free golf.
y'all leave my auntie alone. That's Nell Carter.
Come black around.
Give me a dick.
Hey,
Got a
look.
break.
School didn't turn into Cooler High. Yeah. Where the fuck this nigga from? Jesus Christ.
I'll get up for Grace Jones' daughter.
One of y'all smell freshly fucked.
Billy.
Well, if he sit down, that chair gonna stink.
Boo Capone, ladies and gentlemen. Nigga built like the Black Penguin.
You know, yeah, Oz, I'm gonna walk around here. You know, Oz, you know.
Billy got a tattoo. He got a dick tattoo of a bigger dick.
You know, Oz.
Y'all taping this now, please. We're taping it now.
He got a tattoo of a bigger dick on his dick.
That nigga got a tattoo of another nigga head on his head. What you talking about?
Billy was in the Gay Wizard of Oz. It was called Dick It.
Can we laugh or can we?
It's cute.
Are we
in the motherfucker
taping?
like,
Billy know how many veins come in the dick. About 13. No, 12.
See,
11.
how many coming to dick? How many
You
coming
know, 10. No, his dick 10.
He's the only one guessing.
He said, what did he say?
What did he say again?
What I say?
9.
Hey, Boo and Miss Rhonda built the same way.
I think
Hey,
it's running.
That nigga pants look like he been playing in the 405.
Billy, you went to church to get massaged.
When in doubt, the old let's just be gay jokes, huh? That's right. You asked for us to come back.
Black Ron licked all the envelopes for the Willie Lynch letters. This'll get him. This'll fix their wagon. One thing about Billy, he was a butt-naked Trump supporter. Talking about Trump gonna make dick great again.
Trump gonna make dick great again. Trump gonna make dick great again.
Trump gonna make dick great again.
Hey, if that's the case, how did
Trump gonna
I
make dick great again.
Hey, Boo, how did I run to the poll?
Trump gonna make dick great again.
Yeah.
She look like a psycho mama.
Well, let me tell you. It's awesome.
We Lou gonna go back there and get that oil. Billy's party. I love you, Auntie.
You said for the Billy party?
Yeah, for the Billy party. You okay, Auntie?
For my party.
Do this, Auntie. You got a little go like this. Do this. Get your thumb. Get the back of your ears.
Hey, Boo.
She got keloids on the back of her ears?
You got keloids.
Put some respect on her name, bro.
Hit him with the... You can hit him with it.
I love her. She choked out all her grandkids. She choked them out.
She the first one used to model them the pins thongs.
Did she?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Boo and Rhonda went to school together.
Yep.
Did we?
They know each other by their real names, Fred
Brent,
and Win.
you know, they say you got to stand on your tippy toes so your voice get deeper.
You got to stand on your tippy toes.
I gotta do it.
I'm Brent Taylor.
How you doing, Boo?
Yeah.
I'm Brent.
Yeah. You got some ID, young man?
BT.
I know you're not talking Black to the Future.
Yeah, I am talking. Timu Jacquees.
That nigga.
Is this Camel? Is this Camel?
Wait, what you call him?
Timu Jacquees.
That nigga Black Ron. That nigga Black Ron.
That nigga Black Ron won a Halloween contest with no costume.
Billy was in a gay R&B group called Rue Hill.
I laugh.
Yep. Hey, boo, the name of your haircut is, I got $4.
There you go.
Get your name tag. Take it with him.
Let's go.
You walk in the shop, hey man, I got $4. Barber hit him 2 times. Hing, hing.
Okay. Hey, Black Ron look like he a pilot for Air Jamaica. Hey, brother, you ready to fly today?
All you wanted for Christmas was old Saint Dick?
I didn't even know they sold death row shit at Children's Place. That's actually nice.
Wait, hold on. Let me use this for what it's really made for real quick.
Now you can't ride yet, little man.
Barely beat it. Now let me go measure this distance we got here on the front of this head. God damn, look at that. That is 4 inches of forehead.
He got a full forehead.
God damn.
That's a full forehead.
That is a full forehead.
All I hear is Lisa Left Eye Lopez and a ghost with a jacket on.
Oh, man.
Hey, under this, Miss Rhonda got a dildo about that big.
Hey, how she started up? Hey,
You gotta prime it.
No. It's older than that. You gotta wind it up like that.
Sound like a fire horn going off. The first porno Miss Rhonda watched, you know what the music was in the background?
The Miracles. She listened to music with an S on the end. The Whispers, the Miracles,
right? The Twilights,
the Temptations,
Delphonics. It's hard to focus on Billy Jacket. I know he got that from Burlington Boys Camp.
Billy dressed like he played Dick in the band.
He played lead dick or backup dick?
Lead dick.
How do you play lead dick in the band? What's the motion like?
You know. You know, Billy.
One dick, one sound.
One dick, one sound. That's wild.
And they grab a dick. Play Flight of the Bumblebee.
I've never been insulted by a baby Damu here.
You do look like you go to Blood Daycare. If you eat them same prenatal vitamins you've been eating, I think your eyebrows are gonna catch up with your hair.
You're not gonna make me do it. Eat prenatal vitamins.
Prenatal. Look at his fingernails. Eat prenatal vitamins.
Yeah, prenatal vitamins.
Yeah, he trying to get everything he lost in the womb.
He trying to get everything he lost.
Yeah, you know that nigga was born 3/5 baby.
Anybody ever told you you were like a fly predator? I ain't got it.
Wait. I like that.
That nigga so gangster as a baby. He wasn't born in a C-section. He was born in a B-section.
Yeah. They asked him what daycare he go to. He said, Little Suwoo's.
Billy was just on Baddies.
That wasn't even a joke. That was just some
That was
actual
some
true
truth.
shit.
Yeah, he was
like,
on Baddies.
Billy Coke came with dance moves. Yeah, he bought that from 5, 6, 7, 8 by Usher.
Yeah.
Oh. All right. Hey, Brent, they say your mama used to put a ruler by the bed to see how long she sleep. Oh. Every morning. Ooh, I slept a long time.
Out of here.
How long she sleep?
I slept this long.
I don't even know why the fuck that's funny. That shit is just funny. Shit.
You look like a talking crocodile. A chocodile.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. You look like a chia nigga.
Okay. That's what's up.
Like a chia pet. Yeah. You just nigga.
They say when you was a security guard, you was checking niggas on the way out. Where you going? Come back. Come back. Come back. You. Where you going? Where you going? Where you going?
That was a good one, doing full body pat ups. That was a good one. That was a good one. I heard you worked in the bathroom attendant, doing shake-offs. Come here, you look finished. You look finished.
I heard you practice before you went to jail. Show me what it's like. Billy, come here.
I heard all your prison sentences were short stays. I did a little bit over here, short time over there.
I heard every time you go to sleep, it's called a blackout.
Every time you go to sleep, you get a little rest.
When you hungry, you go to Black in the Box.
You 40 and you still wear Teen Spirit. How does it feel to get full on a kid's meal?
When you horny, you black off.
Where'd he go? Where'd he go? I heard the reason why you that little is because your mama got pregnant off the pre-nut.
You get your clothes off of Black's Fifth Ave.
You buy all your clothes during back to school weekend.
You cheated on Rhonda with Rosa Parks.
Rhonda, you told him my business?
All your farts are ashy.
It'll be like dust.
Basically, your farts need lotion.
What time your bus come? You got some graham crackers in your bag?
You look like Tracy Chapman.
Give me
brother.
2 of them graham crackers out your bag. Don't do that.
You look like you sing with a bass guitar with a possum.
You look like you work in a focus group where they test new fruit snack flavors. Yeah, I'm tasting a little raspberry. I see what y'all doing on that ghost flavor. Yeah. Yeah. I heard you know what mystery flavor condoms taste like. Yeah, I said ain't no mystery with Brent. Ain't no mystery at all.
You see what you did, Screwface?
Yup.
Let's go.
Bye, little boy.
So we getting in your Buick or something? What we doing?
We're getting in the Cadillac.
That's what I'm talking about.
Winner. Me.
I'm like, that was pretty fucking funny, actually. It's pretty good, look like.
She got to sit on that chair and pull that lever and make the dick come about.
This
why
game
don't
not
we
gonna be
funny?
hard because I don't think none of you niggas funny no way.
Oh, well, you know, you can't understand this because you spank monkey. How you doing, man? How you doing, mama? Y'all the same age, nigga. Stop. That's your classmate.
You're like, what's up, twin?
Nah, he greeted her in the 1970s.
I would not eat sugar at night. Then he gonna snort the chop.
He already out, nigga.
I would not eat past 8
I
p.m.
will not smoke crack again.
I will not shoot up heroin tonight.
I will put my CPAP on before I shoot up.
Over here. Pull your pants up.
You gonna laugh right now? Okay.
Yeah, pull your pants up.
Fuck y'all, man. You winning that pepper
Pull
already.
your pants up.
Huh?
Pull your pants up.
Pull your chest up. That nigga chest lower than his waist.
Can't fit all the way in the seat. Yeah.
He need to be the emergency, be able to get up.
She's your queen to be.
The ugly wolf. That nigga cut creases up his ass.
Uh-oh. You know this turned into a parent-teacher conference. Now what my son did?
Can we laugh?
I ain't gonna
That nigga look like a Doberman monkey. It's your ass.
Hey, we can laugh, right? I gotta laugh.
Can we laugh right now?
Hey, that's the nigga. Hey, you remember on Wizard of Oz when they sent out the
Going on
monkeys?
that day. Them ugly monkeys.
You only sitting like that because you done shitted in your Pampers.
You're Manson. You're not Hampton.
Yeah, your cologne
You're
is called
Manson.
the Pen No. 9.
When he go to the pen, they call him Dookie Hole Face.
They know you at the VA.
That nigga got a Dookie Hole face.
Hey,
Sit your dumb ass down.
Hey, sit your plump ass up, nigga.
You look like Rhonda's daughter.
You look like a big bitch.
You look like Coolio came back.
Hey, man.
Got fat.
Hey, y'all gotta switch
Get
seats.
him out of here, man.
Hey, look, nah, two monsters can't sit next to each other.
Fat Coolio.
Two monsters can't sit next to each other, bro.
Your shoes
nigga,
got diabetes.
You gotta look.
You walk underwater with them bitches
Hey, at
on.
nighttime, y'all paper, scissors, rock to see who's gonna
You
scare
only
kids.
sitting that far over so your breast implants won't rub.
Your hairline's fade.
Boob job having that.
Pass me a short, Jack.
That nigga got.
That's how you gotta talk to Black Ron.
You gotta
pass me one sugar. Look here, baby. Look here, nigga.
She's coming with us.
I told y'all about
the truck stop.
Because the white woman sit down, we can't laugh.
Oh, damn.
No, wait. He said, sit down. Okay.
This game not gonna be hard because I don't think none of you niggas funny no way.
Oh.
Well, we know you older than everybody up here.
Well, you know you can't understand this because you spank monkey.
Tell me why this nigga look like he. Tell me why are we so blind to see that the ones we heard are you and me? Face ass.
Well, y'all know who he look like.
North Carolina, come on and rise up.
Face ass, nigga.
Lot more breath ass nigga.
Not.
What, Dookie?
You have low skin esteem.
You
You have low skin esteem.
you have low sugar.
Every time you lick your tongue at a nigga, his dick don't work.
Them the same braids they put on every ugly baby at Walmart.
Them the same braids they put on every dyke out of prison.
Y'all get up for Holly prostitute, the prostitute prostitute. Yeah, Holly Selassie prostitute.
I'm like, why you wearing like these braids?
That's funny. Thank you. That's funny. They won't laugh because they breath stink.
It's all right. I'm calling your
You
mom.
gonna stick that ruler in his ass. He gonna love it.
You know what you do with that ruler?
Nigga skin look like he washed with Flint water.
You look like an Old Testament character. They predict you in the book of Anunnaki. There's going to be human shit in 2,000 years. You don't get pimples, you get corn.
All I know is them tennis shoes come with a newsletter to all the other people that you moving in the neighborhood. Pervert feet.
You shot dice with your slave owner.
Freedom, hit. Freedom, hit.
Slave papers.
I'm out of here.
Now you said
Slave
off at
papers.
6.
He didn't know he was out of slavery when he was 5.
The back of your horse stink. Like when you ride it with no saddle looking at it.
Every morning Ron leave his house, his mama say, remember, words don't hurt.
Sticks and stones may break my bones.
But black will never kill me.
I remember the cop from Boys in the Hood.
Yep.
Say it, sucker. What set you from?
Y'all remember that little boy from South Central?
You spit chocolate milk. Shut the fuck up.
Black Ron got to kiss you on your cheek before you go to hell.
Whoa.
Jay-Z.
Whoa.
Black Ron get to hell, the devil gonna make him wear white clothes.
Whoa. Hey,
Where's Black Ron?
Damn, get that nigga dick out your mouth.
That was good.
Hey, whoa, yeah, boo.
Hey,
Yeah.
remember, Ron. Don't matter how many kids talk about you, you're not ugly.
Yep.
Craig mama is a fat white man. His name is Led Zeppelin.
Them the shoes they give you when you qualify for a hover round.
That nigga climbed out a toilet.
The last porta potty you left, they say, hey, I think you left your jeans.
You know why his name Boo? Because he's scared to get clean.
But when you run out of drugs, you smoke.
We love you, Craig. Your shoes look
Don't
like
nobody love you.
air pinatas.
He don't love his goddamn self, man. Look at him. He looks unwashed.
Hey, boo,
Brandon Lewis.
when you get bored, you spin on your stomach.
Brandon Lewis, you
So
stole.
what song?
You told on all the Atlanta niggas.
It's like that, and that's the way it is.
Y'all get up for African bambooty.
It's wearing off. It's wearing off.
Yeah.
It's not wearing off. Your feet wearing
You look
off.
like one of them pugs when white women feed it too much, but they leave it in the car.
You look like a
Get nigga out of here, man.
Fuck, man. Sorry. Hey, that was good. You been in the car too long.
Brandon Lewis walking like he Puffy got to him.
I know them shoes keep your cholesterol down.
You talking about if you run fast?
If you untie them shoes, you're gonna pass out.
You look like a Dr. Sabi's Connect.
When you put your medication glasses on,
I
that
needed
nigga
it.
getting older right in front of us.
I needed it, man, because I can't see you unless the light on.
You know what? I'm done with this.
We love a white woman that quit. And they got bitch hips. You get your little fat built ass out of here.
Craig look like a muscular mole rat.
Back to your black ass. Y'all get up for a nigga that told on all the Jamaicans in the Shatta movie. Get your ass out of here.
You should get a line of t-shirts called "Don't Be Like Me."
If you take your glasses off, you get lighter. And you got rescued by some Samoan Mormons.
Your cologne smell like it's called failure.
That's funny.
I heard your mama left you at the pound.
I heard your mama lost you in a dice game.
Oh, you want to do some mama shit?
Let's do some mama shit.
Oh, yeah.
Your mama, you know what your mama told me yesterday? Your mama beat up Suge Knight. That nigga mama choked him out when he came out. Black Ron is not ugly. He's unfortunate looking.
Your mama used to twerk to this little light of mine. Your mama used to charge for the pussy. They used to call her At Last. But after Martin blew up, she started giving it to him for free. That's why he was like, free at last?
Your
free at
mama's
last?
a man.
Thank God Almighty. Free at last.
You know what Martin Luther King told his mama? That pussy smell like trash. That pussy smell like trash. Good God Almighty. That pussy smell like trash.
Good God Almighty.
Good God Almighty. That pussy smell like ass, trash. Good God Almighty. Shout out to my nigga B.I. for this haircut. B.I.
Let's see if this is a new one. Got funny. It's kind of funny. Let's find out.
How you doing? Yeah. I'm good. Yeah. You got some ID, young man?
I know you're not talking Black to the Future.
Yeah, I am talking. Timu Jacquees.
That nigga
Camel?
Hold on a second, brother.
You know he's slow. Look how much space he gave himself. Stupid ass.
Man, what the fuck happened? Hold on a second, Belly. Let me go check the street real quick. Yeah, right? What do you think? You think it's worth watching again? Like put it in the rotation? Like that's kind of it picked up like on the slow on the first episode for real. But yeah, it got funnier like as the episodes went. I wish they're a little longer, but I thought I put one in here that was like a bit longer. But I'm like, the fuck? What happened to my cue that I just had? I thought I put one in there. It was like, it's a bit longer. What I say? I feel like my cue just moved, and I don't like that. I didn't think they had more than like 4 or 5 episodes. Apparently, they had a lot of episodes. Let me see. Let's try this one real quick. I gotta find my cute family. Think just like up and left me.
Let's get you a bigger sweatshirt. Let's get you a bigger desk. Let's get you another side tooth. Let's get you another body. I'm the host, Brandon Lewis. Y'all give it up for the squad.
Not the what? Not that shirt. Not that dreads.
Now wrap me to the hot seat. Coming! In the class, all the way from El Monte, California. Y'all give it up for Alpha Jira, a.k.a. Dr.
Go home and say. So you sat down and said, "Ooh, caliente." Fuego.
It's like a Cypress Hill pimple. Just kill a pimple.
You look like you sell illegal hookah. Hey.
Hey, you look like they threw corn at your wedding.
With the stick in it.
Your immune system weak. A headache would kill you right now.
I'm going down.
I don't like that. I don't like that one. I don't know why I didn't like that one, but I didn't like that one.
They said you fought a pigeon over a French fry in front of Popeye's chicken.
Jesus Christ, man.
Now they said you ran out of Wendy's.
How was that? All right. Apparently this
nigga is a drug sniffing nigga. He got it and he got it.
Apparently they've been doing it for a minute.
Welcome to Roast Me Battlegrounds, a comedic show where we see who can survive the hot seat against a panel of the world's top roasters. I'm your host, Brandon Lewis.
That's a good.
Now, before we get this show started, I'm going to give you a quick breakdown on how the show works. It will be a comedian sitting in the hot seat, and they will go up against 3 opponents. And at the end of the episode, you, the fans, will let us know who survived the battlegrounds. Now, that being said, in the hot seat, all the way from the South, man. You heard me, man. Memphis, man. Y'all give it up for Tut. Weezy. Got it. What's up?
I couldn't talk or make noises until you introduced me, so I was just
sitting there, huh?
Yep.
So I tapped you in, man.
Yep.
I like you, man. You my friend, man. You funny as a motherfucker.
Stay away from me.
Okay. All right, brother. Well, it's the battleground.
Ain't no friends. This is battleground.
Okay. I see that. Okay, you just cut me off. Well, let's get the show started. Coming to the battlegrounds first, all the way from Detroit, Michigan. Y'all give it up for Chris CP Pie.
I want to walk out like a wrestler. You're too funny to keep it serious. God damn it. What up, Ted?
Do it again, man.
Why you walk out so evil, man?
Sad too. Looking like a dark freeway.
I told you.
I don't want to go trick or treating down there. Look dark as hell down there. Ain't no lights on. Ain't got no porch lights on or nothing. It just look like they got no candy in there, but they know. They don't know all the candy in that motherfucker. You need to put a piece of candy corn right there and paint that bitch.
Hey, man, it's the battlegrounds, brother.
I'm sorry, man.
I forgot, man.
I'm sorry, man. Shout out Tut, man. That goddamn them nose nostrils, nigga. Looking like the cup holders in the 95 Pro. That nigga nostrils look like the ass print on a brand new couch. Like, nigga, goddamn. Nigga nose look like some handcuffs, nigga. Nigga nose look like some handcuffs. I got too excited right there. I'm sorry. This nigga look like if I pulled from Aladdin was Tevin Campbell for Halloween.
So you said the monkey.
The monkey. Oh, I'm gonna just have his tap, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What else? God damn it!
Get your gangsta ass hamster looking ass out of here, man. You run on a hamster wheel.
Yeah.
Keep me energy.
That nigga look like them niggas from the Good Time picture.
But you got a problem keeping your head above water. All right.
I didn't like that one. That's why I screamed. It was,
Nigga, you used to get in trouble for battle rapping all of your teachers.
this nigga look like a vegan dinosaur. The falafel rapper.
That's solid. That's solid.
This nigga is a drug sniffing nigga. He got it and he got it.
Nigga, your mustache made out of clippings from other niggas' mustache.
Give it up for Woody Woodpecker nephew. I don't have a name for him. All right, that's all I got, man.
Oh,
that's all I got. I wrote a couple down. Let's see.
You came in high, man. You came in so high.
Came in on some high energy.
No, dog. I don't know what you want me to do, bro.
All right, man. We gonna add a switch CPI, man. We gonna switch out, man.
Hey, man, I'm gonna say my nigga B. Lou Satu look like the front door of a doghouse. I'm up.
That's funny.
I got nothing.
That's a good ass exit, nigga. How you feel, man?
I'm looking forward to more.
All right, man. You got two more, man. You heard me? Okay. Coming to the battlegrounds, man, all the way from Pasadena, California. Y'all give it up for Craig. Man. That nigga walked in like Stone Cold.
I could have sworn I heard glass breaking.
What's up, man?
What's up, man? What's poppin'?
What's up, man?
You look like one of them security guards that star in a movie protecting the princess and ends up growing a bond with her.
That's so detailed. That is every Disney movie's thing.
You're a weird looking nigga, man. You got a weird vibe, nigga. I feel like you won a thumb wrestling tournament with your index finger.
Yeah. That's a strong finger, man.
It's a strong ass finger, man. What's going on, man?
You look like the substitute teacher who will punish the kids by making them do push-ups. Come on now, you want to talk out of turn? Come on. Give me 17 right now. Now y'all want to be like John, you'll finish that math homework.
That's so good.
You accused a bum of homophobia and then raped him.
What? I feel like he projected his fears on me.
That was crazy.
You got a toe ring made out of St. Bernard tooth. Yeah, fuck it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
you know
fuck it. You know what I'm talking about.
Your body type is 70s heroin addict.
Your body type is 80s drug dealer.
That's funny.
You sold me the heroin.
Yeah.
It was some good shit.
Man, you got a scholarship to an evil magic school.
I feel like you got a bad habit of laughing when you lying.
This is great. That flat top ain't about shit though, man.
Yours about less of shit.
Yeah, flat top ain't about shit, man. You look like Balrog with cancer, man.
Damn. After 4 treatments,
It's just, it's like fun. It's just making me feel bad.
I don't know. You look like you scared of the government.
Y'all can't go over there because the police. One of them niggas. The police, the government gonna get you. You can't just leave without the government. Nothing.
All right, man, we're gonna let Craig get him out of here, man.
We done.
Yeah, man.
Oh man, appreciate y'all. Which way do I exit?
Gotta go that way.
I was like, all right, that's enough about that. I don't know why, but it just dropped the energy like so quick. Give me a second, Felly. 1 second. So I had like, as soon as I clicked on one of these, it moved my queue. Like, that can't happen because I was like, some really crazy shit that I've seen in the news or I've seen on the internet. Just give me a second. Hopefully I can bring my queue back up. It was all right. It was all right. Okay, I found it. All right, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Hold on 1 second. I found it. And it's gotta it's helpful for me to like remove the ones that I already seen. That way we don't play them again. Okay, now everybody, we're gonna have to get into some serious shit. Oh, okay, I found it. I found the one that I was looking for that's really long, so maybe I'll end with that. 1 second. It's only like 23 minutes longer, but you know, hold on a second. Okay, Felly. God damn, man. I had like problems with my my mouth. Okay. 1 second. I'll start sharing again. Give me 1 second. It's like I can't see really well. This happens. Not often, but it happens. That shit was kind of funny. But that last little one, I feel like it just like they were ready or so. I don't know. The energy just dropped like super stupid crazy. Okay. All this shit that I'm about to show now is kind of serious. Well, not serious. I'm gonna show you. I'll show you this one thing about Dr. Umar. Because I was like, what in the fuck is this? It's from a day ago. 60 My TV, I think. Yeah. I never explored this channel, but I came up on this Dr. Umar thing. And I was like, what in the fuck is happening here? You know what I mean? Hold on a second. Go over here to share the screen. I lost my cue and I found it. So it's all like every time it moved, it just moved. I was like, that's fucking crazy. 1 second. But like a remote or like a wireless mouse. And ever since I got home last night, it's been acting like straight up. Like literally, it's acting stupid. It's like doesn't be like it's not charged. But it is charged actually. It's just I think it needs to be reset. Same thing, my whole StreamYard is acting stupid too. Like it's not letting me use the camera. So I gotta set up on the Streamlabs. 1 second. Really because after today I'm gonna hopefully be able to focus on my shows and stuff that I want to do. Hopefully I'll be able to just focus on them. I'm kind of slacking. It's slacking on a lot of my podcasting too. So it looks like certain chats I haven't been in there in like months. You know, this kind of felt like I was burnt out a little bit after the election and stuff. Hold on a second. After Justice campaign and then the election. Let me see. Share. Okay, cool. Let me blow this screen up. Yeah, this is Dr. Umar. I was like, what in the fuck is happening here? Anyway, the title says Dr. Umar shocked Cash App and PayPal blocked FDMG donations. I was like, what? That's why I clicked on it. It's like salacious little thumb like title, you know. And let's find out.
$100. Clifton Mormon, $20. Erica Williams, $1,000. Lord have mercy. Brothers and sisters, we got to give a shout to Sister Erica. $1,000 donation from Sister Erica. Y'all didn't hear. The last couple donations failed. Hold off, Sister Amber. You might got to use PayPal. I think the Struggle Streamers is up to something.
Struggle Streamers.
Or maybe PayPal mad that we got all these donations coming through. I don't know. Yep. PayPal is blocked. Cash App is blocking the donations. Cash App is messing with the donations. What's going on, y'all? Is that the power structure? Is that the power structure? Somebody talk to me. What happened to the Cash Apps?
Like, first of all, real quick, just real fast. Like, I was like, is this what we're doing now? Like, like this next little couple minutes is crazy to me. I was like, what in the fuck is everybody donating to? Like, what in the fuck is happening right here? Is this what we're doing? Like, is this really what he's doing? I don't even know what to say. Like, I can't even take Dr. Umar serious right now. Like, that was my opinion. So we were watching together like it's the first time.
Peace and Pan-Africanism, peace and Pan-Africanism. Peace and Pan-Africanism, peace and Pan-Africanism. Peace and Pan-Africanism, peace and Pan-Africanism. It's time for the FDMG donation check-ins. It's time for the FDMG donation check-ins. It's time for the FDMG donation check-ins. It's your big brother King Kong Consciousness coming to you live and direct from Eastern Michigan University, Ypsilanti, Michigan. Eastern Michigan University, Black History Month, 99th anniversary is going down today, 4 o'clock in the Honors College. And so I want to give a shout out to my FDMG donors. I want to give a shout out to my FDMG donors. Let's see who donated. Let's see who hit the Cash App and the PayPal today. International Africans hit the PayPal. International Africans hit the PayPal. Make a donation and you can ask your question. Let me see. 11 o'clock, Tabitha Walker. Thank you, Sister Tabitha, $25. Sister Mimi, thank you for all that you do. Thank you, Sister Mimi, $830. My brother Dante Kendall, shout out to the Hampton Roads, Norfolk in the building, $20. Who making the next donation? Hit your Cash App, $ FDMG School. Hit your Cash App, $ FDMG School. Hit your Cash App, $ FDMG School. Who making the next donation? Who making the next donation? We got Sister Tabitha, $25. We got Sister Mimi, $30. Brother Dante, $20. Hit the Cash App. Who coming up next? Who coming up next? $ FDMG School. Don't send your donation to the fake Cash Apps. Do not send your donation to the fake Cash App. $ FDMG SCHOOL. 2 O's, not 3 O's. 3 O's is a fake account. 2 O's. Don't just look for the logo because the fake account's got the logo. It must be FDMG SCHOOL. Hit the Cash App. FDMG SCHOOL. Who coming up with a donation? I better get some donations on the first day of Black History Month. Where y'all at? Where are my... Hit the Cash App. I'm waiting for some donations. Where they at? Where they at? Sister Alexis, $20. Thank you, Sister Alexis. Sister Mina Jan, $4.73. D'Angelo Richardson, $75. So far, D'Angelo has the highest FDMG donation of the day. Shout out to my brother D'Angelo. Shout out to my brother D'Angelo. Feel free to text a question or comment with your donation. Feel free to text a question or comment with your donation. Oh, we rolling, brothers and sisters. Hit the Cash App, $FDMG School. Feel free to text a question or comment. Sister Megan Butler, $50 representing Houston. Shout out to my H-Town Africans. I can't wait to come back to Houston to the shrine of the Black Madonna. Thank you, Sister Megan, my Houston, Texas queen, $50. Brother Ken, $10. Sister Jalea Hawkins, $30. We got a school to build. We got a school to build.
What the fuck?
We got a school. Brother Joshua, $10. Thank you, Brother Joshua, for your $10. Jalea Hawkins, your $30. Brother Ken, your $10. Empress Megan of Houston, your $50. D'Angelo, $75. Alexis, $20. Mina Jan, $4.73. Tabitha, thank you for your $25. Mimi, $800 with your fine ass. Thank you for your $30. Brother Dante for your $20. Sister Amber, $25. Thank you, Sister Amber. This is called self-determination. This is called do for self. The grand opening is coming this year. Don't get caught in the book of Negroes. I said the grand opening of the first school in American history built exclusively by the African diaspora is coming this year. Don't get caught in the book of Negroes. Got some fine sisters too. My goodness, Sister Amber. Woo! Sister Megan with that deep brown sugar. Look. Mimi 800. Lord have mercy, brothers. Sister Angelique, $20. Thank you, Sister Angelique, for the $20. Thank you, Sister Angelique. Who else coming through? I'm about to hit the PayPal in a minute. I'm going to hit the PayPal. D'Angelo with another $75. Brother D'Angelo hit us with another $75. So that's 75 times 2. Brother D'Angelo has given us $150, brothers and sisters. Brother D'Angelo is the highest donor this morning. He hit us with 275s. Who going to top them 275s in the name of Black consciousness? Who going to top those $275 donations from Brother D'Angelo in the name of Black History Month? Carter G. Woodson, Marcus Garvey, the most honorable Frederick Douglass. Oh, yes. Who else we got coming in? Who else we got coming in? Who else we got coming in? Let me hit the PayPal real quick. See if we got any PayPal Africans. See if we got any PayPal Africans.
Look at his face. Look at all. Oh, my God. Come on, cuz. What the fuck is happening?
Okay, PayPal Africans. Let's see. Just Shades, $100 on PayPal. Ronald Rahman II, $100 on PayPal. Stephen Manning, $50 on PayPal. Jordan Winter, $30 on PayPal. Marcus Erling, $100 on PayPal. Imagine the Essence, $100 on PayPal. It's nation time, brothers and sisters. It's nation time. It's nation time. We're going to educate these Black boys the right way, and then we're going to educate these Black girls the right way. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Blake Thomas, $100. Clifton Mormon, $20. Erica Williams, $1,000. Lord have mercy. Brothers and sisters, we got to give a shot to Sister Erica. $1,000 donation from Sister Erica. Y'all didn't hear me. I said $1,000 donation from Sister Erica, but y'all didn't hear me. I said $1,000 donation from Sister Erica, Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. We got Jocelyn Hayden, $30. Kyle Walker, $50. Ebony Gully, $50. Gail Figgins, $20. Bernard Wilkes, $100. Let me get back to the Cash App. I think PayPal is beating the Cash App. I think PayPal team is beating the Cash App team. I think PayPal team is beating the Cash App team. Sierra O'Donnell, $20. Wow. Thank you, Sister Sierra. Thank you, Sister Sierra. Now, Sister Sierra, why do you have a skull and pink glasses as your photo on your Cash App? What's going on with the skull and the pink glass? Are you an ancestral priestess, my queen? Sierra O'Donnell, you got the skull with the pink glasses. I feel you, Sierra. Are you an ancestral priestess? Thank you for the $20, Sister Sierra. Clintricia Baker, $20. Lord have mercy, 5-5. Sister Clintricia Baker, thank you for your $20. Sister Clintricia Baker, Cash App, $20. Let me go back to the PayPal Africans. Let me go back to the PayPal. We still waiting on some more PayPals. Let me go back to the Cash App. Grand opening. I can't wait for y'all to walk into that school. Lord have mercy.
Oh my God.
I can't wait for y'all to walk into that school. It's going to be off the for shizzle. FDMG is coming. I see you, Sister Clarion. You got to come to the grand opening, Sister Clarion. I got to fly you in from Jamaica, sweetheart. Sister Clarion, I'm flying you in from Jamaica to help us with the FDMG grand opening celebration. Brother Chris, $15, but then it Patrick Mahomes or Jalen Hurts for $15. Brother Chris, it's all about Jalen Hurts because he got a black queen forever, snow bunny never. I like Patrick Mahomes, but he's bunny hopping. I'm going with number one. I'm going with Jalen Hurts. Fly, RBG Eagles fly. I said fly, RBG Eagles fly. Brother Abu Bakr Zahraddin, $25. Brother Abu Bakr Zahraddin, $25. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Oh, yes, we cooking.
3 racks.
We cooking. Who coming up next? Sister Amber Moore with her fine self came back with another $25. Sister Amber Moore with her fine self came back with another $25.
If you made like 4,000 and like
Sister Amber Moore with her fine self came back with another $25.
I've been struggling for 5 motherfucking years.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Like Barry.
Oh yes.
You know what I mean?
Okay. Somebody messing with the Cash Apps. The last couple donations been failing. I think the YouTubian struggle streamers is at it.
Struggle streamers.
I think the YouTubian struggle streamers is at it. What's going on here?
How's that he looks?
The last couple donations failed. Hold off, Sister Amber. You might got to use PayPal. I think the struggle streamers is up to something. Or maybe PayPal mad that we got all these donations coming through. I don't know. Is PayPal mad we got all these donations coming through? What's going on?
Like four grand maybe.
Yep. PayPal is Cash App is blocking the donations. Cash App is messing with the donations. What's going on, y'all? Is that the power structure? Is that the power structure? Somebody talk to me. What happened to the Cash Apps? All of my donations are failing now. What's going on? Is that the power structure? Is that the power structure? Somebody talk to me. Why the Cash Apps failing right now?
I feel disappointed like that every day.
Why are the Cash Apps failing right now? Is that Elon Musk rat? Is that Bill Gates? Is that Zuckerberg? Why are my Cash Apps failing? I need to open up a Stripe. Okay, I'm going to look into that Stripe for FDMG. I'm going to look into that Stripe for FDMG. I'm going to look into that Stripe for FDMG. COINTELPRO, restart the app. It's not the app. The last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, the last 8 donations failed. But I'm giving a shout out to Dr. D'Angelo Richardson anyway. Sister Amber, my beautiful African queen. Brother Reggie Bills for $20. Chris for $15. Malika Smith for $25. Abu Bakr for $25. Chris for $15. Why is Cash App failing the donations? There's a Cash App conspiracy. There is a Cash App conspiracy. There is a Cash App conspiracy against the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. We're going to have to figure that out. We're going to have to figure that out. Cash App is sabotaging. Cash App is sabotaging.
The universe is saying, let it go, because it's not going to happen.
Y'all can hit the PayPal. Y'all can hit the PayPal. Cash App is sabotaging.
Oh my God. Like, you see what I'm saying? Look at his face. He look like he's about to cry. But real shit, like, and looking at it like, man, don't look at it like I'm an 88 or like literally, don't, you know what I mean? Like for fucking 5 years, the struggle was fucking real for me. Just for me.
Cash App is sabotaging. Why they do that to us?
At least
We've been on
racks.
Cash App for years.
Maybe they retracted. Maybe they wanted to.
Shamar Rich, $50. They failed it again. I'm gonna have to call Cash App, y'all. I'm gonna have to call Cash App and find out what's going on. Anybody know the number for Cash App or the email? How do I address this, family? How do I reach the administration of Cash App? How do I reach the administration of Cash App? What is the email and the phone number for Cash App? If anybody knows, text it to my phone. If anybody knows the phone number or the email to deal with this Cash App sabotage, they messing with our donations. They messing with the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. If anybody knows how I can reach Cash App, if anybody knows how I can reach Cash App, text that to my phone, 215-989-9858. 215-989-9858. 215-989. Text it to my phone. I need to know what's going on with the Cash App. Sister Amber, send me a text message, please. 215-989-9858. Clintricia Baker, send me a text message, please. 215-989-9858. Megan, my Houston queen, send me a text message, please. Mimi 800, send me a text message, please. 215-989-9858. Ypsilanti Today, Eastern Michigan University. We can't have Zelle with a nonprofit. I was told by Zelle, because we are a nonprofit corporation, we cannot have a Zelle account with FDMG. I'm going to try Stripe. But we cannot have a Zelle account with FDMG because we are nonprofit. We're going to find out who's sabotaging the donations. Let me go back to PayPal.
I feel like
I want to thank all my donors today.
Gambling,
I hope to see all my Michigan family. Let me see.
He looks so sad. He looks so sad. Like, that's a lot of motherfucking money. Yeah, I'm not pocket watching. I just feel like, god damn, like, this school shit been going on for like motherfucking, I don't know how long, like a decade. It ain't gonna happen. Let it go. Like, what the fuck you keep giving the money for? You know what I mean? Like, I just feel like, God, wait. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck is he doing? Why would he, like, I've never seen him go like that hard. I really don't follow, like, I'm like, this is what we're doing? For real? And then you let your distraughtness, like, show on your face. And you don't know how to deal with Cash App. Like, you're like, you just feel so, right. I look at it like, god damn, dude, like, really, Dr. Who? The fuck? This is like so fucking like, this is not empowerment. This is like begging on a whole new level. What the fuck? Like, give it up, let it go. That's cool. They never gonna be built. Do you even have a house? Can you start low? Start small. You know what I mean? What they do with they didn't have fucking grants and nonprofits and shit. You know what I mean? If you really wanted it, do you not have a house? Like, what the fuck is going on? What have you been doing? I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know because it's beyond like this is so like this is so bad. That's a lot of money. That was like 4 G's. Like, I mean, like back that track up and save it for later. Just sit there and do the math. Probably like $4 grand. Easily. Easily. So yeah, it's like, what's happening? I don't know. The universe is trying to tell you we decided to change our mind. Maybe that's what happened. Because that shit was crazy. Look at his face. He looks so fucking distraught. And I'm like, damn, that's how I feel every motherfucking day with no money for 5 motherfucking years. I don't know how I make this life work. You know, I don't know how I do it. But like literally, no motherfucking money. I don't know how I can get things done for like 10 people. You dig? It's fucking weird. But I'm like, yeah, man, I wish I had an easy day like that. Because I was freaking out. I was like, just cut that watermelon open and just breathe. It's going to be all right. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be okay. Fucking crazy. All right. So now we're going to get into some heavy shit. They're all kind of short. They're like short little videos, but they're serious, I guess. So, like, a lot of stuff has been happening.
Some new reaction from Washington to reporting by the New York Times that the so-called Department of Government Efficiency team now has access to the federal government's payment system. This comes after the highest-ranking Treasury official resigned Friday following a clash with Elon Musk over giving him access to the payment system.
We want to know exactly what is Elon Musk's role. Is he a member of the administration? Is he a private contractor? Is he there as a government contractor? What function is he serving?
We've been having to assemble this like a jigsaw puzzle to see the extent of what the Musk activities have been. And we need to push back and we need to get information.
We got Elon Musk and our friends at Doge who are working very hard to find a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse in government.
Joining me now, Democratic Congresswoman from Texas, Jasmine Crockett. She is the vice-ranking member on the House Oversight Committee and now a newly minted member of the Doge Subcommittee. Welcome, my friend. It's good to see you. Let's get to what you'll be doing serving on this committee. It's led by Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene to provide oversight to Doge's efforts.
Right, they really let her be on the alleged Doge committee that she was talking shit about? Like, for real, did she just switch up sides? Let's back that up. Because this bitch is just a Democrat. Shill and shit. She was talking mad motherfucking shit. Like, or did I miss that? Or was I tripping? Like, she was talking mad shit. I just can't, oh my God. State of the Union, man. Did she
And we need to push back and we need to get information.
We got Elon Musk and our friends at Doge who are working very hard to find a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse in government.
Joining me now, Democratic Congresswoman from Texas, Jasmine Crockett. She is the vice-ranking member on the House Oversight Committee and now a newly minted member of the Doge Subcommittee. Welcome, my friend. It's good.
Newly minted member subcommittee. Don't let me forget to write that down later so I can see what that means. Oh my God.
To see you. Let's get to what you'll be doing serving on this committee. It's led by Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene to provide oversight to Doge's efforts. Do you know why they went after access to the federal government's payment system?
I have no idea, but I don't have any positive thoughts when it comes down to it. I appreciate that you played the clip of Jamie Raskin, and as you know, Congressman Raskin asked, why do you need access? I mean, here it is. I'm a fully elected member of Congress. I don't have that kind of access. So when you start talking about who should have access to literally the system that controls approximately $6 trillion of our dollars, I don't really understand, because the people that worked in those positions could only distribute money per the law. So why is it that the Doge Committee would have to have access? And that's not the place that you go to look for cuts. You look at our budget, which it is Congress that has the power of the purse. You look at our budget, you help the president come up with his proposed budget, and then the House and the Senate will decide what we send to his desk, and he gets to decide whether or not he signs it into law. He should not have access to this. And with people already having angst about Elon Musk and the things that he does as it relates to technology, this is not instilling anything more than another layer of fear, especially since normally when you are going to be in a position like that, you have to go through security clearances. And let me tell you, some people think security clearances are all about whether or not you have a warrant or not. No, they look at whether or not you have some sort of divided interest. They look at whether or not you have good credit. They look at so many other things. And we're talking about someone who's unelected, unvetted, and definitely unconfirmed that is now literally sitting atop our $6 trillion, and we don't know.
This host kind of sound like she's talking like different. She's not all motherfucking like woo child type shit. She gotta sound like real different.
What it is that he's doing, and we honestly don't know what role he has.
Look, you have well articulated some of the bad thoughts as you described them at the top here. The question is, does Musk's team now have the power to actually disrupt federal payments?
In my opinion, they do, but I honestly don't know. We still don't know really what Doge is in the first place. I mean, listen, think about it like this, Alex. You know, everyone hates Congress. That's just what it is, right? But as a sitting member of Congress, I mean, I had to give up my ability to practice law. I am prevented from being able to practice law to prevent potentially somebody dropping a load of cash on me and I do something that is nefarious as one of 435. And now we're talking about a guy who literally gets government contracts from the United States and has not had to divest, has not had to, I mean, it is really awful. And I know right now people are asking whether or not their IRS refund checks are going to be affected. We don't know if this is more DEI. Are you going to say if it's somebody that's a person of color, then for some reason, whatever they paid in to the federal government, they're not allowed to get it back? Like, we don't know, but there is no reason for any political appointee, if you can even call him that, to have this kind of access. There's none.
Let me move to the fact that you are also a member of the Judiciary Committee. And since Donald Trump took office, multiple top FBI officials and federal prosecutors who all worked on January 6 cases, they're out of a job. And now the DOJ wants names of those who worked on the Trump or January 6 investigations for possible firing. What do you make of this apparent cleansing?
I mean, you just called it what it is. It's a cleansing. I mean, listen, when Democrats got out there and we said that our democracy was really at risk, people were like, oh, Democrats, you're out there, you're gaslighting. It's not our democracy. Well, he did say he'd be a dictator on day one. Oh, Democrats, you know, it's just Trump. He just talks. Well, let me tell you something. He is doing more than talking. We talked about Project 2025. We talked about the consolidation of power. We talked about how he wanted to be a king. We talked about in a democratic republic, that is not what it is. We have some sort of checks and balances, and he is doing everything that he can to get rid of those checks and balances. The DOJ and the people that he's going after were simply doing their jobs. The problem is that Americans thought that it was okay to take a full-fledged criminal and make him the president of the United States, and then they want to act aghast when he does criminal things. Let me tell you, we have a thug in charge of the United States, and if we don't wake up, we may not have a United States, because right now he has only been successful in being a divider in chief.
Can you tell me what you're hearing about him from Republicans, from colleagues that will speak to you off the record? Do they have concerns about him? No names, but are you hearing concerns?
I do hear concerns, and let me make sure that I get this timeline together for the American people. Number one, he was sworn in on January 20th. That was on a Monday. We were supposed to be in session from Tuesday to Friday of that week. They canceled our Friday votes. So we have only been in session Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of the week that he was sworn in. No other days. They decided to take advantage of the fact that Congress was not in and started to unravel and break as many things in our democracy as they could without us being here. But I can tell you that even when we went through the CR vote, there were Republicans that silently or in the background were cheering us on and saying this is wrong. Like, they knew we had negotiated, and all of a sudden this guy who's not elected makes a tweet on Twitter. And so, no, can I tell you that Republicans want to see Elon go down? I can. Now, will they come out publicly and say that? No, because they're concerned about whether or not he'll spend money in their next elections. But there are some. But I need them to understand that this is their time to rise up and do what is right. This is the time to honor the oath that we all took. Listen, today I had to enter into agreement with Rand Paul, something that I never saw on my bingo card. But this is a guy who made it clear. This stupid tariff war is just that. It is dumb. And I have to agree, even when it's somebody like Rand Paul, I have to agree that he is absolutely correct.
So just specifically, what is Rand Paul saying that you said, yeah, I'm backing you up on this?
On the tariffs, he said that deciding to put these tariffs on Mexico as well as Canada, I don't think we'll ever scream too loudly about tariffs on China, but that's a whole other issue. But he was saying that it is going to take the cost of things up and that we should just call it what it is. This is a tax. It is a tax on Americans. And his attitude about it was, allegedly, the Republicans don't like to do taxes. So why are we raising taxes on the American people? But that's exactly what it is. It's a tax on us. We are the ones that are going to pay.
Can I just ask you, didn't you hear Donald Trump say many times during the campaign he was going to lower prices for the American people? Won't this have the opposite effect?
Now, you know, I tried to ignore a lot of the things that he said, but yes, he did say that. He did tell that lie. And we know we've got historic prices right now on eggs. For everybody that said they voted because of the price of eggs, they have only gone up. And just saying that you're going to lower something with only offering concepts of a plan was really the giveaway that he did not have a plan to help you lower the cost of food. Instead, as we are seeing these raids that are taking place, we know that we've heard from farmers that people aren't showing up to work. And the reality is that every single city that I've campaigned in, I would ask people, tell me how many of you plan on going into farming or sending your kids into farming. So you explain to me how that food is going to make it to the grocery store if there's no one that is actually willing to go out and work the fields. And now let's talk about the foods that we get out of Mexico, whether it's our avocados, whether it's our strawberries, the things that we import. Let's talk about what that's going to look like when Mexico says, oh, okay, well, they put a tariff on it. All that's being passed on to us. And then when it comes to people, especially in my state of Texas, where we are one of the largest traders in the world, not just the United States, but in the world, Texas is our own economy. And now our biggest trade partner, Mexico, is saying, you know what, we're going to slap these tariffs on. What does that mean? Those businesses that are doing trade are now going to be hit because people in Mexico may not be buying those items because now they are going to be too expensive.
It's always sobering to talk with you, I have to say, but you also managed to bring a smile to my face with your energy and personality. So thanks. Thanks for that as well.
So I didn't think that for their products, like, you know, I didn't think that they could really do that. I didn't really think they could do that. So I was like, this is shocking, you know. But I don't know. I don't even understand. I feel like old girl gets bigger. I don't know. Subcommittee, she's probably looking at it like him. I don't know. I feel like that probably be swayed into other shit. Definitely don't talk about black people. Did you hear anything about black people? And anything she said, I didn't. She never talks about black people. Just the state as a whole. And so, I don't know. I didn't like that though. I'm glad I don't like that broad period. I didn't like her since when she was chilling at the DNC.
This weekend, the Trump administration came after USAID, an independent government agency administering foreign aid. Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, known as DOGE, has now forced its way into the agency's classified systems. And now the very officials who tried to push back are placed on leave after Musk's team tried and succeeded in gaining access to personnel files and security systems, including classified systems and security clearance information for USAID employees. This comes after Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent gave Musk's team access to the department's $6 trillion payment system, which handles federal payroll, retirement benefits, healthcare, and government insurance. As first pointed out by Senator Ron Wyden, Musk now has access to the Social Security numbers, government contract payments, including those that compete with his own companies. What he doesn't have is a security clearance or the right to access that information. Now, this comes after the acting Deputy Secretary, David Lebrecht, at the Treasury Department resigned Friday after Musk's team first requested access to their system. Musk has always made his intentions clear. Just this weekend, he admitted that he wanted access to the personal data of many so that he could shut down what he calls illegal payments to essential nonprofits. Well, today he took it a step further. He actually called USAID a criminal organization. And based on new reporting from NBC News, federal workers across several agencies are growing worried over what they describe as Trump's war against his own government, as Elon Musk helps carry out his battles. And we can report that employees are receiving emails reminding them constantly that they could be fired at any moment. One of them told us that if you want government to function, you wouldn't attack federal employees daily with psychological warfare. You'd want them to show up motivated. Now, the president might be using Musk to carry out his dirty work, but don't lose sight of what Musk is really in it for, possibly his own bottom line. Take this past September, when Musk called for the FAA administrator at the time, Mike Whitaker, to resign after first finding SpaceX, then ultimately grounding Starship operations following an explosion during a test launch that left fields of debris on communities below. By Inauguration Day, Whitaker was gone, thanks in part to the pressure campaign that was launched by Musk. In fact, as the plane crashed last week over Washington, D.C., the United States actually had no FAA administrator. Shrinking government has always been on Musk's to-do list. He's always raged against big government. And now a man who's always down to troll and get petty has access and potentially control of sensitive federal data. Not to mention all the data he has through owning X. We should note that Elon is amping up the antics at a time when polling shows many Americans not cool with billionaires calling the shots. 6 in 10 Americans say they believe it is dangerous that President Donald J. Trump is relying so much on billionaires for policy advice. In short, folks, anywhere else, an unelected billionaire creating a government department out of nowhere, taking control of classified and personal data, bullying officials out of their posts, and helping a leader purge the federal government, as I said, anywhere, we would probably be calling that a coup. And let's get real about something else. Elon Musk is not a federal employee, nor has he been appointed by the president, nor approved by the Senate to have any legitimate leadership role in government. With me now, former Republican Congressman Denver Riggleman. He's the author of The Breach, the untold story of the investigation into January 6th, and also served as a senior advisor to the January 6th Select Committee. Also with us, Democratic strategist Julie Roginski. She's the author of the Salty Politics newsletter on Substack. It's great to have both of you with us. Congressman, I'll start with you. The outrage from the Republican Party, safe to say minimal at best. You would also think that Trump wouldn't want someone stepping on his toes and kind of stealing the limelight from him. But here's where we are 2 weeks into this Trump administration. Why do you think the GOP is normalizing this kind of behavior from Elon Musk and Donald Trump?
Hey, it's good to see you tonight. I think it's because their polling and crosstabs still show favorability to Donald Trump. I don't really think they care about the American people. They care about winning in their specific district. And you know what's amazing to me is that when I was a Republican way back in the day, right, big government picking, winners and losers. You want small government. Well, now we have Republicans, and when you look at polling, people who are Trump and support Trump, all of a sudden they think big government is the way to go. And I just find it so interesting, right? This picking winners and losers is the thing that people want, right? When you're looking at where this is going. And I just find it fascinating and also absolutely disturbing that this is happening. The flip to that too, allowing Elon to run through the woods like this without any security clearances. But the other thing is that it's going directly against the competitors that he has, which is something I know you mentioned at the beginning, but that also blows my mind when you talk about conflicts of interest for any type of the contractual obligations. And the last thing is the security clearances. Vetting is awful. Julie knows this. Vetting is long. It's irritating. It's frustrating. Nobody wants to fill out an SF-86. It sucks, right? But it is an absolutely necessary function because you don't want a bunch of people looking through private files and payment files that haven't been vetted properly. And I think the cancer has been injected to the system, and I think we're going to see it here down the road.
Let me share with you, and let's talk about Democrats for a moment here. And let me share with you what Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez posted on X a short while ago about this USAID purge and Musk's access to it. It's on the screen there. She wrote, "This is a 5-alarm fire. The people elected Donald Trump to be president, not Elon Musk. Having an unelected billionaire with his own foreign debts and motives raiding U.S. classified information is a grave threat to national security. This should not be a partisan issue." Probably the strongest comment we've seen from a Democrat. We've also seen from Senator Ron Wyden. But give me your take on why the Democrats seem to be sitting on the sidelines right now. Why are we not hearing more outrage from this? Why does this need to be, there's such a lag between when something happens and them formulating an opinion or formulating a statement and coming out a couple of days later? Why is there not more outrage?
You know, that's a great question, and I'm disgusted about it. And I've been banging the drum about this for literally weeks, if not months, since Trump got elected. Look, you have Hakeem Jeffries, the leader of the House of Representatives, saying, and I think I'm paraphrasing here, but very close to the quote, I'm like Aaron Judge doesn't swing at every pitch, and I'm not going to swing at everything that Trump does. Well, does he think he's pitching against Sandy Koufax here?
Right.
Like, who are you talking about? This is not Sandy Koufax.
Right.
This is Donald Trump. Everything he does is a lob, and it's easy to attack. And by the way, if you normalize any part of it, you normalize all of it. And so for the leader of the House of Representatives on the Democratic side, for Chuck Schumer, fighting Chuck from Brooklyn, to basically say, I'm not going to lie down, I'm going to lie down on the tracks on some of these things. What are you doing? You can't normalize any part of this. Democrats have tools at their disposal, even the minority. They can stop with unanimous consent, and Denver knows this. They can stop unanimous consent. They can ensure that everything has to be voted on to go to cloture. I mean, there are things that they can do to really gum up the works in the Senate. And they could stop voting for every single one of Trump's nominees. Marco Rubio, by the way, who's going to subsume USAID allegedly, 99-0. Why in the world would you give any member of the Trump administration that kind of win? Absolutely inexcusable for the Democrats. And by the way, if they don't start behaving like the opposition party, these leaders are going to be replaced. I think they completely misunderstand the anger in the grassroots from people, including me, who's basically an establishment Democrat and has been for 30 years, to say enough is enough. You cannot do this anymore.
The mistake that Hakeem Jeffries and others are making is possibly the fact that, look, no one is saying, you want to take a swing at every policy difference, but there are now fundamental things that are eroding our democracy. When you fire inspector generals, when you go after government employees, when you have access to payments, these are things that are eroding the way our government functions. These are not policy differences.
I'll go a step further. Donald Trump said on Meet the Press back in December on this network, he said, I'm going to lower the price of bacon, the price of apples, and the price of, I forgot what else. Something else.
Groceries.
So basically groceries, right? Apples have gone up every single week that he's been in office. Where are the Democrats talking about that? Where are they talking about the price increase? I mean, fundamental, easy lobs. Again, this is not swinging at every pitch from some ace pitcher. This is literally reminding the American people what was promised to them and what is being delivered. And yet there seem to be somehow, I don't know where they are, but wherever they are, they're not out here talking about it the way you are, the way Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is, the way Senator Wyden is. These are the leaders that the Democratic Party is looking to, and they're absent. And if you're listening to me, I'm begging you on behalf of the grassroots of this party, please come out of your hiding hole, because we need you. And if you're not going to do it, get out of the way and let others lead, please.
What do you think, Congressman, how long this bromance between Musk and Trump will last? I mean, I wonder to what extent Musk is operating with the blessing of Donald Trump, knowing exactly what he's doing every step of the way, or has Trump now gotten behind Musk, or Musk, I should say, getting out ahead of his skis a little bit, and Trump kind of playing catch up?
I think, Julie, God dang, I love being on here with you when you get angry. It makes me happy. And, the other thing, too, when you're talking about the Musk-Trump bromance, I think it lasts as long as Trump thinks that he can actually gain wealth from Elon Musk's participation in the United States government. And, Julie's exactly right about the language. It seems like the Democrats have no idea how to attack insanity, which happened over the last few years also. Well, I sort of do know how to attack insanity. You have to call it like you see it. And right now, we really have a billionaire, or actually I would say an incel trapped in a billionaire's body running through our government organizations, and they're and wreaking havoc on it, putting fear into people, with the damaging and threatening emails. But I think there's something even worse, and I think that we have data, United States data in the hands of people that haven't been vetted. Where does that data go? And when you see Elon Musk, and I know at the beginning, Eamon, you said that, he rails against big government. Well, he loves Chinese big government, because people should look at the state-owned enterprises that have invested in Elon Musk's companies. So where's all this money going? How are they directing those monies? What are they doing with contracts? How are they identifying the competitors in the spaces that are going directly against Elon? How is he enriching himself? But really, how is he enriching Donald Trump's family? I think the bromance lasts as long as Donald Trump thinks there's money going in his pocket somehow based on Elon's activities.
I don't know if, Julie, you would be able to answer this, but I suspect the way our government works is that there must be some kind of oversight to prevent somebody like Elon Musk having this complete carte blanche access to classified information systems as well as personnel information. The conflict of interest thing maybe falls in a separate bucket, but you'd like to think that there's got to be something, anything that Congress can do on this issue.
Of course, it's called separation of powers. We have a constitution that has checks and balances, both from the courts and from the legislative branch. But here's the beauty of what Donald Trump has done. He has completely subsumed the legislative branch. They have bent the knee to the point where they are terrified of crossing Trump, but they're also terrified of crossing Musk because thanks to Citizens United, he can pour an unlimited amount of money into any primary and take any of them out. And you've got the courts, which of course said to Donald Trump, you can do whatever you want as president and it's not criminal. And by the way, you're also able, because of the Constitution, to pardon anybody who does anything criminal on your behalf, no questions asked. So is there something on paper that the founding fathers thought they could do? Of course, they came up with a fabulous system. Unfortunately, we've gotten to the point where the system is collapsing. It's not working. And again, the only people that should be pointing this out all day, all night are the Democrats, and they're not doing what they need to be doing.
Fuck all that. Like, you need, fuck them. Like, your own party should be doing it. But I mean, surely they got some sort of, like, is there no power to remove a motherfucking villain? He already has enough, you know what I mean? Like, he has enough data. What the fuck, you know what I mean? And, like, again, not a United States.
In this 1.1 million square foot warehouse in Fort Worth, Texas, millions of dollars worth of goods are stockpiled ahead of potentially sweeping tariffs expected to be levied against China, Mexico, and Canada.
This is a import-heavy economy. Most of what we consume comes in from Southeast Asia and China. A lot of those goods might be coming in and have a tariff slapped on them.
Front-loading is a tool companies use to buy and store their goods in advance, in this case to avoid pricey tariffs. Big brands like Walmart and Columbia Sportswear are executing this strategy. Walmart's imports from China rose 33% from 2023 to 2024. Columbia Sportswear imports went up 50% during the same time and jumped over 80% during the March to December period. At the same time, container imports from China to the United States have surged.
I think 2024 have really seen a lot of front loading happening. At first, shippers needed to react to the Red Sea disruption, and now it's Trump tariffs coming into force.
But for some companies, front loading is not an option.
Just from the execution standpoint, I'm just curious on how it will happen, how folks are going to navigate.
The point you're making is any business manager's worst nightmare, which is planning for the unknown. The uncertainty of this situation keeps me up at night. I'm often asked, what are you doing? How are you planning for it? And my answer is, I don't know.
President Trump said he expects to put a 25% tariff on Mexico and Canada beginning on February 1st, and discussed a 10% tariff on China. A tariff is a government-imposed tax on imported goods and services. And if tariffs are enacted, it's not only companies who will see higher prices, consumers will as well.
Prices will definitely go up on everyday items. So from the cars we buy and the gas we put in them, to the iPhones, laptops, and tablets that we're so dependent on, to the clothes we wear and the food we eat, like avocados, corn, tomatoes, all the prices are going to go up.
So how are companies preparing for potential tariffs, and what impact will they have on shippers and consumers? CNBC traveled to Fort Worth, Texas, a major hub for logistics companies located a few hundred miles from the Mexican border, to find out. Paul Brazier is the head of global supply chain for ITS Logistics, a leading U.S. shipper with annual revenues of about $1 billion.
So tell us a little bit about this facility.
Well, we're in the heart of one of the most important distribution center areas in the United States. Dallas-Fort Worth services pretty much 75% of the United States within about 2 days. everything comes through here. So you've got electronics, you have infrastructure goods, you have food.
The warehouse is also filled with Chinese and Mexican goods and components. To avoid potentially expensive tariffs, many of ITS's clients have front-loaded their products. Starting in November of 2024, shippers of all sizes started bringing in their product to avoid the Trump tariff. Lenovo imports from China rose 22% from 2023 to 2024. How many of these products that we're surrounded by with are sourced from China?
I'd say well over half. It comes in large quantities. It comes in ocean containers and trucks.
The biggest category of product here being front-loaded, components used in infrastructure projects.
So right now you're looking at 500,000 square feet of product that is used for domestic consumption. These are components that go into the things that are building our bridges, our roads, and electrical equipment here in the States. Especially on the infrastructure side, there's a ton of Chinese-made goods that are being shipped forward right now and have since November.
And what's the reason behind the front loading, particularly when it comes to the components for infrastructure?
Well, those budgets are made 2 or 3 years in advance. And if you have a 20% increase in the cost of goods, that blows most of those budgets out of the water.
Data from Import Genius backs that up. Imports of solar panels, AI server racks, backup power supplies, and lithium batteries that are used to power data centers surged in the second half of 2024. Consumer goods like sweatshirts and smokeless fire pits are also sitting on these warehouse shelves. Walmart and Columbia Sportswear, they're front loading in a lot of product ahead of these tariffs to try to mitigate those increase in costs. Warehouse is not cheap.
The medium size and the small importers are the ones that are probably the most adversely affected by these kinds of decisions. The larger players in the market, they have a huge distribution center network. They have the infrastructure in place to be able to navigate these fairly easily.
In the U.S., the top products being pulled forward include sneakers, housewares, appliances, and auto parts. And that spells big business for companies like ITS Logistics. ITS Logistics makes money on several different fronts. They make money not only by moving each piece of product, they also make money by storing the items. And so those extra costs, are they also passed on to the consumer?
Yes, all costs, like anything in commerce, usually get passed on to the consumer.
Rick Muscat is the president of Dear Stags, a family business that makes $50 men's shoes sold at Macy's, Kohl's, JCPenney, and Amazon. The business imports about 2 million shoes annually, and about 98% of those are made in China. So we're in your showroom. Who exactly comes here?
This is where we work with most of our retail buyers. They come usually every December and June for a major trade show.
Footwear, at the center of the last trade war, is back at the forefront of the dispute with China. But unlike its larger competitors, Dear Stags doesn't have the ability to front load. Walmart has the size and the capabilities that companies like Dear Stags doesn't have. They have warehousing, they've got trucking networks.
Walmart sells an enormous amount of shoes in this price point, moderate price shoes. They have more levers to pull than we do. So during COVID, when container rates skyrocketed, they chartered vessels. They could buy a whole vessel, which will have hundreds and hundreds of containers. We couldn't do that.
Footwear companies already pay hefty tariffs. There are over 430 duty classifications on imported shoes. Some of those tariffs were established in the 1930s.
The shoe has a leather upper, and men's shoes with a leather upper pay an additional 7.5% duty on top of the pre-existing duty, which was 8.5%. So we now pay 16% duty on this shoe.
Muscat fears additional tariffs will impact not only future orders, but those already in place. How many shoes that could, in theory, be out on the water that you have ordered right now that could be subjected to a possible tariff, and it's not priced in yet at the Macy's of the world?
It could be 200,000 pair that are made and heading towards us that might have a tariff when they arrive that we didn't know when we bought those shoes.
This is the kind of thing that causes importers, shippers, customs brokers nightmares, because you're essentially changing the price after it's been imported, and who is going to have to pay that difference? It becomes a logistical nightmare.
To prove he's on the hook for the tariffs, Muscat showed us his invoice from U.S. Customs. Can you explain to us what exactly this is and show us in terms of who is paying the tariff?
When we import the shoes into the United States, U.S. Customs and Border Control sends us an invoice and takes the money out of our account. Once the importer pays that tariff, it's part of our cost of goods, and it affects our selling price accordingly. It lists the product we brought in and what the duty rate is. And in this particular group, we had 3 or 4 different products. Some were at 6% duty, some were at 12.5% duty. And the aggregate of all of this came to a total duty of $6,133.90. For the shipment, we were billed that amount, and U.S. Customs pulled that amount from our checking account at Chase Bank.
So not China's bank account,
No,
but
we
your
paid-
bank
we paid
account.
for it, yes.
Muscat says higher tariffs will translate into higher prices for his consumers.
The increase in the tariff will ultimately show up at the price tag when a consumer goes into a store, and the consumer will pay more.
Prices are definitely going to increase. And I think that's a big message that consumers need to be aware of is tariffs are paid for by the consumer.
There's no capacity in the United States to make these shoes. We would have to open up factories in the United States, which is capital intensive. We'd have to build factories. The machinery used to make shoes is no longer made in the United States. Shoemaking is very labor intensive by its nature, which is why production has moved over my career around the globe to low labor countries. I believe that the chip industry got an enormous subsidy from the federal government to build manufacturing plants in Arizona with billions of dollars. But I haven't heard anything about government funding coming to the footwear industry for us to build shoemaking factories.
ITS's Fort Worth warehouse is located about 400 miles from Laredo, Texas, the largest land port in the U.S., accounting for 35% of all U.S.-Mexico trade that crosses the border. And what about Mexico? How much of Mexican trade comes here?
More and more. There's one whole side of this warehouse that's probably 50% Mexican goods.
But higher tariffs on Mexican goods could disrupt that pipeline. The expansion of tariffs on Mexico and Canada, how is that going to impact the flow of trade?
Mexico is our largest trading partner. It's going to adversely affect it in a myriad of ways. It's going to increase the cost to move goods. There's not going to be enough equipment to load either northbound or southbound. If there are additional fees added to just the movement of goods, it's going to impact the consumer both here and in Mexico. We could get to a place where that flow just stops.
In 2024, Mexico was the largest importer of goods to the U.S., ahead of China, accounting for $466 billion in imports. Mexico also produces 3.5 million vehicles annually. 76% of those are destined for the U.S. market. Distribution facilities just like this one also handle exports. And the big threat with the trade war is retaliatory tariffs. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum said her country would hit back if tariffs were imposed. The nation's economy minister said 25% tariffs on Mexican exports would impact U.S. companies operating in Mexico, particularly automakers, costing 400,000 jobs.
The other item that we may not want to forget here, of course, is that the other countries will retaliate. China will retaliate. Mexico will retaliate. European countries will retaliate if we become more hostile for them.
25% tariffs could reduce Mexico's GDP by 1.7% over the next 5 years, while increasing the country's inflation rate by 2.3%. U.S.-Canada trade may also be thrown into turmoil. Canada, the largest source of U.S. petroleum and crude oil, a top mineral provider for EV production, is also a major supplier of chlorine used to disinfect drinking water. Almost all of Canada's chlorine exports go to the U.S.
How regressive is a tariff when it comes to the impact on the supply chain?
Well, it's a pass-through cost. Everything that we do gets passed to the consumer somehow. And this is another additional cost in supply chain that needs to be accounted for somehow. And in most cases, that gets passed on to the consumer as well.
Right? Yeah, like God, yeah, like this is prior to I put a whole bunch of things like this. I was like, God. Oh, it's like,
President Trump's illegal immigration crackdown taking shape here at home and abroad. Right now, ICE agents are continuing their apprehension of criminal illegal aliens. Nearly 1,000 were taken into custody on Sunday when ICE officials were in Chicago. Now, a Homeland Security official is telling Fox News that New York City is, quote, the next target. The president also overcame the first major pushback against his mass deportation policy from Colombia, all in the first week of his new administration. Hello, everyone. This is Outnumbered. I'm Emily Campagno here with my co-hosts, Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany. And also joining us today, Lisa Booth, Fox News contributor, and Jason Chaffetz, Fox News contributor and former Utah congressman. Now, the president's mass deportation policy appeared to spark a trade war with Colombia yesterday, only for them to quickly cave after initially rejecting 2 flights of illegal immigrants. President Trump's threats included a travel ban, immediate visa revocations, and ordering 25% tariffs on all goods coming into the U.S. from Colombia. Now, that would jump to 50% after 1 week if they did not comply. So they did. Colombian officials put out this statement, quote, Colombia, under the direction of President Gustavo Petro, has the presidential plane ready to facilitate the return of the compatriots who were to arrive in the country today in the morning on deportation flights. Meanwhile, the first of 1,500 U.S. Marines and U.S. Army personnel began arriving at our southern border. Their mission? Make good on President Trump's campaign promise to bring back his effective Remain in Mexico policy. The Coast Guard getting involved, too, intercepting a boat carrying illegal migrants that was sinking in U.S. waters. The Coast Guard's alien expulsion flight operations span between California and Texas, and it's all part of the president's illegal immigration crackdown that border czar Tom Homan says is only getting started.
So is this what we will see every single day, ending in what the president has promised is millions and millions being deported?
Yes, but you can see the numbers steadily increase, the number of arrests nationwide as we open up the aperture.
The estimates of perhaps those who have been convicted or arrested in the past, 700,000 to over 1 million. So after you do that, then you go after everybody who is there illegally.
If you're in the country illegally, you're on the table, because it's not okay to, violate laws of this country. You got to remember, every time you enter this country illegally, you violated a crime under Title 8 United States Code 1325. It's a crime. So if you're in the country illegally, you got a problem. And that's why I'm hoping those who are in the country illegally who have not been ordered removed by the federal judge should leave.
And Vice President J.D. Vance also defended the president's executive order revoking birthright citizenship.
Well, this is a country founded by immigrants.
Well, this is a country
This is a
founded
unique
by
country.
This is a very unique country, and it was founded by some immigrants and some settlers. But just because we were founded by immigrants doesn't mean that 240 years later that we have to have the dumbest immigration policy in the world. No country says that temporary visitors, their children, will be given complete access to the benefits and blessings of American citizenship. America should actually look out for the interests of our citizens first. And that means, again, if you're here permanently and lawfully, your kid becomes an American citizen. If you're not here permanently, if you're not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States and don't plan to be, why would we make those people's children American citizens permanently?
Jason Chaffetz, so much to unpack here. And I saw you reacting off camera to a lot of what we just saw. Tell us your thoughts.
Woo, I love it. This is America first. This is exactly what America voted for.
USA.
I had a chance to visit with the president after he was elected, but before he was sworn in. And I just thanked him. And I said, Mr. President, thank you for the clarity. That's what the world needs. The world needs clarity. And Tom Homan and Vice President Vance and Donald Trump are leading that clarity. If you're here illegally, you're going to have to provide that restitution and go home. And if we need to detain you, arrest you, and deport you, we're going to do that. And Colombia, you know what? They were used to Obama, Biden, and Harris. They could roll over the United States all day, every day, and nobody would say a peep to them. Those days are over. It's America first. We are the world's economic and military superpower. You're not going to push us around. We're going to use every tool that we have. You want to come to this country and be a legal migrant? More power to you. We'll help you get here. But you can't come here illegally. And if you're committing crimes and you're raping people, I'm tired of these people, these politicians making an excuse. Oh, what about these rapists? Because you know what about flowers? What about the cost of coffee? I mean, these are things that they're really worried about instead of the safety and security of Americans. It's America first, and I love it. And we're literally, it was 1 week ago, like to the minute that Donald Trump was sworn in. It's true.
So, Kaylee, talk to me about, through the lens of having worked for number 45, right, during the prior administration, talk to me specifically about this relationship with Colombia. Adjacent portends, these countries are going to fall in line. They're used to maybe dealing with a different kind of president. Here they have a commander-in-chief that has prioritized American interests. What do you foresee happening from additional Central American countries?
Yeah, we're simpatico, because that's exactly where my mind is at, Emily. There is this Twitter feed. It's called Cynical Publius. And he laid out just methodically how things traditionally work. It's so good that the vice president just sent it out. He lays out the traditional approach in dealing with, let's say, Colombia when they won't take a migrant flight. You get a task force together. It's the Department of Defense, it's ICE, it's the Secretary of State, the State Department. That task force comes up with a position paper. That position paper is then rejected by the Secretary of State in the name of equity. Days later, the president is briefed on it. And by the way, the details are leaked to the Washington Post along the way. And then in the end, we get a worse deal with Colombia, and they take fewer migrants than what we intended. And this all happens in about a month's time. Wait. Then Trump comes on board. And then we get the art of the deal. And while he is playing golf on various holes, he is threatening Colombia with tariffs and not backing down. And by the end of his golf game, in just about an hour, the Colombian president backs down, agrees to accept all migrants. It's called the art of the deal. And what does he do in solving this in an hour's time rather than a month's time? He sends a message to the EU. I will give you tariffs. They're coming your way unless you take our agricultural products. To Mexico, to Canada, tariffs coming your way February 1st, unless, hey, you rectify your trade imbalance. Message to Putin, I've threatened tariffs against you because Putin, if you don't get a deal, you're next. And message to Denmark, give us Greenland or you're under the threat of tariffs too. Every country in the world is shaking in their boots because they know that man means business. It's the art of the deal. Gone with the deep state and traditional Washington.
So talk to me, Lisa, about what's happening internally with this, right? So we have the benefit of a congressman on the couch. There's a lot of politicians who are extending an olive branch and seeing the forest for the trees, and that there is sort of a global whipping coming to fruition, meaning that as used on the floor, those that are coming on board. And the reality is that when you prioritize American interests, how can a politician not be on board?
Well, I mean, this is also the first Republican to get the popular vote in 20 years. This is someone who has the American people behind him. This is someone where, even according to the New York Times, 55% of Americans want to deport all illegal aliens. So he's got a lot of juice right now entering this next term of his presidency. I love that he shared a photo on True Social, an AI photo of F around and find out, That's the new mantra of the next 4 years. Gone are the days, as we pointed out, of saying don't and then everyone does. When he says don't, you don't, right? And he gets knocked a lot for his use of tariffs, but you look how smartly, how intelligent he was to use this and how effective it is of making these threats. Part of the challenge in these deportations is getting some of these countries to accept criminals, rapists, pedophiles. They're not going to want to accept these people. So you have to have tariffs and some of these leverage points to get them to accept it, because we know there's been reports of countries like Venezuela emptying their prisons and sending violent offenders here to the United States. So we've got to have leverage points to get these people to take back, these bad people. So good for President Trump being smart and utilizing tariffs and getting people, F around, you find out, right?
And I have to say, Harris, that a lot of the pushback seems to be sort of singular in concept that frankly reduces our allies and neighbors to sort of one thing. Coffee from Colombia. We actually make our own coffee here too in Kona, in Hawaii, right? There's multiple things coming out of our neighbors' countries that aren't sort of reducible to one thing. But I think that's part of what the media has been articulating this entire time, arguing that the GOP reduces humans to an identity, but really it's them shoving these countries into boxes. President Trump sees them as partners.
Yeah, what's interesting is Trump's trying to bring about a world where he'll drop the rate for companies that actually come here and make some of that stuff to 15% tax rate. So we might not have to miss coffee or whatever they think they're going to miss that we can clearly make our own, but maybe not as much of, because maybe some of those countries will come here and they'll package their stuff or distribute it from here. He's trying to make that happen. Look, I want to know who Colombia's Gustavo Petro called. Who did he call? Because somebody had to say, yeah, I'm sure he called a friend. Which friend did he call among those who are also one of the 160 countries that have people here illegally who are committing violent crimes? Like, is there a group of them? Because I'm guessing that there might be. And if that's the case, everybody get your planes ready, your presidential planes ready, because we have some folk you need to take back. And, here's the other thing on the list, because we scrolled it last hour. It was so long. We needed to scroll it several times. He wants to begin reviewing the U.S., Mexico, Canada agreement. Yeah, that is a discussion about wider protection of borders and that whole thing. I mean, this goes beyond the deportations now. What are they going to do? And look, Trudeau in Canada can probably answer some questions about what he's capable of doing and what he means when he says, if you don't do what I say, you can be the 51st state, Canada. I mean, I think now we are in that group, as you say. If you know what the F stands for. But we're also in a place where everybody around the world has to be talking to each other now. I happen to think that's a really good thing. I mean, they're talking about us in a way.
No, that's fucking hell no. I'm like, does it Canada control motherfucking electricity in certain states? You know what I mean? Like, the will, you know what I mean? Like, God, epic fuck ups. They're acting like this is a good thing. I'm like,
of strength now, not what can you get from the Biden administration if we promise we might help them a little.
That's right. And look, speaking from experience, resisting parking tickets, the whole point is it just gets more expensive.
Okay, that's hilarious.
I think that strong, Emily.
That's hilarious.
No, you got to pay it, which Columbia learned. Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
Fox News.
Welcome to your ultimate pit stop, Piston Pundit. Today, we delve into a high-stakes international energy drama that goes beyond the automotive world.
Right.
In this video, we'll explore how Canada's bold threat to cut off crucial electricity exports could reshape the U.S. energy market and global trade ties. We'll examine ripple effects in oil exports, tariff battles, and political power plays, uncovering the deep interconnections in our economies. Stay tuned as we break down every facet of this dramatic showdown. Number 7, the shockwave, Canada's bold electricity cut threat. In a stunning move, Canadian leaders have warned they may sharply reduce or suspend electricity exports to key U.S. states. States such as New York, Michigan, and Minnesota depend on nearly 95% of their power imports from Ontario. Such a cut could trigger soaring energy bills, grid instability, and even localized blackouts during peak periods. Analysts stress that this threat is not merely symbolic, but a strategic counter to U.S. tariffs, leveraging energy as a bargaining chip. The move highlights the vulnerabilities inherent in an interdependent energy network, with potential ripple effects across manufacturing, technology, and other sectors. As U.S. policymakers scramble for alternative solutions, this dramatic tactic may force a reassessment of energy policies and redefine trade negotiations between the two nations. This bold strategy could reshape North America. Number 6. Crude control, oil as a political lever. While electricity headlines steal the spotlight, Canadian oil exports are a crucial gear in the energy engine. The U.S. relies heavily on Canadian crude, with pipelines like Keystone XL and Enbridge forming the backbone of its supply. Recently, about 6.1 million barrels per day have been imported, with roughly 67% coming from Canada. Amid rising U.S. tariffs, Canadian leaders are hinting at a potential oil export cut, a move that could send oil prices surging. Even a temporary disruption might force industries to seek pricier alternatives, impacting everything from commuter fuel costs to industrial operations. This tit-for-tat maneuver not only underscores the interdependency of North American energy, but also highlights how a slight hiccup in oil exports can reverberate through global markets and long-term policy strategies. Number 5. Tariff turbulence, North American trade clashes. The escalating trade war between the U.S. and Canada has become a battleground of tariffs, trade restrictions, and retaliatory moves. Fueled by America First policies favoring domestic production, the U.S. has imposed sweeping tariffs on goods like steel, aluminum, and consumer products. In response, Canada, vital for energy, raw materials, and technology, has countered with proposals that may include restrictions on oil, electricity, and rare earth metals. These measures have created ripple effects across various sectors, raising prices, disrupting supply chains, and impacting energy security and automotive manufacturing. Market volatility and debates over economic sovereignty.
I'm just gonna say it kind of looks like Canada has the upper hand. You really like to say "fuck you" and I can shut your shit off. Like I don't give a fuck what you're talking about. Like that's really bad. That's really fucking bad. They're really bad.
Underscore the stakes. Amid this tension, one must ask, can North America balance protectionism with global interdependence for a sustainable trade equilibrium? Before we delve deeper, do us a favor and smash that like and subscribe button. This helps us reach more auto enthusiasts just like you. Now let's shift gears and steer towards our next point. Number 4, interwoven economies, the cross-border energy and material dance. Underneath tariff debates and political posturing lies a complex network of economic interdependencies binding the U.S. and Canada. American industries rely on a steady influx of Canadian energy and raw materials, from crude oil and natural gas to critical minerals like cobalt, nickel, and lithium, that keep factories running in power sectors like automotive and aerospace. In 2024, U.S. imports of Canadian energy products reached billions, underscoring that even a powerhouse like the U.S. cannot operate in isolation. However, this interdependence is a double-edged sword. While it fuels production, it also creates vulnerabilities during political tensions. Disruptions could trigger higher production costs, rising consumer prices, and lost global competitiveness. Thus, preserving stable, open trade is essential for sustaining innovation, industry growth, and economic stability in an interconnected world. Open trade fuels progress. Number 3, economic dominoes, how trade disruptions impact industries and consumers. Tariffs and trade skirmishes send shockwaves well beyond boardrooms, affecting everyday consumers and industries alike. The U.S., heavily reliant on Canadian energy exports, from crude oil and natural gas to electricity, faces potential disruptions that force industries to scramble for costlier alternatives. Even minor hiccups can trigger production delays, soaring operating costs, and rising prices. This domino effect reaches all corners of the economy, from automotive manufacturing to essential services. When one component is delayed or priced higher, the ripple effect can lead to increased fuel costs and inflated product prices for consumers. Essentially, every tariff imposed risks jamming the economic engine, pushing us closer to widespread inflation and an overall slowdown. Number 2, diplomatic drifts, the strategic game of trade. Trade is a global chess match, and the US and Canada are intensifying their political maneuvers to safeguard national interests. US policies boosting domestic production conflict with North America's interdependent economy, prompting Canadian leaders to leverage their role as key energy and raw material suppliers. Their countermeasures, such as potential electricity export cuts and discussions on oil restrictions, aim to pressure American decision-makers, challenging the US energy grid and forcing a reassessment of protectionist policies. These high-stakes moves ripple beyond economics, affecting border security, technology investments, and government contracts. Third parties like Mexico are watching closely. Overall, each diplomatic maneuver carries risks and rewards, shaping the long-term framework of international trade and security in today's interconnected world. These moves underscore a fierce global contest. This rivalry is reshaping global power balances. Number 1, pricing and policy, impacting your wallet and the future. After exploring energy exports, tariffs, and political strategy, we now focus on how these factors hit your wallet. Disruptions in established trade can trigger immediate price swings. For instance, if Canada restricts its electricity exports, American households and businesses could face steep energy bills during peak demand. Likewise, limits on Canadian crude, crucial to US imports, might push up gasoline prices, affecting freight, manufacturing, and everyday goods. Tariffs on raw materials and consumer products add further cost pressures, potentially increasing vehicle prices and overall living expenses. Policymakers now face a balancing act, protecting domestic jobs while managing the realities of a globally interconnected trade network. Ultimately, these pricing and policy shifts shape both our economic stability and long-term growth. Final lap, navigating the energy trade frontier. In summary, our journey has taken us from the explosive threat of cutting electricity exports to the intricate pricing impacts hitting your wallet. We've uncovered how energy dependencies, economic dominoes, and political power plays are reshaping the trade dynamics between Canada and the US. The stakes are transformative, and the road ahead promises to be as dynamic as the engines we love. What are your thoughts on how these trade moves might affect the automotive world and your everyday expenses? Share your experiences in the comments below. If you enjoyed this ride, be sure to subscribe for more vehicle updates and upcoming videos.
You're like kids go and say this, that, especially when you know you need them. You know, if they say fuck no and they have the leverage, like that seems like a lot of leverage. Like, you know, ultimately the people are gonna suffer. The people suffer ultimately. You know, that's fucking crazy. But you can't, like, I feel like you can't just go around fucking bullying and, you know, there's like a lot of bullying instead of actual sit down and let's discuss it and try to come to some sort of new agreement or, you know, something. But you can't just go doing all that. There's other, I'm sure there's more diplomatic ways. However, like I said, you push your weight around like you're just gonna take this and you're gonna do that. Whereas they're like, nah. Other motherfuckers might be scared, but it doesn't look like Canada's really concerned. So I think that too, like, what does it do to them on their end? And surely, yeah, maybe certain people do need to have a lesson, like fucking they're interwoven, like the United States is all over the place with everybody. So. I kind of like seeing them, but not bow down, but at the same time, like, people are just gonna suffer ultimately. What's the plan? Like, surely they had to have a backup plan, like, you know. Or is it gonna be like all these motherfucking movie setups that's been going on where it's like complete apocalyptic type shit? Well, you know what I mean? Fend for yourself type. Say that. Let that be early, like get that out the way. Because I mean, there's motherfuckers that have been prepping and planning. You know what I mean? I'm one of those type of individuals that's kind of like prepping and planning in my own little way. You know, with even with limitations, just for the sake of argument, because I don't know what the fuck is happening. We're at war. You dig? We're at war. So, and even if it is a race war with racism, white supremacy, but this like you're talking about motherfuckers that have no real, like, these people should not be in charge of nothing. We can't be diplomatic and reasonable. And, you know, like, what the fuck did he expect? Everybody's just gonna calm down. It's Trump and we must bow down. Yeah, right. Some motherfuckers are just not having it. Which is should, like, you know, give our own government a motherfucking little, like, a little taste. Look, if fucking Canada can stand up to him, why can't anybody else stand up to him in our own fucking country with a fucking villain who shouldn't be having access to everything like that? You know what I mean? Just say he's not even fucking elected. He's not even vetted. Give a fuck how much money he got. You know, isn't he like on motherfucking subsidies too? Like, can he be punished? Shouldn't he be punished? Can he get deported? Like, please, ask you for a friend. You know, that's really fucking ultimate villainy. I mean, if they're gonna do all that, just say it now so we could really just get this show cracking off. You know, versus the lights go out. For real. All this data is on there. Keep in mind, you know, shut the electricity and shit off or whatever. All your data is like right there. Banking, everything's digital. Pretty fucked. You know what I mean? Just saying, pretty fucked. If you got access to all that, like we're talking about medical or like, what do you say, insurance and shit, plus data and stuff. I'm like, God, man, you shouldn't have access to that. He already got fucking Twitter. That's everybody just automatically like put their shit in and it's linked up to like fucking Google or Meta or whatever the fuck. You know, it's all everything's all intertwined. So he has enough. What the fuck is, you know, what the fuck for? Just say it, get it over with so we can just get this shit on the road. If we're gonna have to go that route. Because I'd rather just know ahead of time, like right now, look at about 30 days. Ultimate blackout, no money, no nothing. Get your shit together. You got 30 days. Cool. That's something I can work with. You got 15 days. Cool. That's something I can work with. You got 10 days. Cool. Something I can work with. You got 5 days. I can work with that. You know what I mean? Versus, let's just wait and see what happens with the Trump administration. Stupid. This is dumb. And ultimately, it's the people that suffer. And it gets worse for the people that suffer already with benign neglect and not getting anything. So to say that, get that out the way. Okay, one more. Majorly. I kind of give them I'm like good with the balls. And I guess certain states are like, yeah, fuck it, go ahead. He needs to learn. You know what I mean? Same time, I don't care what Fox News say, the art of trade or the art of this, or, you know, it's not fucking, be diplomatic. You're the president. Not, you know what I mean? Even if everything is business like, but be diplomatic at least. Try to fucking be reasonable and just admit that you couldn't fucking, you know, bring prices of food down. How does it go from this to prices of food again? Like, I think this is all more important than motherfucking food costs. We're already in food deserts. Like, the people that live in the lower end are already in food deserts, already suffering. How much worse can it get? You know what I mean? We can't afford it? All right, bet. I got a whole pantry full of beans and rice. Oh, no electricity? Bet. I know how to start a fire. I'll start a fire in this motherfucking room. I've done it before. You hear me? I have no heat for 5 motherfucking years. So I'm pretty capable of fucking starting a fire and cooking some shit. You hear me? And I barely eat, contrary to popular belief. I only eat like whenever I'm in the mood. And that's rare. That's like every 2 days. Man. So yeah, I'm cool with it. Just say it now though. So we could be prepared. Because other than that, like you're talking about you're shutting off shit that most vulnerable people need, like motherfuckers like me. Insurance, like Medicaid, motherfucking so, assistance. God, dude. All right. I've already been living without money. Just say that though, so I don't have to keep fucking, stressing myself out with all this unlimited amount of paperwork that we got to do when everybody else gets free shit in a motherfucking pass. Just say that, because it would be a lot easier if they just said it. For people that like us, that live all the way at the bottom. Just say that, because I'd be more happier if you just said that. Yeah, we're fucking up everything. We're taking everything. Fuck you. You get shit. Taxes, Tabor, whatever. Yeah, pipe dream is over with. Cool. Bet. So don't be mad when I start breaking into shit. You know what I mean? Don't be mad when I start getting it how I live. You know what I mean? We're in an understanding at that point. Don't be mad when I just take it. You know what I mean? Rob, you see, I don't give a fuck. I'm a pirate. Like, you understand? Just say that so I can get in pirate mode. Because that would be understandable. This is like... Okay, hold on. Let me get it started again. The mouse is acting stupid. One more time. Hold on. I'm sorry, family.
We're still in the early hours of understanding what this means, but I think this may end up being a very big deal. Today, the Post broke news that the highest-ranking career official at Treasury, a man named David Liebrick, is leaving the U.S. government, quote, after a clash with allies of billionaire Elon Musk over access to sensitive payment systems.
See?
So Elon Musk and his team of people have reportedly been asking Treasury for access to the payment systems that the government uses to pay its bills, to pay out trillions of dollars a year across the federal government, also payments to businesses and individual households. So if you're a federal worker, before your paycheck hits your bank account, it goes through this system. Same thing if you get a Social Security check or a Medicare benefit. Payments to government contractors, tax refunds, grant recipients. You get the idea. This is basically the government's checkbook at the Treasury Department, how they pay for everything. It's so sensitive that only a few career officials actually have access to use this system. But according to the Post today, Elon Musk and his team have demanded access to it as well, which led to a dispute with a very high-ranking career official at Treasury who's now quit over this dispute, who's now resigned. The Post says it is unclear what exactly Elon Musk's team wanted to do, why they wanted access to this incredibly sensitive system. One former Treasury Department official tells the Post, quote, this payment system has never been used in a way to execute a partisan agenda. You have to really put bad intentions in place for that to be the case. I do not know enough about what this payment system does or how it works to understand the implication of it potentially being misused. But I will tell you, I've been watching enough of these red flags in the last 11 days to recognize that this is a very big one. And if the people in control of this very sensitive, very highly restricted system now do have bad intentions for what they're going to do with it, what does that mean? What is the scope of what they could do? Joining us now is Washington Post senior White House reporter Isaac Arnstorff, who's one of the reporters who broke this story. He's also the author of Finish What We Started, the MAGA Movement's Ground War to End Democracy. Mr. Arnstorff, thanks very much for being here. I know it's a really, really busy night. Let me start by asking you what kind of information, what kind of system this is, this payment system.
Well, what you said is exactly right, Rachel. This is the checkbook. This is how the government's bills get paid. And David Liebrick, as the most senior official in the Treasury Department, who was the acting Treasury Secretary until Trump's nominee was confirmed, is the expert at managing it, including managing the debt ceiling, which, as we know, is coming up really, really soon with the spending limit in danger of being breached. That is all, he's the expert on that. That's his expertise. All the payments to this is how the government pays its bills. And it's never been anything that has any political role. And Liebrick is a professional. He's worked there for many decades and through both administrations. And this isn't something that they're just making the payments that Congress authorized and that the government obligated.
And Isaac, I'll tell you, the reason I wanted to talk to you tonight, even though this is a very busy night and a lot's going on, is because I'm really spooked by the quote from the former Treasury official who says, seems to be really raising the alarms that somebody with bad intentions who wanted to use this payment system for partisan reasons could do something very alarming, could do that's something that we should really worry about. And it would seem Mr. Liebrick resigning, given all the different presidents he served, would also seem to be raising that red flag even higher, that this is something dangerous. What do you think the stakes are in terms of the misuse of this system that you're describing?
I'm not going down with that motherfucking shit.
Well, my understanding is that this dispute between him and the DOJ representative was that he wanted to know what they wanted to do with the system, and not trying to be uncooperative, but how could he be helpful? And that led to them putting him on administrative leave, and rather than that, he decided to retire. But we are still working to figure out what exactly they have in mind with trying to get access to the payment system, and if they're going to succeed in doing so. But obviously, this comes in the backdrop of what Trump appointed Elon Musk and the DOJ to do, which is root around in the federal government to look for spending cuts. And obviously also the OMB memo from earlier this week, where the administration was temporarily and to some extent still just flat out refusing to spend money that Congress appropriated and authorized to be spent because they don't want to.
Yeah, it's one thing to fight over whether or not spending is allowed to go out. It's another thing to seize the checkbook on which, by which payments are effectively made. Isaac Arnsdorf, senior White House reporter for the Washington Post. I can tell this is a story that we have not heard the end of. Thank you for helping us understand it tonight, and we look forward to talking to you about it again.
Understand it, but I would get some talk about the motherfucking what bills exactly does it pay? Either way, it sounds motherfucking treacherous and villainous, and other, I'm not opposed to embracing villainy, but he's not that motherfucker's a villain for real. What the fuck? And
the winner is MC Hammer.
Can't touch this. Yeah, that's how we living, and can't touch
crime. Why don't you think you went that way?
I would say that anybody who grew up on my block had to be tempted.
Hey folks, have you heard the latest buzz? MC Hammer just dropped a shocking bombshell aimed straight at
I guess we can listen to it because it's kind of funny.
Diddy. And let me tell you, it's got everyone talking. Picture this. Imagine the juiciest gossip you've ever heard, then multiply it by 10. Word on the street is that MC Hammer isn't holding back. He's sending a bone-chilling warning right to Diddy's doorstep. This isn't your average celebrity feud. This is where things get real. So grab your popcorn and buckle up, because we're about to dive into a scandal that's got tongues wagging and hearts racing. MC Hammer, known for his catchy tunes and flashy dance moves, had a past that wasn't all glitter and glam. Back in the day, he was considered one of the realest gangsters in the music industry. But what's the story behind this unexpected reputation, and how does it connect to his beef with Diddy? Let's rewind a bit. MC Hammer wasn't always dancing in parachute pants. He came from the streets, where survival meant getting tough. Rumor has it that Hammer had a thug past, running with crews and making his mark in the rough world of gangs. But even as he rose to fame, some say he never forgot where he came from. Despite his success, Hammer didn't shy away from calling out the shady side of the industry. He saw how artists were being used and abused, especially by big names like Diddy. Word on the street was that Diddy was destroying the industry, exploiting rappers for his gain. MC Hammer, the once gangster-turned-rapper, wasn't about to let that slide. He wasn't afraid to speak his mind and stand up for what he believed in. And when he saw Diddy's antics, he decided enough was enough. Hammer wasn't just all talk. He made moves that sent shivers down the spines of those around him. Even heavyweight figures like Suge Knight and Tupac felt the heat when Hammer stepped onto the scene. He wasn't someone you messed with lightly.
Grew up in Oakland, one of 8 kids, in a neighborhood that somebody just described to me that now looks like the streets of Beirut.
So, when rumors started swirling about Hammer and Diddy's case, it didn't come as a surprise to many. Hammer had a reputation for keeping it real, and if that meant calling out industry big shots, so be it. He wasn't going to let anyone walk all over his fellow rappers, not on his watch. But why did Hammer target Diddy specifically? Well, it's no secret that Diddy had a reputation for playing dirty. Some whispered about the shady deals and backstabbing tactics he used to climb the ladder of success. And Hammer, well, he wasn't going to sit back and watch it happen. MC Hammer, known for his hit songs and flashy dance moves, might surprise you. Many don't know that he had a reputation as a feared gangster back in the day. People say he was even scarier than Suge Knight. But why? What's his story? Let's find out.
So we thought, oh, we'll go to Church Boy. We'll go with MC Hammer, but he was the most gangster one of all. I heard about it.
MC Hammer, whose real name is Stanley Kirk Burrell, grew up in a tough neighborhood in East Oakland, California. He had a rough childhood with many siblings and faced the everyday struggles of a place filled with and crime. His parents split when he was only 5 years old, leaving his mother to raise the family alone. When people asked Hammer how he stayed away from trouble, he always said it was because he loved his mom too much to disappoint her.
This is the home that made me work hard to want to be more than just a nobody in life or be more than just another or something like that.
It's very, very tough to live in that type of an environment and survive.
As a kid, Hammer found ways to make some money. He hustled tickets from Oakland A's baseball players and resold them. His older brothers worked for the team, so he knew the sports scene well. Hammer also entertained people with dance shows in the parking lot using his trusty radio. He loved dancing and entertaining even back then. Here's where it gets interesting. One day, the team's owner, Charles Finley, saw Hammer's talent. He gave Hammer a job as a clubhouse assistant when he was just 9 years old. Hammer worked hard and impressed everyone, eventually becoming a vice president in the organization while still a teenager. Hammer got his nickname from Reggie Jackson, an outfielder for the Oakland A's. Jackson thought Hammer looked like another famous player, Hank Aaron, who was called the Hammer.
I got my nickname, the Hammer, because of my resemblance when I was very small to Hank Aaron, the Big Hammer. So everyone was calling me the Little Hammer, the guys on the Oakland A's when I was the bat boy for the Oakland A's, and I kept the name.
After high school, Hammer went to college but didn't like it much, so he joined the Navy. While in the military, Hammer and his roommate made music demos in their barracks. After serving for a few years, Hammer left the Navy with an honorable discharge and joined a gospel hip-hop group called the Holy Ghost Boys. After leaving the Navy, MC Hammer's passion for music and religion came alive again. Before becoming famous, he formed a Christian rap group called the Holy Ghost Boys with singer and musician John Gibson. They performed at various venues, including the Beverly Theater in Beverly Hills. But the group didn't last long and broke up after releasing a few songs. Determined to chase his dream, Hammer decided to take control of his destiny. Here's where it gets interesting. He asked 2 top Oakland players, Dwayne Murphy and Mike Davis, for a $20,000 loan to start his own record label. Surprisingly, they agreed, and in 1986, MC Hammer founded Busted Records. Hammer hit the streets, recruiting rappers, DJs, and dancers. Some of the talent he found included DJ Kent Lone Mixer Wilson, his hype man Kevin Big MC Wilson, and background dancers Sweet LD, Terrible T, and Lil P, who were called Oakland 357. Hammer was a tough and focused leader, pushing everyone through long rehearsals. He brought the discipline he learned in the Navy to his team, making sure they were always on point. Hammer once said, "We have to stay disciplined to reach our goals. I feel like a strict dad on tour because I never want to call someone's parents with bad news." That same year, 1986, Hammer recorded his first single, Ring 'Em, with Felton Pilot. the frontman of the recently disbanded Con-Funk Shun. They recorded his first full-length album in Pilot's basement studio, and the rest, as they say, is history. In August 1986, MC Hammer's debut album, Feel My Power, was released by his own record label, Busted Records. This was a big deal for Hammer and his wife, Stephanie, who worked very hard to get the album noticed. They pushed it to local DJs and sold singles out of the trunk of their car. Their hard work paid off, especially with the single Ring 'Em, which became a hit in dance clubs around the San Francisco Bay Area. Thanks to their tireless street marketing, they managed to sell an impressive 60,000 copies of the album. Here's where it gets interesting. Major record labels started to notice Hammer's success. Soon enough, Capitol Records came knocking on his door. This was a huge opportunity for Hammer. Fab Five Freddy from Yo MTV Raps even featured Hammer, asking him how he got started. Hammer explained that he was from Oakland, also known as Oaktown. He made demo tapes and showed them to record companies. Though they liked his tapes, they didn't have enough money to support him. Some of Hammer's friends from the Oakland A's baseball team, Mike Davis and Dwayne Murphy, invested money in him. With their help, Hammer started his own label, and it worked out well. Capitol Records eventually signed him, and that's when things really started to take off. In 1988, Hammer signed a multi-album deal with Capitol Records for a staggering $10 million. He received an advance of $1.75 million and invested $750,000 back into Busted Records. He reissued Feel My Power with additional tracks, selling over 2 million copies. Hammer then released Let's Get It Started on September 28, 1988, featuring hit singles like Pump It Up, Turn This Mother Out, and They Put Me in the Mix. These songs all landed on the charts. Now, here's where it gets juicy. 2 years later, in 1990, Hammer released the album Please Hammer Don't Hurt 'Em, which included the mega hit single You Can't Touch This. The success of this album was phenomenal, catapulting Hammer to legendary status. Please Hammer Don't Hurt 'Em sold an unbelievable 22 million copies. It's hard to overstate how big this made Hammer in the music world. He went from selling records out of his car to becoming a global superstar. MC Hammer was everywhere in the late 80s and early 90s. You couldn't turn on the TV without seeing him in music videos, commercials, movies, and even cartoons. Hammer was a huge star, known for his catchy songs and energetic dance moves. His album, Please Hammer Don't Hurt 'Em, was a massive hit and marked the start of his rise to hip-hop fame. With hits like You Can't Touch This, he became a household name. Everywhere you looked, Hammer was there. He was famous not just for his music, but also for his flashy outfits and signature parachute pants. He even insured his legs for $10 million, showing how much he valued his dance moves. Hammer kept releasing albums that people loved, and it seemed like he was on top of the world. However, here is where it gets interesting. Despite his success, Hammer faced a lot of criticism. Some people in the media and the music industry didn't think he was a real rapper. They saw him as an entertainer, not an artist. Hammer himself said he didn't just rap, he entertained. This made some hardcore hip-hop fans and artists question his authenticity. Hammer's clean-cut image and choreographed dances made him look different from the typical tough guy rappers of the time. He wore colorful outfits and danced around with a big smile, which didn't fit the rough-and-tumble image of many other rappers. This made some people see him as soft and easy to diss. While Hammer was dancing on stage, he had a tough side that many people didn't know about. Hammer and his family had deep connections in Oakland, where they were linked to Felix Mitchell, a notorious lord. Mitchell led the 69 Mob, a criminal organization that made millions from selling drugs. Hammer grew up in the area controlled by Mitchell, and his family was surrounded by gangsters. When some rappers decided to diss Hammer, they didn't realize he had strong ties to powerful street figures in Oakland. Rumor has it that despite his fun-loving image, Hammer was no pushover. He made sure people knew not to mess with him, using his connections to protect his reputation. At the peak of his career, Hammer was said to be making over $1 million a month, but fame and fortune didn't last forever. As quickly as he rose to stardom, his popularity began to decline. Critics and financial troubles started to overshadow his success. But even though his time at the top was brief, MC Hammer remains a memorable figure in the world of hip-hop, and he didn't take any S from anyone who he felt disrespected by. Back in 1987, MC Hammer mentioned LL Cool J in his song Let's Get It Started. 3 years later, in 1990, LL Cool J responded with a diss track called To the Break of Dawn. This song took shots at Kool Moe Dee, MC Hammer, and Ice-T. In the second verse, LL Cool J rapped some harsh lines aimed at MC Hammer, calling him an amateur and making fun of his hairstyle. When MC Hammer heard LL Cool J's remarks, he didn't take them lightly. Rumor has it that Hammer sent some of his crew to confront LL Cool J after one of his shows. An argument broke out, and it's said that LL Cool J got punched in the face. However, not long after, Hammer and LL Cool J met up, talked things out, and resolved their issues. They managed to get back on good terms. While the beef between LL Cool J and MC Hammer settled down quickly, things got really juicy with another rapper. Third Bass, a rap group, got involved because they didn't like how MC Hammer dissed Run DMC, who had paved the way for many rappers. In their song, The Cactus, Third Bass dissed MC Hammer by saying, "The cactus turned Hammer's mother out." This was a play on words with Hammer's album title, Turn This Mother Out. But Hammer didn't see it as a joke. He took it as a serious insult to his mother. Things got even more intense when Third Bass traveled to Los Angeles to promote their album. Rumor has it that MC Hammer's brother called Def Jam's CEO, Russell Simmons, that Third Bass would die as soon as they arrived in LA. Allegedly, there was a $50,000 bounty on their heads, and the Rolling 60s Crips gang was hired to carry out the hit. MC Search from Third Bass confirmed that he was a special target. He heard from Eric B., another rapper, that the hit was real. When Russell Simmons asked how to stop it, Eric B. supposedly said to let it happen and hung up the phone. In the end, they managed to avoid any harm, but it showed just how serious and dangerous rap beefs could get back in the day. These feuds between rappers like MC Hammer, LL Cool J, and Third Bass weren't just about music. They often involved real-life confrontations and threats. It was a wild time in hip-hop history, full of drama and intense rivalries. When it comes to the wild world of hip-hop, things can get real dicey real quick. Take MC Hammer and Ice Cube, for instance. Back in the day, these two heavyweights weren't exactly on each other's Christmas card list. It all started with a music video. Cube dropped one where he kinda sorta dissed Hammer, hinting he'd sold out. Not the kind of thing you say to a guy like Hammer without expecting some serious backlash. So, what does Hammer do? He hears Cube's hanging out at some Hollywood joint, and he's not about to let this slide. He rounds up his crew and storms the place like he's on a mission. And guess what? He finds Cube just as he's making his exit. Talk about perfect timing. Hammer's not one to beat around the bush. He straight up asks Cube about the video. Cube's probably sweating bullets at this point, but he keeps his cool. He promises it won't happen again. Crisis averted, right? Well, not quite. See, in the rap game, once beef starts cooking, it's hard to put out the flames. Hammer might have backed down this time, but that doesn't mean he's letting bygones be bygones.
Right.
And Cube? He's probably watching his back for the foreseeable future. But that's just one chapter in the saga of hip-hop feuds. Let's rewind a bit and talk about MC Search. Dude's out signing autographs at a mall when some trouble comes knocking. Lucky for him, his buddy Pookie steps in like a hero straight out of the movies. But instead of counting his blessings, Search decides to turn up the heat, calling out MC Hammer on live radio. Next thing you know, threats are flying left and right, and Search and his crew are running for their lives. It's like something straight out of a gangster flick. But hey, that's the rap game for you. 1 minute you're on top of the world, the next you're dodging bullets. And then there's a legendary tale about a clash between MC Hammer and Redman. It's like a showdown in the Wild West, only with rhymes and beats instead of slingers. Back in 1992, Redman, the rap artist, released his album, What the Album. But the real drama unfolded in the intro track called Funky Uncles. There, you can hear two folks chatting about MC Hammer. One person is all praises for him, while the other is like, what's the big deal? Things get spicy when the doubter says, he ain't nobody, and even throws in a sassy, your mama ain't your daddy ain't nobody. But hold on to your hats, because the story doesn't end there. When MC Hammer caught wind of these words, he wasn't about to let it slide. Nope, not one bit. He made sure to show up when Redman was in town. And let me tell you, when he confronted Redman, it wasn't just for a friendly chat. Nah, it was serious business. MC Hammer laid it straight. Don't talk about my mama. And you better believe Redman got the message loud and clear. But here's where things get really interesting. This ain't just about a rap feud. It's about looking beyond the surface. See, a lot of folks laugh at MC Hammer for his money troubles. But what they don't see is his big heart. Even when he was on top of the world, he never forgot his people. He put food on their tables, paid them hefty salaries, and even hired his own family to work with him. MC Hammer's story is a mix of hard work, talent, and a bit of mystery. He went from a tough childhood to a successful music career, all while keeping people guessing about his true nature. Whether he was a feared gangster or just a talented artist who knew how to handle himself, MC Hammer remains an intriguing figure in the world of music. So, the next time you hear MC Hammer's name, remember this. He may have started from the bottom, but he rose to the top with a fierce determination. And when it came to defending his fellow rappers, he wasn't afraid to throw down with the best of them. That's the real story behind the man who went from thug past to industry defender.
I'm like, but what do you say this fucking Diddy? Like, you totally fucking forgot about that. Like,
today, the United States informed us they will be imposing 25% tariffs on Canadian exports to the United States and 10% on Canadian energy. A decision that, should they elect to proceed with, should take effect on Tuesday, February 4th. Cette décision met en péril une relation économique historique. Une relation qui a été la source de tellement de richesses, de prospérité et de possibilités des deux côtés de la frontière. Tonight, first, I want to speak directly to Americans, our closest friends and neighbors. This is a choice that, yes, will harm Canadians, but beyond that, it will have real consequences for you, the American people. As I have consistently said, tariffs against Canada will put your jobs at risk, potentially shutting down American auto assembly plants and other manufacturing facilities. They will raise costs for you, including food at the grocery stores and gas at the pump. They will impede your access to an affordable supply of vital goods crucial for U.S. security, such as nickel, potash, uranium, steel, and aluminum. They will violate the free trade agreement that the President and I, along with our Mexican partner, negotiated and signed a few years ago. But it doesn't have to be this way. As President John F. Kennedy said many years ago, geography has made us neighbors, history has made us friends, economics has made us partners, and necessity has made us allies. That rang true for many decades prior to President Kennedy's time in office and in the decades since. From the beaches of Normandy to the mountains of the Korean Peninsula, from the fields of Flanders to the streets of Kandahar, we have fought and died alongside you. During your darkest hours, during the Iranian hostage crisis, those 444 days we've worked around the clock from our embassy to get your innocent compatriots home. During the summer of 2005, when Hurricane Katrina ravaged your great city of New Orleans, or mere weeks ago, when we sent water bombers to tackle the wildfires in California. During the day the world stood still, September 11th, 2001, when we provided refuge to stranded passengers and planes, we were always there, standing with you, grieving with you, the American people. Together, we've built the most successful economic, military, and security partnership the world has ever seen. A relationship that has been the envy of the world. Yes, we've had our differences in the past, but we've always found a way to get past them. As I've said before, if President Trump wants to usher in a new golden age for the United States, the better path is to partner with Canada, not to punish us. Canada has critical minerals, reliable and affordable energy, stable democratic institutions, shared values, and the natural resources you need. Canada has the ingredients necessary to build a booming and secure partnership for the North American economy, and we stand at the ready to work together. Let's take a moment to talk about our shared border. Our border is already safe and secure, but there's always more work to do. Less than 1% of fentanyl, less than 1% of illegal crossings into the United States come from Canada. But hearing concerns from both Canadians and Americans, including the American president himself, we're taking action. We launched a $1.3 billion border plan that is already showing results, because we too are devastated by the scourge that is fentanyl, a drug that has torn apart communities and caused so much pain and torment for countless families across Canada, just like in the United States. A drug that we too want to see wiped from the face of this earth. A drug whose traffickers must be punished. As neighbors, we must work collaboratively to fix this. Unfortunately, the actions taken today by the White House split us apart instead of bringing us together. Tonight, I am announcing Canada will be responding to the U.S. trade action with 25% tariffs against $155 billion worth of American goods. This will include immediate tariffs on $30 billion worth of goods as of Tuesday, followed by further tariffs on $125 billion worth of American products in 21 days' time to allow Canadian companies and supply chains to seek to find alternatives. Ce soir, j'annonce la réplique du Canada. Des tarifs douaniers de 25% sur 155 milliards de dollars de marchandises américaines. Dès mardi, 30 milliards de dollars de produits américains vont être touchés par ces tarifs et dans 21 jours, pour donner le temps aux compagnies canadiennes de trouver des options alternatives, ce sera le cas pour 125 milliards de dollars de marchandises de plus. Like the American tariffs, our response will also be far-reaching and include everyday items such as American beer, wine, and bourbon, fruits and fruit juices, including orange juice, along with vegetables, perfume, clothing, and shoes, and dollars worth of American goods.
My name is
This will include immediate tariffs on $30 billion worth of goods as of Tuesday, followed by further tariffs on $125 billion worth of American products in 21 days' time to allow Canadian companies and supply chains to seek to find alternatives. Ce soir, j'annonce la réplique du Canada. Des tarifs douaniers de 25% sur 155 milliards de dollars de marchandises américaines. Dès mardi, 30 milliards de dollars de produits américains vont être touchés par ces tarifs et dans 21 jours, pour donner le temps aux compagnies canadiennes de trouver des options alternatives, ce sera le cas pour 125 milliards de dollars de marchandises de plus. Like the American tariffs, our response will also be far-reaching and include everyday items such as American beer, wine, and bourbon, fruits and fruit juices, including orange juice, along with vegetables, perfume, clothing, and shoes. It'll include major consumer products like household appliances, furniture, and sports equipment, and materials like lumber and plastics, along with much, much more. And as part of our response, we are considering, with the provinces and territories, several non-tariff measures, including some relating to critical minerals, energy, procurement, and other partnerships. We will stand strong for Canada. We will stand strong to ensure our countries continue to be the best neighbors in the world. With all that said, I also want to speak directly to Canadians in this moment. I'm sure many of you are anxious, but I want you to know we are all in this together. The Canadian government, Canadian businesses, Canadian organized labor, Canadian civil society, Canada's premiers, and tens of millions of Canadians from coast to coast to coast are aligned and united. This is Team Canada at its best. Plus tôt aujourd'hui, j'ai parlé avec les premiers ministres de toutes nos provinces et territoires. On est unis et solidaires. Ils ont tous appuyé notre approche. On est aussi alignés pour faire tomber les obstacles qui freinent le commerce entre nos provinces et territoires et rendre ça plus facile pour les consommateurs de choisir des produits de chez nous. Il y a quelques minutes, je me suis entretenu avec Mme Sheinbaum, la présidente du Mexique, notre autre partenaire nord-américain qui a lui aussi été la cible de tarifs douaniers aujourd'hui. On s'est engagé à travailler ensemble pour y faire face. Il s'agit d'une menace qui vise l'ensemble du pays et ça m'a fait chaud au cœur de voir autant de nos leaders répondre à l'appel et s'engager pour qu'aucun Canadien ne soit laissé pour compte. Notre gouvernement va être là pour les Canadiens, on va être là pour vous, mais en même temps, j'ai quelque chose à vous demander. Je vous demande d'être solidaires les uns des autres. Beaucoup d'entre nous vont être affectés par tout ça et vont vivre des moments difficiles. Je vous demande d'être là les uns pour les autres, d'être là pour vos amis, vos voisins et vos compatriotes. D'un océan à l'autre, les Canadiens sont très différents. On parle de... Unfortunately, the actions taken today by the White House split us apart instead of bringing us together. Tonight, I am announcing Canada will be responding to the U.S. trade action with 25% tariffs against $155 billion worth of American goods. This will include immediate tariffs on $30 billion worth of goods as of Tuesday, followed by further tariffs on $125 billion worth of American products in 21 days' time to allow Canadian companies and supply chains to seek to find alternatives. Ce soir, j'annonce la réplique du Canada. Des tarifs douaniers de 25% sur 155 milliards de dollars de marchandises américaines. Dès mardi, 30 milliards de dollars de produits américains vont être touchés par ces tarifs et dans 21 jours, pour donner le temps aux compagnies canadiennes de trouver des options alternatives, ce sera le cas pour 125 milliards de dollars de marchandises de plus. Like the American tariffs, our response will also be far-reaching and include everyday items such as American beer, wine, and bourbon, fruits and fruit juices, including orange juice, along with vegetables, perfume, clothing, and shoes. It'll include major consumer products like household appliances, furniture, and sports equipment, and materials like lumber and plastics, along with much, much more. And as part of our response, we are considering, with the provinces and territories, several non-tariff measures, including some relating to critical minerals, energy, procurement, and other partnerships. We will stand strong for Canada. We will stand strong to ensure our countries continue to be the best neighbors in the world. With all that said, I also want to speak directly to Canadians in this moment. I'm sure many of you are anxious, but I want you to know we are all in this together. The Canadian government, Canadian businesses, Canadian organized labor, Canadian civil society, Canada's premiers, and tens of millions of Canadians from coast to coast to coast are aligned and united. This is Team Canada at its best. Plus tôt aujourd'hui, j'ai parlé avec les premiers ministres de toutes nos provinces et territoires. On est unis et solidaires. Ils ont tous appuyé notre approche. On est aussi alignés pour faire tomber les obstacles qui freinent le commerce entre nos provinces et territoires et rendre ça plus facile pour les consommateurs de choisir des produits de chez nous. Il y a quelques minutes, je me suis entretenu avec Mme Sheinbaum, la présidente du Mexique, notre autre partenaire nord-américain, qui a lui aussi été la cible de tarifs douaniers aujourd'hui. On s'est engagé à travailler ensemble pour y faire face. Il s'agit d'une menace qui vise l'ensemble du pays, et ça m'a fait chaud au cœur de voir autant de nos leaders répondre à l'appel et s'engager pour qu'aucun Canadien ne soit laissé pour compte. Notre gouvernement va être là pour les Canadiens, on va être là pour vous, mais en même temps, j'ai quelque chose à vous demander. Je vous demande d'être solidaires les uns des autres. Beaucoup d'entre nous vont être affectés par tout ça et vont vivre des moments difficiles. Je vous demande d'être là les uns pour les autres, d'être là pour vos amis, vos voisins et vos compatriotes. D'un océan à l'autre, les Canadiens sont très différents. On parle de différentes langues, on a de différentes croyances, on a de différentes opinions, de différentes idées. Mais quand on reste unis, on puise notre force dans cette différence. And now is also the time to choose Canada. There are many ways for you to do your part. It might mean checking the labels at the supermarket and picking Canadian-made products. It might mean opting for Canadian rye over Kentucky bourbon, or foregoing Florida orange juice altogether. It might mean changing your summer vacation plans to stay here in Canada and explore the many national and provincial parks, historical sites, and tourist destinations our great country has to offer. C'est le temps de choisir des produits d'ici et d'appuyer des entreprises d'ici, d'appuyer nos producteurs agricoles, nos manufacturiers, nos travailleurs, nos entrepreneurs, nos artistes. It might mean doing all of these things or finding your own way to stand up for Canada. In this moment, we must pull together because we love this country. We pride ourselves on braving the cold during the long winter months. We don't like to beat our chests, but we're always out there waving the maple leaf loudly and proudly to celebrate an Olympic gold medal. On a notre propre identité, notre propre histoire et nos propres valeurs. Les Canadiens sont accueillants, ouverts, novateurs, ambitieux. On préfère régler nos disputes avec diplomatie, mais on est prêt à se battre quand c'est nécessaire. Canada is home to bountiful resources, breathtaking beauty, and a proud people who've come from every corner of the globe to forge a nation with a unique identity worth embracing and celebrating.
What does that mean, Trudeau, for us?
We don't pretend to be perfect. Canada is the best country on earth. There's nowhere else that I and our 41 million strong family would rather be. And we will get through this challenge, just as we've done countless times before, together.
He's like, man, he said, we're going to be all right. Fuck y'all. You can go with that route. But he's like,
I think I'm alone in this group. I think I'm kind of afraid to be alone in this group.
It's to do your
I surveyed these people.
What does that
I
mean?
focus grouped them. And they are really, really tired of being accused of either racism or sexism because they voted for Donald Trump. And it's one of the reasons why so many of them did. I sat on this stage with you and got chewed out when I suggested there's a a better language to reach out to voters, that the Harris campaign is missing what they're looking for. And I say the same thing here. Americans just want to be Americans, not hyphenated Americans, not female Americans, Black Americans, Jewish Americans. They just want to be Americans.
How do you think it makes people feel, Black people, women, any person who has immutable characteristics about themselves, to be told every time that something happens that because they exist in a particular role, it is their fault? How does it make them feel?
How does it make people feel when they're told that they're a racist?
No. I mean, answer. But answer my question.
I am, because these are predetermined considerations.
But no.
You were going
You're
to
assuming. You're telling me I'm.
Do you want an
calling
answer?
Well, you're not answering my question. You're telling me.
Yes, I'm trying to.
You were
No, you're
telling
not.
me
Actually,
that
Your response is in bad faith. I mean, what she is saying is something you're not responding to, because it doesn't address why Donald Trump immediately went to DEI as an explanation without any evidence whatsoever for what looks to be an inexcusable and certainly a very devastating and tragic plane and helicopter crash a couple of days ago. And instead, you pivot to talking about how terrible it is that some people who voted for Donald Trump are being called racist and sexist. You're refusing to grapple with the central tension.
Understanding.
It's an option.
Hold on.
Frank, it's an
because
option
my
for
understanding
Trump.
is of the voter.
Frank,
that is what I do.
It is an option.
What about the
for Donald-
immorality
hold on.
and the incompetence
Frank,
of
it's an
blaming
option for
DEI
Donald
for what
Trump.
happened?
You guys can all jump on me. That's
No.
fine.
I'm not jumping on you. I'm trying to have a conversation with you. Okay, look, it is an option for Donald Trump to respect his voters and not scapegoat race in a situation like that. He chooses not to every time. Why?
He is saying, and I do not defend him, and I've not defended him on this program, because there are things that are more important than Republican and Democrat. And it's why some people lost primaries and some people are not members of Congress anymore. I'm trying to tell you the truth.
Well, look, you don't have to
I'm
listen.
not-
I just won my
Hold
primary,
on,
but you don't have to lecture
Mondare,
me.
hold on,
Let me
Mondare. Let me let him
I mean, if you're gonna throw shots, I'm
Mondare, just a second. Let me let him finish.
I don't think he was doing that, but go ahead.
This is why this show is such a challenge for me, because I really am. And I've been on this show and criticized him many times. I've been on this show and praised him. In the end, how do we get beyond how we look? How do we get beyond how we sound? Because in the end, we all have a right to a point of view, and I respect yours.
Yeah, I just don't respect the gaslighting and the bad faith conversation.
I
That's all.
also think you
So-
cannot talk about getting beyond all of those things, race, hyphens, whatever it is, when at the highest offices of the land, you have someone saying, because there is diversity, there is a lack of merit, there is a lack of quality, there is a lack of experience. That is a racist view, that people who have characteristics that they cannot change about them, that don't tell you anything about their intellect, about their experience, are by definition not experienced. Do you understand that?
I do, because I listen to this, I hear this, and I internalize it. And for those who feel like they're being marginalized, we have to do more. I agree with you.
It's not even just about being marginalized. It's just
But
about recognizing
I
that.
just said I agree with you.
I know. I'm saying, but look, I'm
You're
not
not
trying to
gonna
use
hear me.
academic. I'm not trying to use academic language to talk about this. I'm just saying that there are people. Look, a couple days ago, there was a Harvard-educated Olympic track star was told that she wasn't qualified to have gone to Harvard, that she was basically a DEI admit to Harvard. I mean, that just from a human
Yes, that's
perspective,
wrong.
that is
We
wrong.
all agree
right?
that's wrong.
May I ask you a question
We
about
all
this?
agree with that, but there's nothing I can say to you on this panel for any of you that's going to satisfy
No.
you.
May I ask you a question
And
about
that's
this?
the problem.
So you're saying Americans felt alienated by the way Democrats talked about
And-
some of these things.
Yes.
Okay. But do you think that this is the antidote? That I think that's the question here. I mean, you can be critical of terms that Democrats have used, but it's not clear to me how this approach is better. In fact, it seems exponentially worse to be scapegoating, whether it's hyphenated Americans or otherwise, any group of Americans for this tragedy, to be purging government data from websites under the guise of DEI and rooting out wokeness. I guess that's where I think there's a bit of a disconnect here. It's
I
like,
agree with you.
okay.
I was like, I didn't believe it.
I agree with you.
I look.
And you're probably surprised. That's the goal in all of this. How do we get to the point when you're judged
Look,
by our merit, when
the
you're
real
judged by
question
our performance. I've
what
had
is
two experiences.
diversity,
Number one is my house
inclusion
almost burned down in Brentwood.
you
I wasn't even there to see it.
and that way they can
And I
all
want the
be
best
accepted.
people possible to be on the front lines fighting that fire. I landed 55 minutes before this plane landed. I could have been on it. So I feel it. I hear this and I get it. And you're correct and you're correct. The question is, do we beat up on it and yell about it and complain? Or do we try to get a solution? Do we try to get beyond it? And the problem is, there's nothing I can say that's going to convince you.
But in order for us to get beyond it, Donald Trump and the woke right, they have to stop talking about it. The reason that we're talking about it is because it was a deliberate decision that the Trump administration made. I would much rather be talking about the economy and some of the other things that I know that the Donald Trump administration is going to do, but we're not in the now second week of the Trump administration. We are ending it talking about DEI because this was a decision that they made.
And to be clear, our discussion of it is not out of nowhere. It's not something we created out of whole cloth. It doesn't mean that we're harping on something that the American people would rather we not talk about. It is responding directly to something that happened.
And the only person who to your point, injected race into this is Donald Trump. We could be having a very normal investigation into a national tragedy, comforting these families. But this is the conversation that not only do they want to have, but they are making it the only conversation around what happened here. And that is not just wrong from a moral perspective, but it's also a missed opportunity to keep Americans safe.
Well, both the president and Secretary Hegseth, I believe, said in that press conference in the briefing room that elevation was probably the issue here. It seems to be the case with the helicopter. And to your point, I mean, they were likely right in the moment, immediately after. And here it has been completely hijacked by something else. I do think, though,
it's just a nice use of the passive
Can I
tense.
just say one thing about that? Just because we just had a whole conversation about this crash, the elevation is a fact, right? They were at the wrong elevation. The question is, and what the investigation will find out, is what actually caused that to happen. And yes, he did say, "Oh, the elevation is the problem," but then he said it's because of DEI and because of a lack of standards as a result of diversity initiatives. So Trump is diagnosing the problem by saying that the blame is actually on this thing that we don't know had anything at all to do with it.
right, which is the part where I said then he hijacked the point that he was trying to make about the elevation. But Frank, you're the master of language, so you probably have a better way of articulating this than I do. The conversation that I do think needs to be taking place in this country, and unfortunately Donald Trump uses DEI as the euphemism for it, is we have lowered standards across the board. We have lowered standards across the board in the name of entertainment, in the name of whatever, and it's happening. It's happening in education, it's happening in sports, it's happening in the workplace, and that is a conversation that I think is legitimate and needs to be had.
All right.
Here at home.
Okay. Party that the other, but
I get back with, can you, okay, hello, excuse me. Election cycle, you do not. These particular. And Democrats are still taking money from the arsonists. Would you have done anything differently? No, I'm sorry. Everyone.
excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. Party that the other, but
I get back with, can you, okay, hello, excuse me. Election cycle, you do not. These particular. And Democrats are still taking money from the arsonists. Would you have done anything differently? No, I'm sorry. Everyone.
excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah, this comes low.
Hey,
I am speaking, and I would love your attention. There is a Black woman at this podium, and I deserve your attention.
Well, the Democrat Party held their first public event since their humiliating election loss to Donald J. Trump, and it did not disappoint. During the DNC chair election, instead of giving an opening statement, this lady chose to do this.
And we'll begin with the opening statements. Each candidate will have 30 seconds.
It is my desire to be the next DNC chair, and I just want to give you all a little bit of something that's been on my heart here over the last couple of days. You fight on, you fight on, you fight on, you fight on. When your government is doing you wrong, you fight on, oh, you fight on.
Wow, she really turned an opening statement into amateur night at the Apollo. Hats off. And if you were wondering whether the Democrats learned anything from the last the last 8 years, here's your answer.
Hey, I am speaking, and I would love your attention. There is a Black woman at this podium, and I deserve your attention like the 11 people who went before me. Yes, I am speaking.
So they're doubling down on the I am speaking line. Excellent. If there's one thing voters love, it's being talked to like they're in preschool smuggling snacks during nap time.
In this round. So I'm going to have a show of hands. How many of you believe that racism and misogyny played a role in Vice President Harris's defeat? Okay. So that's good. You all passed.
Awkward laugh there at the end. So yes, that is their official explanation for their humiliating election loss, and they are sticking to it. Do you hear that? It's the sound of J.D. Vance winning in 2028. But don't worry, the Democrats are reaching out to everyone, all sorts of new voters, mainly the non-binary.
Rules specify that when we have...
Would you have done anything differently? I'm sorry. Everyone.
Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am.
Hey, I am speaking, and I would love your attention. There is a Black woman at this podium, and I deserve your attention.
Well, the Democrat Party held their first public event since their humiliating election loss to Donald J. Trump, and it did not disappoint. During the DNC chair election, instead of giving an opening statement, this lady chose to do this.
And we'll begin with the opening statements. Each candidate will have 30 seconds.
It is my desire to be the next DNC chair, and I just want to give you all a little bit of something that's been on my heart here over the last couple of days. You fight on, you fight on, you fight on, you fight on. When your government is doing you wrong, you fight on, oh, you fight on.
Wow, she really turned an opening statement into amateur night at the Apollo. Hats off. And if you were wondering whether the Democrats learned anything from the last the last 8 years, here's your answer.
Hey, I am speaking, and I would love your attention. There is a Black woman at this podium, and I deserve your attention like the 11 people who went before me. Yes, I am speaking.
So they're doubling down on the I am speaking line. Excellent. If there's one thing voters love, it's being talked to like they're in preschool smuggling snacks during nap time.
In this round. So I'm going to have a show of hands. How many of you believe that racism and misogyny played a role in Vice President Harris's defeat? Okay. So that's good. You all passed.
Awkward laugh there at the end. So yes, that is their official explanation for their humiliating election loss, and they are sticking to it. Do you hear that? It's the sound of J.D. Vance winning in 2028. But don't worry, the Democrats are reaching out to everyone, all sorts of new voters, mainly the non-binary.
Rules specify that when we have a gender non-binary candidate or officer,
He stuttered.
the non-binary individual is counted as neither male nor female, and the remaining 6 offices must be gender balanced. In order to be gender balanced, we must elect one male, one female, and one person of any gender.
Are we supposed to believe this dude is on board with the multiple genders BS? He's stuttering so much he can barely get it out.
We must elect
Yes, the Democrats are trying to expand back into being a Big Tent organization. They tried to win over voters by reminding them that they are imperialist thieves living on stolen land.
And recognize that our country was built on indigenous lands and hope.
Was the speech produced by the late, great David Lynch? No offense, but it sounds like he's speaking backwards. But the event wasn't a total bust. Some did have jokes.
Sorry I was late. I got pulled over for a DEI on my way over. We need a big tent.
I think he thought that joke was going to kill, but he should have waited for the camera to pan in on his Jerry curl mullet. Way funnier. But here's what you really came for. The event was a complete disaster, a total shit show. Every time the Democrats hold any kind of event, you remember those rallies, the Kamala rallies during the campaign, during the election.
Everyone's voice matters, but I am speaking now.
They cannot get through a single speech, a single event without members of their base screaming at them. For a party that really wanted to defund the police, boy, they sure are glad that the police are there to save them from their own voters.
I'm going to kick off our questioning tonight. And I will just have you know, we are going to ask the questions from this stage. There will be a moment where we will take questions from the audience, but I would ask. Thank you so much. We appreciate your enthusiasm. We are going to ask the questions from this stage. We'll ask that you please take a seat.
This is a question we're going to ask.
No. All right, we're going to ask that question. We understand. We understand that there are many issues that people are very passionate about, and we are going to endeavor to get to all of those tonight. I will note that candidates will have 90 seconds to answer each question. And again, we won't ask everyone.
So one of the protesters was shouting about getting billionaires out of our elections. Of course, the Democrats outspent Trump 2-1. And we're sitting there. I watched the whole event, so you didn't have to. We're sitting there talking about getting dark money and PAC money out of our elections. So if you thought that was bad, they were just getting started.
I want to take a look back to the last election cycle. You do not, pardon me. Thank you all so much. We appreciate, we appreciate your enthusiasm, and we have a number of questions we'd like to get to. If you would please take a seat, ma'am.
Okay, did you hear that protester said, I have a question, and Simone Sanders said, no, you don't, and then said, we appreciate your enthusiasm, we appreciate that you're here, blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, you already said, no, you don't. She could not help herself, and it only gets worse from here. Keep watching.
If you're willing to stay silent, we would love to have you stay. But we have a number of questions that we're going to ask. And please, you all don't know what we're asking. No one has seen our questions on this stage. Give us an opportunity to get the questions from these candidates and the answers.
They have to reassure their own audience, their own Democrat Party diehard audience at an internal DNC event that the candidates have not been given the questions in advance because they've come under so much fire for cheating and rigging their own primaries in the last 8 years. Hilarious.
That we all know you want. I see my Sunrise family over here. Give us an opportunity to ask the questions, please. Thank you.
And so you can see the cops right there escorting the protester out, the first protester.
As I was saying.
Like, it's just done to keep up crazy.
Dr. Hathaway,
But there's look, when you're being extremely disruptive and you're not even you can't even hear your question or whatever the fuck you're talking about. Yeah, you're being like a little, you can come back when you calm down. Like, that's anywhere. Anywhere. You know what I mean? Like, that's anywhere. Granted, nobody gives a fuck about what's going on with the Democrats. You know what I mean? Let's see. I guess she was thinking. Yeah, I know. I was like, man, now we're just doing anything in elections, huh? Like, anything goes. This is not like for a motherfucker that want to run for office. This is 4 examples, of how to behave, right? And I was like, she could have just said it without seeing it because it was horrible. Like, It was horrible. Like, no, stop it, lady. But you're just making an ass out of yourself. You're making a mockery of whatever the fuck they're doing. You know what I mean? Whatever they're asking. Like, have we even heard anything asked yet? Aside from this fucking Karen fucking speaking? Like, what does they fucking ask yet? I'm just laughing about the signer. Every time, you know, the black woman speaking is a white signer. I'm laughing about that. You know? But in hindsight, if you can't behave yourself or you can't conduct yourself normally, you know, like, and you notice it is motherfucking white people acting out. Yeah. Do they have a right to be angry? I don't think it's more than us. No. You know what I mean? Calm the fuck down, though. There's a way to do this. You can't just be like hysterically fucking angry. You're not really doing yourself a favor. You're not. How can they hear you when you're being hysterical? You know what I mean? Yeah. Right. And so I'm like, it is. And I'm like, God damn, like this little DNC election or whatever they're doing right here. It's like, granted, dude, the Democrats should know they're fucking up, but ultimately, this is like the thing that me and Jesse were just saying, was like, watch both parties just burn to the ground. It's like, damn, did we call it or did we call it? We could give two fucks. It's kind of like that. But this is like, this has got to be some sort of decorum with the public. And we've seen it, like, we'll see it today. You know, because Jesse shows the motherfucking city council, right? So lately, it's been performative. It's theatrical. So how can we be taken serious? Like, I'm like, look at everybody's laughing at us. The country as a whole. You know what I mean? But this kind of shit, I'm laughing at it. Like, how can you take it seriously? They didn't learn shit. The Republicans, nobody's learning shit, and nobody has any power or control over nothing. And yeah, get the motherfucker. What the fuck you have security for if you're not gonna use them? She can come back in when she could, you know, conduct herself better. Like, damn. You know? Just have a little bit of, like, you know, manners or something. Just sit the fuck down.
That's the same question to you. Would you have done anything differently? No, I'm sorry. Everyone, please. We cannot. I am going to ask.
At an internal DNC event, the candidates have not been given the questions in advance because they've come under so much fire for cheating and rigging their own primaries in the last 8 years. Hilarious.
That we all know you want. I see my Sunrise family over here. Give us an opportunity to ask the questions, please. Thank you.
And so you can see the cops right there escorting the protester out, the first protester.
As I was saying. Dr. Hathaway, I would ask the same question to you. Would you have done anything differently? No, I'm sorry. Everyone, please. We cannot. I am going to ask.
Okay, so the lady who chose to sing instead of giving an opening statement, even she's sitting there like, this is unprofessional.
Everyone, please. We cannot. I am going to ask if the audience would please give us an opportunity to ask the questions. And if you are not going to give us an opportunity to ask the questions, we are going to simply ask you to leave. We will not be able to get through this evening. We will not be able to get through this evening if you all continue to interrupt. And we are running out of time in this forum. Again, I would ask if
the protesters said, our planet is running out of time. And Simone Sanders hits back, not going to lie, kind of a fire line. And we're running out of time in this forum. As you will see, she was not handling these people well and ended up having a complete meltdown.
If anyone else feels the need to disrupt, please stand up and do it right now. I want to give you your opportunity. I want to give you your opportunity. Do it right now. Do it. That being said, I hope we don't see any more disruptions. I'm so sorry, Dr. Hathaway. Please answer the question. I want to ask specifically about something that came up. We're going to continue to go forward. I want to ask specifically about something that came up during the election. And I will direct this question to you, Governor O'Malley, and to you, Mr. Martin. We're going to continue to go forward. about 1/3 of Donald Trump's advertising, campaign advertising in October of 2004. Pardon me. Well, wait a second.
I'm not even wait. I'd be like, okay, go ahead and do your job. What are you paying for?
You all work for millionaires or working people? You work for millionaires, you got
They
people
got,
like
yeah.
me. Raise your hand if you work for
You
millionaires.
don't know the other side.
Okay, so initially Simone Sanders was saying we're just going to talk over them, we're just going to ignore it, and then she says, "All right, we'll wait." So the protester was saying, "Raise your hand. Do you work for billionaires or do you work for people like me, the working class? Raise your hand." So he was mocking the fact that the chairs or the chair candidates all had to raise their hand to say that they thought that racism and sexism and misogyny were behind Kamala Harris's loss to Donald Trump. Perfect.
Well, wait a second.
You have no, like, you really need to-
You all work for millionaires or working people? You work for millionaires, you got people like me. Raise your hand if you get millionaires out of our country.
Thank you. So we're going to continue on. Again, about 1/3 of the Trump campaign advertising in October of 2024 was dedicated to, and I'm going to use quotes here, gender-changing surgeries for a small number of trans, incarcerated, and undocumented immigrants. These particular...
And Democrats are still taking money from the
You know,
40 years ago. I'm not Don't shake your head like that. You've been on here for how long now? How long? This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. But teachers, we don't hate to get out of public. We stop that. We knock on doors and we get betrayed by the establishment.
I think it's important to say here.
Okay, so at first one of the protesters shouted out that they're funded by arsonists.
And Democrats are still taking money from the arsonists.
Presumably they're echoing this theory that the fires in Maui, the fires in LA, and maybe even a lot of the activity in Gaza is all done to clear out a lot of very expensive property, very expensive real estate for private equity to buy up. Anyway, this is out there floating around. So I think maybe that's what this protester is echoing. And so you can hear the whole audience audibly gasp. And then you hear this guy come in, this male protester saying that this is embarrassing. We knock on doors for this party and you do nothing for us.
You know,
40 years ago. I'm not talking to all of you. I'm talking to you. Don't shake your head like that. You've been on here for how long now? How long? This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. We're teachers. We don't hate to get out of public. We stop that. We knock on doors and we get betrayed by the establishment.
I think it's important to say here.
He said, so this male protester said, "Don't shake your head like that. Don't shake your head." And they said, "This is embarrassing. We knock on doors and then we get betrayed by the establishment." Their base is completely flipping on them. They are completely against them. This is hilarious.
I think it's important to say here, we respect people's opinions.
Right.
And it is definitely understandable that there is a lot of passion in this moment because the issues in this moment is so, the stakes are high.
The stakes are high and the issues are very important. And look, I can understand why people want to jump up and yell out their questions to these people who hope to lead the party. But can you let's talk about the climate emergency. Okay, hello. Let's get to the climate emergency. Let's get to the climate emergency. Jen Psaki, excuse me. We're gonna skip ahead. Jen Psaki's gonna ask about the climate. We're gonna go to climate. Let's go.
Just give us a moment. Thank you. Okay. Thank you all for thank you.
MSNBC is not used to having a live audience. I really do think if they had a live audience every time, it would sound like this.
All so much. We really appreciate you all being here. I just want to restate. We want to hear your opinions. We're just asking the questions so you can all hear from these candidates and people at home can hear. Okay, let me start by asking a question more formally that someone asked.
Sanders is about to completely lose it. She's about to like storm the crowd and grab them herself.
Thank you all. Obviously, fundraising, as you all know, is a big part of the role of the Democratic National Party's chair. It's a very important part of the discussion we want to talk about. It's a challenge because it's funds state parties, but also you have to make decisions about who you will take money from. So we'll be discussing that in just a moment. Just want to make sure everybody can hear at home. Okay. Thank you. He made quite an exit. We'll give him that. Okay. Okay, let me start with this question on the fundraising front, because it was asked before, and again, we respect the passion. These are important questions, and we want to get to them as we said we would. Please raise your hand if you would be for supporting a ban on corporate PAC donations to the Democratic National Committee. Okay, and let's have a discussion about this. Mr. Martin, you said that there are a lot of good billionaires out there who have been with Democrats, who share our values, and we will take their money. But we're not taking money from those bad billionaires. What is a good billionaire and what is a bad billionaire in your view?
The protests are not done. Trust me, there's more. But this is a brief interlude. They're asking Ken Martin, who ended up being elected as the DNC chair, they're asking him about his statement that you should only accept money from good billionaires and not from bad billionaires. Bad billionaires are the ones that don't share your values. They're the ones that say, my heart goes out to you. And everyone, on the Democrat side says it's a Nazi salute. Those are the bad billionaires.
I will make this commitment to everyone. I will work my ass off to make sure we push to get the corrosive impact of money out of politics. We've got to change this. We raised and spent over $10 billion just last year in 2024 on elections on the Democratic side. And the presidential race, $2.5 billion. It's obscene. We've got to reverse course. We also have to win elections, not at any expense. We got to get dark money out of politics. We got to end Citizens United. We need a complete overhaul of our campaign finances. And my commitment is we will not take money from corporations that are union busting. We will not take money from corporations that are polluting our planet. We will only take money from people who share our values. That's a DNC that I'm going to lead.
The irony of the Democrats talking about getting money out of elections when they receive record numbers of dark money contributions and have, especially in the last 8 years with the Trump elections. They've outspent Trump in every single election they've run against him the last 3 elections. They outspent him in this last election 2-1, and that's with Trump having the richest man in the world on his side. The Democrats actually were the party that thought that they could buy the election, and they were unsuccessful. And democracy prevailed in spite of money in elections. And now they're trying to act as though they're holier than thou, and we're the ones trying to cleanse our elections of money. Please. Even these diehard Green Party progressives that still support this party are probably thinking, what the hell are these people talking about? The ship sailed. But I sat through this 7-hour live stream so you didn't have to.
Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. Security, please.
Protest the Republicans! Protest the people who are actually hurting you! You stand up!
It's important to say here. I think it's important to say here. We respect people's opinions. It's understandable that there is a lot of
All I can say after watching it is President J.D. Vance has a nice ring to it.
Dude, 7 hours of that fucking nonsense. Like, they have everybody has a right to be fucking angry. It's really shit. God damn. That's crazy.
Hello, namaskar. This is First Post, and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. A Chinese chatbot has rattled Wall Street. AI stocks are tumbling as China's DeepSeek becomes the top app in multiple countries. So what is DeepSeek? Why is it making waves? And what does it mean for the US-China tech war? Is this China's Sputnik moment? We'll discuss all of that. Meanwhile, Trump is cracking down on illegal immigrants and picking fights with other countries. We'll tell you about his dramatic showdown with Colombia. He's also had a phone call with India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi, his first since becoming president. Also in Washington is the Trump-Musk bromance coming to an end. We'll tell you about Trump's chief of staff, who is set to be showing Musk his place. US intelligence says Hamas has recruited more than 15,000 fighters in the last year. So what did Netanyahu's war achieve? Hamas is not finished, the hostages were not freed, and he took the deal that he rejected 7 months back. Looking ahead to India's union budget, is income tax relief on the cards this time? Why the Indonesian president said that he has Indian DNA, why Congo and Rwanda are fighting, what's the outcome of the Indian Foreign Secretary's visit to China, why NASA is launching rockets to study the Northern Lights, and why only 19% of India's C-suite positions are occupied by women. All this and more coming up. The headlines first. Elon Musk's Tesla joins BMW to take the European Union to court. It's over the bloc's import tariffs on Chinese-made electric vehicles. Both the car makers manufacture EVs in China. Brussels has accused Beijing of unfairly undercutting European automakers. Earlier this month, the EU stepped up its probe into the Musk-owned X over content moderation. Denmark unveils a plan to combat racism against Greenlanders. This comes as US President Donald Trump eyes the Arctic territory. Among the initiatives are the right to a Greenlandic passport and getting help in reporting discrimination. Greenland is strategically located between the US and Europe. Belarus's president, Alexander Lukashenko, wins a 7th consecutive term in office. The exiled opposition and the West call the election a sham, but Russia and China congratulate him. The candidates who ran against Lukashenko actually campaigned in his favor. The 70-year-old has ruled Belarus since 1994. In India, Uttarakhand implements the Uniform Civil Code, becoming the first Indian state to do so. The Uniform Civil Code replaces the various laws on marriage, divorce, and inheritance. This was a major pre-poll promise made by the state's chief minister. And a big honor for India pacer Jasprit Bumrah. The International Cricket Council names him the Men's Test Cricketer of the Year for 2024. Bumrah was the leading wicket taker in Test cricket last year. He is only the second Indian bowler to receive this award after R. Ashwin. It's a bloodbath on Wall Street. Since morning, tech stocks have been tumbling. They're set to lose $1 trillion, $1 trillion in a day. What led to this? A Chinese chatbot. It is called DeepSeek, and it has caused mayhem in the AI world. Up until now, the rules of the AI world were quite simple. You needed 2 things to build a successful model. You needed billions of dollars, and you needed cutting-edge technology, the best in the world. But China has completely shattered those rules. They've built a powerful chatbot. It is cheap, it does not rely on advanced AI chips, and yet it is sweeping the globe. So what's this fuss about? Why is DeepSeek suddenly everywhere? Is it really as flawless as it seems? And is this AI Sputnik moment? Let's break it down for you. We told you about DeepSeek last week. It was founded in 2023 by a man named Liang Wenfeng. It spun out of a hedge fund and remained nondescript until December last year. That's when they launched their first model. The AI world was only waking up to it, and then they launched a second model within a month. Most of DeepSeek's models are open source or open weight, meaning developers can access the code and they can build upon it. Which brings us to the question, how good is DeepSeek? Well, as good as any of its rivals, on par with the likes of OpenAI's ChatGPT and Google's Gemini. More importantly, it is free. That's a solid USP. It seems to have appealed to the masses, making DeepSeek the top-rated application in the Apple App Store in 3 countries, the United States, the UK, and China. DeepSeek is the top app. That should say something about how good it is. But that's not what the fuss is about, really. It's about cost efficiency. DeepSeek was trained for around $6 million. It may sound like a lot, but in the world of AI, it's peanuts. Tech giants use far more money to build such applications. Take Meta, for example. Meta uses upwards of $60 million to train its AI model Llama. That's what makes DeepSeek stand out. It is cheap. Also, it does not use advanced chips. And that's another reason for this hype. You see, for the longest time, the US had the edge in the AI race. Washington tried to keep that lead. So it sanctioned China. It slapped tariffs on Chinese companies. It limited their access to technology. And all of this had only one goal: to keep China lagging behind. If they did not have the best technology, they wouldn't be able to make the best chatbots. That was the assumption. But China has smashed it. Let me show you some data. From 2003 to 2007, China led in 3 out of 64 technologies. 3 out of 64. But now it leads in 57 out of 64 technologies. What about the United States? From 2003 to 2007, the US led in 60 out of 64 technologies, but now it leads in only 7. So Washington is left eating humble pie. Since morning, Wall Street tech stocks are down, the likes of NVIDIA, Microsoft, and Meta. This is the DeepSeek effect. It has clearly rattled the markets. When they opened, AI darling NVIDIA was down by 12.5%. It was staring at a loss of $465 billion. Broadcom was down by 14%. AMD down by 4.7%, Microsoft 4.4%. Google by 3.2%, NASDAQ was down by 3.6%, S&P 500 fell 2.3%. So clearly the stocks went tumbling. Like I said before, tech shares are on track for $1 trillion drop, all because of a Chinese chatbot.
And I had to pause it so that they.
But while DeepSeek is a hit at this point, like all things Chinese, it also has a problem, the China problem. Ask it anything about Beijing and Xi Jinping, and the chatbot tries to self-censor. In fact, we tried a bunch of questions. Questions like, who is Xi Jinping? Is Xi Jinping a good leader? Who is China's president? These are the questions we asked. Does China curb human rights? And every time the response was the same. I'm quoting, sorry, this is beyond my current scope. Well, you would have to concede that's one committed chatbot. If it perseveres, it could join the Communist Party of China. But jokes aside, this does raise some problems. AI's inherent limitations, especially when it is controlled by one country's agenda. The US is building its own chatbots. The goal is to maintain tech hegemony. These bots are also said to carry America's political biases. Now, China is building its own chatbots, but they use Beijing's filters. Where does that leave the world? It leaves us with technology that divides and is controlled by a handful of nations. The future, then, is sovereign AI, to have tools and technology to build AI at home. Just like countries have their own currency, their own military, they will have to develop their own AI. You cannot outsource this to another country, and you cannot let it be concentrated in the hands of a few.
Horrible.
Donald Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi have finally spoken. The much anticipated phone call has just happened today. They spoke last in November, right after Trump won the election. That phone call was customary. Prime Minister Modi had just called Trump to congratulate him. Any major policy discussion was unlikely at that point because Trump was yet to take office, which is what makes this phone call so significant. We are still waiting to hear the specifics, but it would be safe to say that immigration figured in the discussion because that is what Donald Trump has been focused on, illegal immigration. It's his top agenda item as president. He launched a crackdown on day one in office. Raids are underway across the United States now, and Donald Trump is picking fights with other countries. Over the weekend, he clashed with Colombia, one of the largest countries in South America, also a key economic and security partner of the United States. Trump deported Colombian migrants, those who went to the US illegally. He deported them. Colombia refused to take them back. So Trump went after Colombia publicly. He threatened Bogota with tariffs and visa sanctions, and the threat worked. In less than a day, Colombia fell in line. It agreed to take back the immigrants. Let's tell you how the drama unfolded. Yesterday, the US dispatched 2 military planes for Bogota, which is the capital of Colombia. 2 military planes from America went there. These were deportation flights carrying illegal migrants from Colombia. It's not clear whether Colombia knew about these flights or if the Americans had informed them in advance. But when these planes approached the Colombian capital and sought permission to land at an airport, they were denied. So the planes had to turn back. Why did Colombia not allow these planes to land? Colombia said it wanted the migrants returned with dignity and respect, and for them to not be treated like criminals. That was the demand from Bogota, a demand that Donald Trump rejected. A few hours later, he released a statement on Truth Social, which is Trump's own social media platform. And he announced, quote unquote, urgent and decisive retaliatory measures. These were sweeping in nature, these measures. I have the list with me. This is what Donald Trump decided. Broadly, he announced 4 retaliatory measures. Number 1, tariffs. Trump slapped 25% tariffs on Colombian imports. In fact, he threatened to raise this to 50% if Colombia did not fall in line within 7 days. Number 2, travel bans. Trump banned Colombian government officials from entering the US. This ban applied to their allies and supporters as well.
Yeah.
Number 3, visa sanctions. These were meant to target members of Colombia's ruling party, also their supporters and family members. Trump revoked their visas. And the 4th measure was customs restrictions for Colombian goods and people, for them to face tough custom inspections at the border. These are the measures that Trump announced. Basically, he just stopped short of cutting diplomatic ties with Colombia. Had he implemented this plan, the relationship would have been effectively dead. And that would have been a big blow for Colombia. After all, the US is their biggest trading partner. In 2022, trade between the two countries exceeded $50 billion. Colombia exported goods worth over $16 billion to the United States. Crude, coffee, and flowers made up the bulk of this export. And this is what Trump decided to go after. He also sparred with the Colombian president. That's Gustavo Petro. Trump called Petro a socialist and a leader who's, quote unquote, very unpopular. And how did Petro respond? Initially, he tried to fight back. He announced retaliatory tariffs, a 25% tax on US imports. And he also shot back at Trump. Let me quote from what Petro said. You don't like freedom? You don't like our freedom? Fine. I do not shake hands with white enslavers. But a few hours later, Gustavo Petro clamped down. Colombia announced that the impasse is over.
El gobierno de Colombia informa.
Colombia's government informs it has gotten over its impasse with the government of the United States. In this context, Colombian Foreign Minister Luis Gilberto Murillo and Ambassador Daniel Garcia Pena will travel in the coming days to Washington, D.C. to have high-level meetings that follow up on the agreements resulting from the joint work that led to the exchange of diplomatic notes between the two governments.
But Trump is not dialing back on the pressure. He wants to see tangible action from Bogota. That means allowing the deportation flights to land. Until that happens, Donald Trump will not lift the visa restrictions or stop the custom inspections. This is what the White House said last night. Colombia says the migrant flights have now resumed. So Trump is expected to scale back his pressure campaign. And this face-off is also a message to the entire world. Donald Trump won't go easy on illegal immigration. He is willing to use the full power of his office and the US government against America's partners overseas. Trump wanted to make an example out of Colombia, and he has succeeded. Other countries are on notice. US agencies have launched a nationwide crackdown. Nearly 1,000 people have been detained. They're believed to be illegal immigrants. Trump has given sweeping powers to immigration officers. They're not even sparing schools and places of worship. Reports say churches and gurdwaras in the US have been raided. This has sparked outrage in local communities and protests from America's partners. Brazil is one of them. It received some migrants from the United States. Brazil says they were sent in handcuffs. In some cases, their hands and feet were tied.
A lot of lack of respect, a lot of irrationality, a lot of racism, a lot of aggression, a lot of people feeling sick, fainting, short of breath.
They wouldn't give us water. It was difficult to get food. It was very hot with children inside the aircraft. We asked to go to the bathroom and they wouldn't let us. We got up and said, I need to go to the bathroom. Bathroom, please. And they just pushed us, sit down. And we felt very oppressed by that.
Trump is not likely to pay heed to any of that. He confronted Colombia and emerged victorious. His war on illegal immigrants has only just begun.
Only just begun. You see, the fucking white ones are like, so pressed. Wow. I'm like, nobody has any control. Nobody has any power.
It was the kind of friendship that made headlines, the kind Hollywood dreams of capturing on the silver screen. Donald Trump and Elon Musk, two larger-than-life personalities, both powerful, both famous, and both coming together in a glittering display of camaraderie. Together, they had it all: power, fame, matching egos, and now even the White House. The duo looked unstoppable. But in the eternal words of Taylor Swift, nothing lasts forever. The trouble in paradise began last week when Donald Trump was sworn in as president. He moved into the White House. But Elon Musk, he was left outside the gates. Reports suggest that Musk expected a prime spot, a room near Trump's office. After all, he'd been living at Mar-a-Lago, Trump's luxury Florida resort. Musk had rented a room there. He spent most of his time with Trump. So it felt like a prelude to their DC dynamic. Two best buddies working side by side. But reality turned out to be far less cozy, and one woman made sure of it. Her name is Susie Wiles. She is Donald Trump's chief of staff and a Republican veteran. At 67, she's earned a reputation as the Ice Maiden.
Dude, that bitch
a nickname that she's lived up to swiftly.
Like
Musk had his heart set on the White House, but Wiles iced him out. Instead, he got an office in the Eisenhower building, which is across the road from the White House. Wiles has also silenced any whispers of a co-presidency. Her message could not be clearer. There is only one president in this administration, and that person is Donald Trump. That was blow number one. And like any great buddy comedy, Act 2 delivered even more drama. Last week, Trump unveiled Stargate. We told you about it, a massive $500 billion AI venture. President Trump called it the biggest AI project in history. One would think support from his trusted ally would be a given. But Elon Musk thrashed the project from the get-go. He criticized the valuation, he clashed publicly with one of the stakeholders, he questioned the project's credibility, and the backlash was instant. Trump's aides were livid. For many, Elon Musk's comments were not just disruptive, they were downright unacceptable. Donald Trump was asked about this. Listen to what he had to say.
Related to your AI, EO, just hours after you made that big Stargate announcement, Elon Musk tweeted that they don't actually have the money. Is that true?
I don't know if they do, but they're putting up the money. The government's not putting up anything. They're putting up money. They're very rich people, so I hope they do. And I mean, Elon doesn't like one of those people.
Trump did not seem too bothered at first. After all, even BFFs have disagreements. But what happens when there are just too many? Because now Donald Trump and Elon Musk are butting heads again, this time over UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Musk. So it sanctioned China. It slapped tariffs on Chinese companies. It limited their access to technology. And all of this had only one goal: to keep China lagging behind. If they did not have the best technology, they wouldn't be able to make the best chatbots. That was the assumption. But China has smashed it. Let me show you some data. From 2003 to 2007, China led in 3 out of 64 technologies. 3 out of 64. It was the less cozy, and one woman made sure of it. Her name is Susie Wiles. She is Donald Trump's chief of staff and a Republican veteran. At 67, she's earned a reputation as the Ice Maiden, a nickname that she's lived up to swiftly. Musk had his heart set on the White House, but Wiles iced him out. Instead, he got an office in the Eisenhower building, which is across the road from the White House. Wiles has also silenced any whispers of a co-presidency. Her message could not be clearer. There is only one president in this administration, and that person is Donald Trump. That was blow number one. And like any great buddy comedy, Act 2 delivered even more drama. Last week, Trump unveiled Stargate. We told you about it, a massive $500 billion AI venture. President Trump called it the biggest AI project in history. One would think support from his trusted ally would be a given. But Elon Musk thrashed the project from the get-go. He criticized the valuation, he clashed publicly with one of the stakeholders, he questioned the project's credibility, and the backlash was instant. Trump's aides were livid. For many, Elon Musk's comments were not just disruptive, they were downright unacceptable. Donald Trump was asked about this. Listen to what he had to say.
Related to your AI, EO, just hours after you made that big Stargate announcement, Elon Musk tweeted that they don't actually have the money. Is that true?
I don't know if they do, but they're putting up the money. The government's not putting up anything. They're putting up money. They're very rich people, so I hope they do. And I mean, Elon doesn't like one of those people.
Trump did not seem too bothered at first. After all, even BFFs have disagreements. But what happens when there are just too many? Because now Donald Trump and Elon Musk are butting heads again, this time over UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer. You know Musk's history with Starmer. Elon Musk has publicly roasted the UK PM for practically everything from Britain's economic troubles to its grooming gangs. Musk has called for the Prime Minister to resign, and he has backed controversial media personality Andrew Tate for Prime Minister. So it's safe to say that Musk and Starmer do not get along. But Trump has struck a different note. He seems to have a softer spot for the UK leader. In a recent press briefing, Trump praised Starmer, saying that he was, quote unquote, doing a good job, and even called their relationship very good. It is a stark contrast. So from AI mega projects to foreign policy favorites, Musk and Trump have strong differences, and the gap between them is said to be growing wider. Began as a bromance for the ages, but will it end as a cautionary tale of clashing egos and competing visions? The world is watching.
So condescending.
Who wins a war? Is it the side that kills more people? Is it the side that destroys more enemy sites? Or is it the side that simply survives? In Gaza, this is a question worth looking at. When the war started, Israel had massive but vague goals. They wanted to eradicate Hamas, to destroy their fighters and their leadership. 15 months on, have they done that? Have they eradicated Hamas?
No.
The US does not think so. American intelligence reports suggest the opposite. Hamas has recruited up to 15,000 fighters since late 2023. Let me put that number in context. Israel believes it has killed 20,000 Hamas fighters in this war, but Hamas has added 15,000 in the same time. This is clearly not what Netanyahu had planned. He explained his goal in last year's United Nations address. He said, Hamas has got to go.
If Hamas stays in power, it will regroup, rearm, and attack Israel again and again and again, as it is vowed to do. So Hamas has got to go.
But Hamas has not gone. Though they are weaker than October 2023. Most of these new recruits are young fighters. They cannot be deployed in the battlefield. They can only do simple operations. Plus, a lot of their weapons and stockpiles have been depleted. So Hamas is weaker, yet Hamas is still in charge. They are parading the streets of Gaza. They're holding funerals, and their police officers are directing traffic. We saw an example of that last week, a Hamas show of strength in Gaza City. Take a look at this. Which makes you wonder, what did Israel achieve? Netanyahu was offered the same ceasefire deal in May 2024. He clearly did not like it, which is why he continued the war. But 7 months later, he has accepted the very same deal. Who paid for this pointless delay? The people of Gaza. In May 2024, around 30,000 Gazans had been killed in this war. Today, the death toll is more than 46,000. That is the cost of Netanyahu's delay, 46,000 dead. He started this war without a realistic goal. Not only has he failed to eliminate Hamas, he killed innocent Gazans. Nearly 18,000 of the fatalities are children. Over 38,000 kids have been orphaned. It's fertile ground for radicalization. Maybe that's why Hamas recruitment numbers are up. The question is, what happens next? Well, we are in the early stages of the truce. Hamas is slowly releasing Israeli hostages and Israeli military is pulling out of Gaza. The result is a mass movement of people. Remember, thousands had fled northern Gaza when the war began. A lot of them are now coming back. Take a look at this. The truce will expire on March 2nd. Gaza needs a political settlement before that. If not, the fighting could flare up again. There are no concrete deals on the table yet, only vague proposals. One of them came from President Donald Trump of the United States. He says, clear the whole place out. What about the 2 million Gazans? Trump wants Egypt and Jordan to take them in.
I'd like Egypt to take people. I'm talking to General El-Sisi tomorrow, sometime, I believe. And I'd like Egypt to take people, and I'd like Jordan to take people. You're talking about probably 1.5 million people, and we just clean out that whole thing. It's it's over the centuries that's many conflicts that site.
Israel will love this plan, but Arab states have already rejected it. After all, Gaza is Palestinian land. Why should they be forced to leave it? A second proposal was pushed by the former Biden regime. They wanted the Palestinian Authority, or the PA, to take over Gaza. Now, the PA rules over the West Bank. They are globally accepted, unlike Hamas. Reports say Arab countries also like this proposal. The chances are Israel and Hamas won't. Hamas says they are open to sharing power in Gaza, but they won't agree to being replaced completely. They want to be part of the government. Israel's concern is different. If the PA takes over Gaza, they could unify Palestinians. You wouldn't have two Palestinian power centers anymore, one in Gaza and one in the West Bank. They'll be united, and Israel won't like that. They prefer Palestinians to be divided. In fact, that is how Hamas grew. For years, Netanyahu supported and funded the Hamas. His goal was to weaken the PA, to split the Palestinian leadership. But if the PA takes over Gaza, that work could be undone. So Israel is facing some tough choices. This is what happens when you fight without goals. You could lose your battlefield gains on the negotiating table. Netanyahu is certainly headed that way. His only hope is Donald Trump. If Trump sides with the Arab nations, it's game over. Israel will have to cut a deal. But his recent remarks will give Netanyahu some confidence. The Israeli leader is expected to visit the US in early February. He will be hoping to sway his old friend. That mission could decide the future of Israel, Gaza, and Netanyahu's political career. Now let's talk about the budget. Saturday is a big day for the Indian economy. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will deliver her annual budget speech, her 8th, which in itself is a record. Her 8th budget speech, or her 8th budget as finance minister, and the second for the NDA government's 3rd term. Last year, India's economy was doing relatively well, so the finance minister largely stuck to fiscal prudence. This time is different, though. The past few months have been tough for the Indian economy. Growth has slowed, inflation remains high, and consumption spending has taken a hit. So what can the government do to revive India's growth? And will it finally cut income tax rates.
My brother was trying to explain.
Our next report looks at the possibilities.
I was like, whoa. So many.
For millions of Indians, the budget boils down to one simple question. Will income tax rates go down this year? The answer to this question isn't just about numbers, it's about livelihoods, and for good reason. Only 2% of India's population pays taxes. That's just over 20 million people. They account for nearly 27% of India's tax revenues. Many of them belong to the middle class, and in the current economic climate, these taxpayers could use a well-deserved breather. Inflation is proving to be stubborn. Prices of food remain high. In December, India's food inflation was hovering close to 9%, with prices of essential commodities, from peas to cauliflower, growing in double digits. The rising prices are clearly weighing on the minds of the middle class. They are spending less than they usually do. Experts say fewer Indians are dining out. The sale of new cars also slowed towards the end of last year. The months of October and November usually keep car salespersons busy. It's the festive season and an auspicious time to bring home a new car. But in 2024, fewer Indians visited car showrooms. Even borrowing has slowed down. The demand for personal loans has seen a big drop. This has weighed on India's growth. Last year, India's GDP dropped to 6.5%. This forced the Indian Central Bank to cut its growth forecast. India's central bankers are concerned. They say the economy is showing signs of bottoming out. So the circumstances are right for the Indian government to cut income tax rates. And if recent reports are to be believed, the Indian Finance Ministry has even considered the move. But a decision is yet to be taken. The government could decide closer to the budget speech.
The Prime Minister's package of 5 schemes.
Prominent brokerages support the idea. Brokerage are basically intermediaries. They facilitate transactions in the financial markets. They back a meaningful cut in income taxes. Firms like Citi and Jefferies are supporting tax breaks. They believe that Indians earning between 1 to 2 million rupees a year be given some tax relief. This could have a ripple effect on the markets too, as the middle class would have more breathing space and could spend more on non-essential goods. So how might the government provide this tax relief? Experts say there are 2 options. The government could either lower the rates themselves or raise the exemption limits. Both options would lead to a loss of tax revenue for the government, but with growth slowing, the government has few tools left to spur the economy. Easing the tax burden could give the economy a much-needed boost.
And a balanced motherfucking system. I really do.
India just celebrated its 76th Republic Day, the day we commemorate the adoption of our constitution. Like every year, there was a parade held in the capital, New Delhi. Contingents from the Indian Armed Forces marched down Kartavya Path. We had tableaus from several states showcasing the best in Indian diversity. This year, we also had a special contingent, about 350 soldiers and a marching band from Indonesia. They marched in the parade as well. It was a symbolic contribution by the chief guest, the President of Indonesia, Prabowo Subianto. Prabowo is the 4th Indonesian president to be given the honor of chief guest on India's Republic Day. In fact, the first ever Republic Day chief guest was also from Indonesia.
भारत के पहले गणतंत्र दिवस पर इंडोनेशिया हमारा मुख्य अतिथि देश था और यह हमारे लिए अत्यंत गर्व का विषय है कि जब हम गणतंत्र के 75 वर्ष मना रहे हैं, इंडोनेशिया एक बार फिर इस ऐतिहासिक अवसर का हिस्सा बना है। इस अवसर पर मैं राष्ट्रपति प्रबोव उसका भारत में हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं
Indonesia's first president, Sukarno, was India's first ever Republic Day chief guest. This was back in 1950. Now, 75 years later, Prabowo Subianto was given the honor. It shows just how important India considers Indonesia, how deep the ties run. In fact, according to Prabowo, they run in our blood.
India and Indonesia have long, ancient history together. We have civilizational links. I think it's also part of our genetics. A few weeks ago, I had my genetic sequencing test and my DNA test, and they tell me that I have Indian DNA. So, so
they laughed like they didn't believe him, or
and everybody knows when I hear Indian music, I start dancing.
That was the Indonesian president. He gave that speech during a banquet on Saturday hosted by India's President Draupadi Murmu. And that last comment about Indian music and dancing, he actually had the chance. An Indonesian delegation was at the banquet. They sang a well-known Bollywood song. Take a look at this. India and Indonesia have trade and cultural ties that date back centuries, and it's nice to see that the cultural ties are still up to date. So the next part was catching up with trade. President Prabowo and his delegation were in India from the 23rd of this month. They finalized a number of agreements with their Indian counterparts, and the deals were signed over the weekend. One of the key trade deals was an MOU, a memorandum of understanding on local currency settlement. The Indian rupee and the Indonesian rupiah will be used to settle accounts, lowering our dependency on the US dollar and hopefully giving more favorable exchange rates. There were a number of other agreements as well. India will support Indonesia's push for food security by sharing knowledge about the midday meal scheme. In terms of connectivity, India and Indonesia welcome direct flights between the two nations. There are also ongoing discussions about cross-border digital payments and other digital solutions. As we saw with the singing delegation, cultural exchanges are still top-notch, but India wants to boost them even further. New Delhi is exploring ways to assist in the preservation of an Indonesian temple, the Prambanan Temple in southern Java, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. All of these deals were signed over the weekend, but one deal is still in the works, a defense deal. The sale of BrahMos missiles to Indonesia. The deal is reportedly worth $450 million, or about 3,800 crore Indian rupees. Talks are in advanced stages, but it will still be a while before the deal is finalized. When it does happen, Indonesia will become just the second country to get BrahMos missiles from India after the Philippines. It shows just how seriously India takes its ties with Indonesia. Overall, Prabowo's visit helped reaffirm the old bonds and open the path to even greater cooperation in the years ahead.
Something good came out of this book.
Our next story is from Africa, from the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The DRC is under attack from a rebel group called the March 23 Movement, or M23. These militants have captured swathes of territory in the country's east, in the mineral-rich North Kivu province. And they have now entered the regional capital, Goma. This is a major escalation in the long-running conflict. The DRC is blaming its neighboring country, Rwanda, for this. The DRC says Rwanda backs the rebels. Kigali has always denied the accusation, but Rwandan and Congolese troops fired at each other at the border while the M23 rebels were entering Goma. The United Nations is calling for an urgent ceasefire. The US, France, and Britain are trying to pressure Rwanda, trying to get it to call the rebel offensive off. East African nations have proposed an emergency summit in a bid to bring about peace. But right now, chaos reigns supreme in the DRC. Here's our report.
This is Goma, the largest city in the North Kivu province in the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. Last night, the sound of gunshots filled the air. It continued throughout today, causing widespread panic and a mass exodus. Thousands of people have fled Goma and the surrounding countryside, carrying whatever they can. This isn't the first time for many of them. Goma is home to about 2 million people. About half of them, almost 1 million, were previously displaced. People came to Goma from surrounding regions after being forced to flee by a rebel onslaught conducted by the M23. The DRC is one of the largest countries in the world, but it is also one of the most unstable. There are a number of ongoing insurgencies in the country, but one of the most deadly is the one in the east, in Kivu. This insurgency is helmed by the March 23 movement, or M23. This rebel group has been active for over a decade, engaged in a low-intensity conflict with the DRC government. But M23 upped the ante back in 2022. They have taken over large swathes of Kivu over the years. The DRC government failed to check their advance. Now, the rebels have entered Goma, and they claim to have taken the city. There are reports of DRC troops surrendering, M23 rebels rounding up the Congolese security forces, and prisoners being marched through the streets. The DRC has called this a declaration of war, not just by the rebels, but by their alleged backers, Rwanda.
Mr. President, at this very moment, an attack of unprecedented intensity is taking place in plain sight of the world. Additional troops from Rwanda have penetrated our territory in an open and deliberate attack on our national sovereignty. This is a frontal assault, a declaration of war. Rwanda is preparing to orchestrate a carnage in broad daylight.
That was the DRC's foreign minister at the United Nations. She says that Rwanda has sent its armed forces into the DRC to fight alongside the M23 group. The DRC has accused Rwanda of supporting the M23 group before, and even though Kigali denies this, a number of Western nations believe Kinshasa. The US, the UK, and France have all sided with the DRC. These permanent members of the UN Security Council want the violence to stop immediately. They want Rwanda's president, Paul Kagame, to back down and negotiate with the DRC leadership. Neighboring African nations have called for a return to peace as well.
We will be convening an extraordinary East African Community Summit within the next 48 hours to facilitate and to deliberate on this crisis and chart a way forward.
The situation in Goma is volatile. It could still devolve into an all-out war. The next few days will be extremely crucial.
Yeah, but I'm like, well, what's the motherfucking, what's the...
The Himalayan thaw continues. Another top Indian official is visiting China. This time it's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. His visit follows a high-profile trip last month. That's when National Security Advisor Ajit Doval traveled to Beijing. So 2 major visits in 2 months reigns supreme in the DRC. Here's our report.
This is Goma, the largest city in the North Kivu province in the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. Last night, the sound of gunshots filled the air. It continued throughout today, causing widespread panic and a mass exodus.
There's a lot of men.
Thousands of people have fled Goma and the surrounding countryside, carrying whatever they can. This isn't the first time for many of them. Goma is home to about 2 million people. About half of them, almost 1 million, were previously displaced. People came to Goma from surrounding regions after being forced to flee by a rebel onslaught conducted by the M23. The DRC is one of the largest countries in the world, but it is also one of the most unstable. There are a number of ongoing insurgencies in the country, but one of the most deadly is the one in the east, in Kivu. This insurgency is helmed by the March 23 movement, or M23. This rebel group has been active for over a decade, engaged in a low-intensity conflict with the DRC government. But M23 upped the ante back in 2022. They have taken over large swathes of Kivu over the years. The DRC government failed to check their advance. Now, the rebels have entered Goma, and they claim to have taken the city. There are reports of DRC troops surrendering, M23 rebels rounding up the Congolese security forces, and prisoners being marched through the streets. The DRC has called this a declaration of war, not just by the rebels, but by their alleged backers, Rwanda.
Mr. President, at this very moment, an attack of unprecedented intensity is taking place in plain sight of the world. Additional troops from Rwanda have penetrated our territory in an open and deliberate attack on our national sovereignty. This is a frontal assault, a declaration of war. Rwanda is preparing to orchestrate a carnage in broad daylight.
That was the DRC's foreign minister at the United Nations. She says that Rwanda has sent its armed forces into the DRC to fight alongside the M23 group. The DRC has accused Rwanda of supporting the M23 group before, and even though Kigali denies this, a number of Western nations believe Kinshasa. The US, the UK, and France have all sided with the DRC. These permanent members of the UN Security Council want the violence to stop immediately. They want Rwanda's president, Paul Kagame, to back down and negotiate with the DRC leadership. Neighboring African nations have called for a return to peace as well.
We will be convening an extraordinary East African Community Summit within the next 48 hours to facilitate and to deliberate on this crisis and chart a way forward.
The situation in Goma is volatile. It could still devolve into an all-out war. The next few days will be extremely crucial.
Fucking women and children, man, they were mobbing. But I'm like, what the fuck is this?
The Himalayan thaw continues. Another top Indian official is visiting China. This time it's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. His visit follows a high-profile trip last month. That's when National Security Advisor Ajit Doval traveled to Beijing. So 2 major visits in 2 months. What is brewing? Is the India-China reset gaining momentum? Let's take a closer look. Misri held 2 major talks today. The first was with China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi. The second was with his counterpart, Misri's counterpart. China does not have a foreign secretary. So Misri's counterpart is the vice foreign minister. And what did they discuss? Simply put, moving on. The ties were strained after the 2020 border clashes in Galwan, but last year, India and China struck a border deal. They agreed to pull back soldiers and resume patrolling. But China wants more. Wang Yi said he's hoping for a new beginning.
You are the last delegation of foreign guests we receive in the year of the dragon. But this signals we'll have a new beginning. So I'd extend welcome to you in the first place and wish you success in this consultation and could reach common understandings.
It wasn't just about a warm greeting. Let me quote Wang Yi further. The 2 sides should seize the opportunity, meet each other halfway, explore more substantive measures, and commit to mutual understanding, mutual support, and mutual achievement rather than mutual suspicion and mutual alienation. So China's message is clear. Enough of these tentative moves. Let's push ahead with more substantial measures. And what would those be? Most of China's demands are financial. They want to resume direct flights between India and China. They want to relax visa curbs for Chinese nationals. They want to lift the ban on Chinese apps. They want Chinese journalists to report from India. They want more Indian movies in their country. This is China's wish list in a nutshell.
The movie.
And how did India's foreign secretary respond? He said the ties are heading towards stabilization.
We are on our way to stabilizing the relationship. I cannot overemphasize the importance of communications between our two countries, and I would like to specifically record the contribution that you personally have made in maintaining these communications at various levels between our two leaderships.
India is thinking along the same lines. It has agreed to a host of new measures, all of them designed to reset ties with China. The first is to resume the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra. Many Hindus undertake pilgrimages to sites in Tibet. These trips were halted after the 2020 clashes. They will resume this summer. Second, India and China will cooperate on cross-border rivers. Now, this is significant because of China's new dam. It is being built on the Brahmaputra River. It's being called the biggest dam in the world. Last month, India had objected to it. New Delhi claimed it was not informed by China. Third, direct flights are being restarted. Relevant teams will meet and discuss the technicalities. The hope is to resume flights as soon as possible. 4, India and China plan to expand public diplomacy. The idea is to reach out to ordinary people, to educate them about each other's countries. And finally, both sides are looking at the long term. They want transparency and predictability in ties. So these are the main takeaways from the talks. Now, 2 things stand out here. First, there is no mention of the border. And second, India is meeting China halfway. We have agreed to flights and normalization. But there is no commitment on Chinese apps or visa rules. Does this mean the border is sorted? Because that was always India's main condition. You cannot normalize ties unless the border is stable. We know that patrolling has resumed along the line of actual control, which is the de facto border. But de-escalation is yet to be done. There are still more than 60,000 Indian and Chinese troops in Ladakh. The goal is to pull them back, to return to the situation of 2020. Yet, the Indian statement does not mention the border. Nonetheless, one thing is clear. Both sides are clearly eager to reset ties, which is why the Foreign Secretary headed to Beijing in the first place. He's a China expert in the Indian government. He was India's ambassador to China when the Galwan clashes happened. In fact, Vikram Misri has a Chinese name, Tang Yongsheng. That's what the Chinese government calls him. His visit also coincides with a big change in global politics, the inauguration of Donald Trump. Trump has threatened tariffs on both India and China. He's also warned BRICS countries against de-dollarization, so India and China are both pushing this. They want to settle trade in local currencies. So there is an alignment of interests between India and China. New Delhi should keep 2 things in mind, though. 1, the indications from Trump are positive so far. His Secretary of State's first bilateral meeting was with India, which means that he will prioritize New Delhi. Also, Trump has not imposed tariffs on China yet, so maybe India should see how things unfold on that front. And reason number 2, China is undermining the reset. Their dam in Tibet could affect Indian regions downstream. Plus, they're creating new counties in Ladakh on Indian land, illegally occupied by China. So India needs to be careful here. A reset is always desirable, but it should happen on fair and transparent terms, not out of compulsion.
Yeah,
Do you have a bucket list? Are Northern Lights on it? If yes, then you're not alone. Every year, thousands of tourists flock to the North Pole to view the aurora borealis. These colorful curtains brighten our skies. But did you know that each one of them is unique? Every aurora differs in shape, size, and behavior. This makes the lights fascinating, but it also makes them difficult to understand because we don't know why this happens. Now, NASA is launching rockets right into the Northern Lights. What do they plan to find out, and can they? Here is a report.
Why?
The stunning swirling northern lights, also known as aurora borealis. These are bright and colorful curtains of lights. They have amazed humans for thousands of years. They are a bucket list item for many people, and tourists flock to the North Pole in droves to witness them. Yet, we don't know enough about these lights. which is why NASA has a new mission. They want to expand their understanding of the aurora borealis, and they are ready to get up close and personal. NASA wants to launch rockets right into the auroras. Before we tell you why and talk about what scientists don't know about the auroras, let's discuss what we do know. It's flu season on Earth, so let's picture one in outer space as well. Think about the sun having a big sneeze. It would release particles, right? This is what a solar storm is. Every time it happens, the sun releases charged particles, about 1 million tons of them. These particles travel at the speed of millions of kilometers per hour and hit the Earth's atmosphere where they interact with gases.
Oh, no.
This reaction releases energy. This emits really large colorful clouds, and they paint the skies green, scarlet, and purple. These are called the northern lights. But just like with paintings, no aurora is the same. Each instance of the phenomenon is unique. It has different movements. It has contrasting behaviors. Auroras come as rays, pillars, arcs, glows, or bands. Some flicker, some pulsate, and some even have holes. It's fascinating how each ribbon of aurora light is different in its own way.
I didn't even know
But
that.
scientists are not sure why. This is why they want to launch rockets through the northern lights across the Alaskan sky.
Directly
These
into the
rockets
veil.
will be equipped with instruments. They will study the interaction in the Earth's atmosphere, and each rocket
Look at
will
the
target a
digitals
different
with
type of
all
aurora to
alien-esque.
understand it deeply.
Shoot them into the veil.
One of these rockets will study black auroras. Now, these lights are not really black, but they have patches or holes where the light is missing. We don't know why this happens. Why there are dark void spots in otherwise colorful bands of light, and NASA hopes to find out.
Shoot 'em
The
into
launch
the veil.
window for these
That's it.
missions has opened,
Right
and the
there.
rockets can go off any day now.
Glorious galaxy.
Scientists have set up ground-based cameras in Alaska to track the eccentric light show. Once in full flow, the spacecraft will blast into space and tell us how our night skies come aglow with auroras.
I mean, like,
Imagine a country with more than 1 billion people where women make up almost half the population but run less than 1/5 of the companies.
I think it
Sounds awful, almost impossible.
I feel like that's the veil.
But this is a reality in India, the most populous nation in the world, the economic powerhouse.
Yeah.
Here, women occupy just 19% roles in the C-suite, just 19%. Now, we don't want to talk 19 to the dozen and state the obvious, but this data is shameful and a lot worse than the global average, which itself is not great. The global average stands at 30%. Most countries are in bad shape. In the United States, women hold 27% C-suite roles. In the UK, 25%. In France, 24%. And in Germany, the same as India, 19%. These numbers are terrible.
Terrible.
And they only get worse as you go higher. Look at the peak of the C-suite. The CEOs, the chief executive officers, globally, only 5.4% of them are women. In India, again, the number is even worse. Among the top 500 companies in India, listen to this, among the top 500 companies in India, only 1.6% are led by women. Like I said, it is shameful. But what's behind these numbers? I'll give you 3 reasons. The first is empty promises. This is a global trend. Companies tout gender diverse leadership, but they rarely live up to those claims. They mostly want to get stakeholders off their back. Second, social obstacles like the motherhood penalty at work, the unpaid labor at home, the gender pay gap, the biases and stereotypes. Basically, the global workforce is not built for women. And when they do manage to stick it out, women have to swim against the current. They have to fight the so-called male blueprint. Let me explain that. When it comes to leadership, everyone wants the top boss to be more assertive, more decisive, competitive, confident, and so on. And we often associate these qualities with men, and they clash with our idea of how women should be. So women bosses are judged, both when they possess these qualities and when they don't. And research proves this. Women leaders are subject to higher expectations and scrutiny. They have to balance competence and likability. even when their performance exceeds men's. They get lower ratings for potential. And the result is this: leadership positions are predominantly held by men, while women have to jump through hoops. And when less women do it, to begin with, few make it to the finish line. And this is the third reason. And this is the case with India as well. Here, the workforce is predominantly male. Women have had a historically low participation. In 1955, female labor participation stood at 24%. 70 years have passed since. Now women are more educated, they're working more, they're sticking around for longer, they're earning more salaries, yet even today the female participation in the workforce only stands at 32%. This is barely any progress. And again, it is way lesser than the global average, which stands at 50%, and this is hurting India. We are going to be the biggest contributor to global growth. We have the largest working age population in the world. We want to harness this demographic dividend, but look at our reality. Women make up 48% of India's population, but they contribute only 18% to the GDP and make up only 19% of the C-suite. We cannot afford this. We need more women in the workforce. We need them in the corner office. We need them in boardrooms, and not just for moral reasons, but for economic ones as well. Female leaders outperform male leaders. Study after study shows this. They say companies led by women are more profitable, more innovative, and better at managing crises. Isn't that what we need? Isn't that the end goal? So if growth is what we're after, if profits are what we want, we should support our interests and not our biases. America's tech industry is shocked because China's DeepSeek has made its debut. People thought it would be a Temu ChatGPT. Turns out it could be better. US tech giants are outraged by DeepSeek's success. How dare a non-American tech platform steal user data? And how dare they do it for cheap? On the other side, the Chinese have a different sort of confusion. Why do people want to search about Xi Jinping? He's perfection personified, so why bother searching? This AI rivalry is not ending anytime soon. If you're not involved, the best thing to do is stand by and watch the jokes. And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Coldplay lead singer Chris Martin caps his India visit with a trip to the Mahakumbh in Prayagraj. Iran begins several days of military drills as a show of strength, and Russian President Putin marks the 81st anniversary of the Leningrad siege. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1945, Auschwitz was liberated. It was Nazi Germany's largest concentration camp in Poland. The Soviet troops entered the network of camps, freeing the remaining 7,000 survivors. Nearly 1.1 million Jews were killed at Auschwitz. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Public Oh, step on. It's a beautiful day today.
Thousands flood the streets of downtown LA protesting President Trump's mass deportations. Law enforcement moving in tonight after the 101 freeway was shut down several times. I'm Joey Rand.
I'm Michelle Fisher. The freeway is back open, but some of those demonstrators are still lingering right now. Eyewitness News reporter Tim Caputo live near Union Station. Tim, what do things look like out there now?
Well, it's quiet, Michelle and Jury. It went from thousands of protesters to hundreds to just a few dozen. Just about a half an hour ago, they were walking around the corner. Their LAPD has actually been following them around for the last couple hours, trying to get them off the streets. At this point, there may be few, if any, protesters remaining in the streets. Meanwhile, you see behind me, this is Highway Patrol. They're actually blocking one of the entrances to the 101. This is one of the entry points that the protesters were able to walk onto the freeway. Obviously, the road is open at this point, but law enforcement tonight not taking any chances after all that went down today. The second time protesters rushed onto the 101, they were running between cars, which thankfully by then had slowed to a crawl. Thousands of anti-ICE demonstrators who are against President Trump's new immigration policies protested throughout downtown Los Angeles for hours today.
It's been so great seeing everyone unite together. You know, we really need this, especially at a time like this during Trump's presidency. So, you know, it's really nice seeing the whole community come together, not just Mexicans, the whole Hispanic community at large.
Hundreds marched onto the freeway in the early afternoon, forcing CHP to shut down a stretch of the 101 in both directions. The disruption, a message to the White House and even local leaders that these increased deportations since Trump was sworn into office are tearing families apart.
Our family, like, we all want to stay together. We don't want to see our family have to leave. Like, we should keep the families together. They're human beings. They shouldn't be treating them as just like trash.
Between the burnouts, the music blasting, and even fireworks, the protest was loud and impossible to miss. And that was the point.
I think we expected a lot of people to show up, but we didn't expect this amount of people to show up, and we're very glad because we're able to get our message through.
At one point, LAPD in tactical gear pushed a few people back as someone tossed a traffic cone at police. But otherwise, the day-long protest never turned violent, and at last check, no arrests were made. There was some vandalism. Come Monday, you'll see plenty of four-letter words aimed at Trump spray-painted on walls and signs here. This massive protest follows several similar anti-ICE demonstrations around the country today, including this smaller but just as emotional rally held in Riverside today.
I'm here to support my people. You know, I have so much love for them, and I feel like we go through so much, and we're good people. We deserve the best just like everybody else.
It took LAPD several hours to finally get all the protesters off the roads downtown. But if getting attention was the goal today, these protesters did it with flying colors. You know, we've been able to track these protesters essentially by the law enforcement helicopter and a spotlight from above. That's been up for hours this evening. It is no longer up at the moment. Obviously, plenty of police presence out here tonight, making sure no protesters find their way back on the 101, especially at night, essentially making it safe for those protesters because it would be dangerous being on any roads this late at night.
Shutting the freeway down, you know where they got that idea from.
Pretty incredible images over the weekend as we see nonstop action on immigration crackdowns across the country, a flood of ICE raids leading to more than 1,000 arrests and more than 500 ICE detainers. These are added to the list that we saw over the course of last week. Moments from now, I'll speak with DEA agent in Colorado who was involved in this early morning raid on what they said was a makeshift nightclub party that they pulled people out of, and that there were many members in there of the violent Venezuelan gang, Tren de Aragua. But first, let's go to our correspondent, Alexis McAdams, here in New York with the latest. Hi, Alexis.
Hi, Martha. Well, this is what Trump said on day one when he was campaigning. He was going to go after what they said is the worst first on the streets, arresting migrants who they say committed a wide range of crimes like drug trafficking, gun charges, and child sex crimes. And those raids are far from over.
I think the president's happy, but we're going to make him a lot happier. Yesterday was just day one, and these raids are going to go out throughout the country. We're not going to let up. We put our foot on the gas, and we're going to go.
This weekend, ICE raids from Chicago to Miami, arrests in Philly, and soon ICE says crackdowns right here in New York City. Texas had teams on the ground finding 3 rifles, 2 pistols, and more than 3,000 rounds of ammo. Sources telling me that a member of the Sinaloa drug cartel out of Mexico was carrying those weapons when he was arrested in El Paso, Texas. Just the other day, ICE agents also found a large bag of cocaine with more than 120 kilos of that drug packed right inside this bag. Investigators say a group of migrants were planning to traffic that right into our country. And out in Colorado, federal agents from the DEA raiding a party in the Denver area. This was part of an ongoing investigation into that Venezuelan gang, Tren de Aragua. The team says 50 migrants were arrested. ICE ran dozens of background checks, and they put them on this bus and took them away. This continues here as the DA Rocky Mountain team says they busted this party so quickly, Martha, they still had some of those cervezas still left on camera and still left on ICE.
I saw that. Thank you very much, Alexis. So with that, we bring in Jonathan Pullen, who was at the helm of that Denver area raid. He is a special agent in charge of the DEA's Rocky Mountain Field Division, and he has led investigations targeting terrorism and drug trafficking. Thank you very much, Special Agent Pullen. It's good to have you with us. Give us a sense of how you tracked this makeshift party location down, what was happening in there, and who was apprehended, Agent.
Yeah, thank you, Martha, for having us. So we've been following TDA here in Denver for a number of months. When I first arrived here in Colorado 7 months ago as the new special agent in charge, saying the words TDA around the city of Denver was like saying a 4-letter word in church. No one wanted to talk about it. But then my agents finally and quickly realized that we had a TDA trafficker who moved around 12 kilos of fentanyl across the mountains coming into the city. So that really started us looking at these traffickers and what they were doing and who they were associated with. And then, so for the next several months, we've been able to identify more and more of them, link them to other states, link them to numerous other countries, follow them between these sort of makeshift nightclubs. And that's what you see in the images on the screen now. The culmination was a federal search warrant executed at one of those makeshift nightclubs where we found about 50 people inside on early Sunday morning.
Were there drugs and weapons in there?
Absolutely. So these are dangerous criminals. You've seen from those videos that came out of Aurora a few months ago, these guys are carrying pistols and AK-47. These are serious bad guys. So we showed up in force. There were pistols found inside several of them. We found cocaine. We found crack cocaine. And we also found a drug called 2C, also known as pink cocaine.
So you've been on the job for 7 months. What's different now under this leadership than it was even a couple of months ago?
So this has been an ongoing investigation for DEA, but I can tell you what's different now, I think, is that there's a renewed focus on the most violent criminals in our cities and across the nation. And I think that's an important thing. I'm a citizen of the Denver area too, and I want to wake up to a safer city. And I think that's what happened here. We took over 40 people into custody. A lot of these people have criminal records. And so I think the people in the city of Denver woke up today to a safer city.
So, Mayor Johnston had been very outspoken, the mayor of Denver, about what would happen if there were raids and that the people of his city would protect immigrants who were living in the city from any kind of raids against them. And yet now he's saying, what happened here on camera that we're showing you, he just gave us a statement, didn't happen in Denver, but if it had, he would have been supportive. Do you see a change in the way that leadership in Denver and in Colorado is talking about all of this now?
Yeah, I think so. I think some of the politicians are walking some of those statements back. I mean, look, we're here to protect public safety, right? On this raid, we had DEA out there, as you can see. We had ATF, we had Homeland Security, we had ICE agents, as well as some local partners with us as well, too. So everyone wants a safer neighborhood to live in. So, people can say what they want about, cooperating or not cooperating with ICE, but listen, DEA is conducting drug investigations all across the United States. Sometimes those include illegal immigrants, and so we're going to use all the resources that DEA has to remove these people from the country if they need to be.
Well, what do you think? I mean, we saw Tren de Aragua in many cases, roaming freely. They've been tracked in 18 states. I think we have a map, if we didn't show it already, of all the states that this group is in. So once they start seeing raids and crackdowns and arrests like we saw last night,
in your area. What do you think the impact is going to be on their aggressiveness in the U.S.?
Well, I think they're going to probably start to scatter a little bit. I mean, I think that's what we're going to see here. We certainly didn't arrest all of them in Colorado yesterday, but we took quite a few off the streets. But typically when these type of things happen, they move to other locations. So we're going to see them scatter. But I think what people need to know is that, gangs like this are a real threat to our public safety. All the resources that the DEA has to remove these people from the country if they need to be.
Well, what do you think? I mean, we saw Tren de Aragua in many cases, roaming freely. They've been tracked in 18 states. I think we have a map if we didn't show it already. Got all of this now?
Yeah, I think so. I think some of the politicians are walking some of those statements back. I mean, look, we're here to protect public safety, right? I mean, on this, absolutely. So these are dangerous criminals. You've seen from those videos that came out of Aurora a few months ago, these guys are carrying pistols and AK-47. These are serious bad guys. So we showed up in force. There were pistols found inside several of them. We found cocaine. We found crack cocaine. And we also found a drug called 2C, also known as pink cocaine.
Mm-hmm. So you've been on the job for 7 months. What's different now under this leadership than it was even a couple of months ago?
So this has been an ongoing investigation for DEA, but I can tell you what's different now, I think, is that there's a renewed focus on the most violent criminals in our cities and across the nation. And I think that's an important thing. I'm a citizen of the Denver area too, and I want to wake up to a safer city. And I think that's what happened here. We took over 40 people into custody. A lot of these people have criminal records. And so I think the people in the city of Denver woke up today to a safer city.
So, Mayor Johnston had been very outspoken, the mayor of Denver, about what would happen if there were raids and that the people of his city would protect immigrants who were living in the city from any kind of raids against them. And yet now he's saying, what happened here on camera that we're showing you, he just gave us a statement, didn't happen in Denver, but if it had, he would have been supportive. Do you see a change in the way that leadership in Denver and in Colorado is talking about all of this now?
Yeah, I think so. I think some of the politicians are walking some of those statements back. I mean, look, we're here to protect public safety, right? I mean, on this raid, we had DEA out there, as you can see. We had ATF, we had Homeland Security, we had ICE agents, as well as some local partners with us as well, too. So everyone wants a safer neighborhood to live in. So, people can say what they want about, cooperating or not cooperating with ICE, but listen, DEA is conducting drug investigations all across the United States. Sometimes those include illegal immigrants. And so we're going to use all the resources that the DEA has to remove these people from the country if they need to be.
Well, what do you think? I mean, we saw Tren de Aragua in many cases, roaming freely. They've been tracked in 18 states. I think we have a map if we didn't show it already of all the states that this group is in. So once they start seeing raids and crackdowns and arrests like we saw last night in your area, what do you think the impact is going to be on their aggressiveness in the U.S.?
Well, I think they're going to probably start to scatter a little bit. I mean, I think that's what we're going to see here. We certainly didn't arrest all of them in Colorado yesterday, but we took quite a few off the streets. But typically when these type of things happen, they move to other locations. So we're going to see them scatter. But I think what people need to know is that, gangs like this are a real threat to our public safety, and so are cartels like the Sinaloa and CJG cartel. They all sort of cooperate and work together, and these are violent people that we're going to really continue to work hard to get off the streets.
Yeah. Before I let you go, I'm just curious. When I look at this video, some of the people arrested are women that I see handcuffed. Are they members of Tren de Aragua as well that you arrested last night?
So, it's a very diverse group. I'm looking at a list here, Martha, and we had folks, most of them were from Venezuela, but we had El Salvador, Mexico, Honduras, Cuba, Romania, and Italy. So, these people are all connected to this gang in one way or the other because it was an invitation-only party, but they're all associated.
Yeah. Not necessarily a party motive. Most of us want to be invited to. And you guys were not invited, but thank you for showing up anyway. Special Agent Jonathan Pullen, always good to see you. Thank you so much. And thank you for the work you do. You put yourselves on the line out there, and we really appreciate what you're doing to make not only Colorado, but the country safer. Thank you very much, sir.
It's a couple of different individuals, right?
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Why? Why I say that? I don't know, just, just because. I know. Like,
Welcome back. For years, Silicon Valley was the enforcer of content moderation, deplatforming, progressive politics. But now the tide is turning. Amazon, after pulling ad dollars from X over content concerns, is reversing course, writing big checks to Musk's platform once again. And Apple, they're eyeing a return as well. To put it on Elon Musk, in his own words, did we just become friends? Elon Musk bet big on Trump, and now he's reaping the benefits. Better late than never for other tech CEOs. They're all following suit. Even Bill Gates is now pledging to engage with Donald Trump. And Musk, reports say he's practically camping out near the White House, fully committed to shaping policy. So the old school Silicon Valley playbook is dead. The era of censorship is collapsing, and all voices are finally being heard. It's pretty amazing. And certainly, Dagan, you know how I feel about Mark Zuckerberg and his 180 specifically, but you see all these people playing ball together. I really think it comes down to Elon Musk setting the stage. He got to Donald Trump first. He crushed the censorship first, and he's got the president's ears. Other people saw that and got a little jealous.
They want the Trump administration, and I mean, I call them the four horsemen of the apocalypse: Google, Amazon, Apple, and Meta. And they think by cozying up to Elon Musk that they can, have a pipeline into the Trump administration. Maybe they get what they want. I wouldn't count on Elon always being buddy-buddy with these tech CEOs. I would love to see some competitors come along for these giants, because anything that further entrenches their market dominance is bad for America. The writer Cory Doctorow coined the term, and I can't say it on TV because it involves a foul word, but I will paraphrase it. Encrapification. And it's where large companies eventually, they court you as a customer with great products initially, but then they treat you like garbage eventually. And Google has done that, Amazon, Apple, and Meta. Google used to have the best search engine, and now it just absolutely doesn't. And it makes all of its money on advertisements. And you even, with Amazon, you have to watch ads now on your Prime movies. Google is serving you ads in your Gmail. So again, you get treated like garbage, and you don't have any other choices. I'd like to see a lot more choices.
Yeah. So you bring up an interesting point, which is, will the tech titans, get along with Elon Musk? I'm wondering, David, long term, that's certainly an issue. We could see some friction there. But I'm wondering long term, will Elon Musk get along with Donald Trump? Because when Trump picks his team, there's a certain way that he engages with them. And Elon breaks the mold in many ways. Do you think that they will be able to coexist and work together without butting heads? And if they do, will they both be able to kind of handle it and move forward versus having a relationship break up?
I think it's the latter, just because they are both they both have a lot of common sense, to use the phrase of the day. And the thing about Silicon Valley is it hasn't always been a progressive area. Steve and I remember back in the 80s when people like Carver Mead, who was one of the producers of the microchip, the first microchip, and Andy Grove, who was really the powerhouse behind Intel when Intel was still a real company. Forgive me if you have stock in the company, but it was a place of common sense. And in fact, that whole community, you'd find more solid libertarians, conservative/libertarians, than you would progressives, a lot more. So I think that's why I think Elon and President Trump are going to maintain their relationship in a positive way, because they both see great benefit in terms of their common sense in working with each other. Of course, the president of the United States, most powerful person in the world, if it's used properly, if he's not sleeping in the shadows as his predecessor was. But We now have two people that are one embedded in the market of the United States, the most exciting market that we have, whether it's going to Mars or dealing with communication, and we have the most exciting president that we've had since Ronald Reagan. So I think they have that in common.
You know what's interesting to me, Steve? Bezos coming around, I get it. Bill Gates, that surprised me.
Well, I think all of them are reflecting. It's not just those four individuals. I think they sense there's been a profound shift in the United States. It's not just the numbers of the election itself. The American people are very, very different mindset than they were 8 years ago. They're not going to tolerate DEI. They're sick of women getting beat up in their own sports by men. They want all of that to go. They do want common sense back again. So I think these people are reflecting, not just, oh, I have epiphany or I got to be in good with the current administration. Right. I think they realize their constituency, the country, is changing. And so they don't want to be on the wrong side of history, as they used to say.
That's putting it nicely. Dagan and I had some harsher words for them this week. But let's get to this. A little irony.
Whatever their motives, if they're doing the right thing, you take it.
Okay, fair enough. I agree on the outcome. A little irony for you. Mark Zuckerberg sent a company memo complaining about leaks. Unfortunately for Zuck, that memo also leaked. Here's the Meta CEO. He says, quote, "We try to be really open, and then everything leaks. Everything I say leaks. It sucks. But the thing is, the only reason we know that Zuck wants to catch the leakers is because it was leaked." The problem seems to be getting a little worse here, Taylor, for our friend Mark.
He can't catch a break, can he? Not on this panel and not at the office either. Look, some of this comes down to, do you trust the CEO? Do you trust the internals of a company? And if you don't, you're more likely to leak things. If you're not sort of feeling like it's a company where you belong and where you're excited. And this sort of goes back to a leaked memo. Elon Musk is denying it, but a memo that said that X was barely breaking even, and why the conversation we're having about all of these advertisers would actually be so helpful to him from a business perspective, because you need Amazon and Apple and Meta to come back and advertise on your platform. So leaked memos or not, I think from a business perspective, you should get a grip on that.
What do you guys think about this, David?
Well, first of all, having said everything about how Silicon Valley used to be conservative, maybe getting back to its roots, there is a deep state in a place like Meta, and which has evolved over more recent history over the past 10, 15 years. And I think Zuck and the rest of them are realizing it'd be just as harmful to their game plan as it was to the United States game plan to have the deep state in our government. So they're going to have to root it out, and they're going to have to deal with people who have been just, the echo chamber within organizations like Meta is very strong.
That. And I apologize for going back and back and back to Mark Andreessen, but I'm a little obsessed with him. He's, from a farming family in Wisconsin. He's just so plain spoken, and he loves America. And he talked about what happened in tech in Silicon Valley, and the kids who they wound up hiring were radicalized at universities, and they turned on capitalism and thought it was evil. And they were radical Marxists who joined these tech companies literally to try to burn them to the ground. And they were angry, and they infiltrated these companies. He said, quote, "You would get brigaded at management meetings with employees telling you there are too many white men on the management team. And why are you a for-profit company?" So they've already been through this. And it's one of the reasons that Zuck and Bezos and even Tim Cook have kind of surrounded Musk and President Trump, because they know they need to clean house. They need to get back to the Valley, or even get back to the 90s when they were Democrats, but they were Bill Clinton Democrats. They weren't Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez Democrats.
It's interesting because this kind of reminds me of the tariff discussion, that both sides have something to lose. And so that's the game of chicken that you're playing a little bit with big tech as well. And with the rise of AI, Steve, of course, big tech is only going to get more powerful, more important to the economy. But they're also going to have to work with government to make that happen, because Biden was trying to block them. And we see what could happen in China if we've got provisions in place here that don't allow the innovation to move forward. So it's just interesting to watch watch this dance as tech is not going to look like what it exists right now.
No, and those leaks are a good thing coming out of a Meta because it's coming from the bad people, the bad guys, the infiltrators, as you referred to them. And in terms of the future, I think they recognize, once again, in a free economy, AI is going to profoundly change the whole landscape. Microsoft, the big bad company of the 90s, floundered for 20 years, then they made a huge comeback, but it was no longer the dominant monster that it had been in the past.
Yeah.
Walmart, big bad company. Then Amazon comes along. So they see future Amazons coming along. They see other future ones coming along, and they don't want to have happen to them what happened to Intel and some of these other companies, once mighty, then humbled.
I got to say, it also shows the critical nature of education in our country right now. As Dagan was saying, we have got to straighten it out from kindergarten through 12th grade, all the way up through college and graduate school. We have got to root out this horrible, horrible radical nature that's tearing the country apart.
Well, and what the whole purpose of X was not hate speech. It was less censored speech, free speech. Advertisers boycotted it because they thought, oh my gosh, uncensored speech means it's hate speech. Doesn't mean that. It means less censored, open, free speech. We have to find a way to get back there.
And speaking of AI and everything, we just got to move to this one.
I just want to add one thing. These tech companies know they're not going to be hiring out of Harvard. They're going to be hiring out of high schools and training them. And Satya Nadella, Bill Gates is a has-been. He might be rich, but he is donezo. Too bad Jeffrey Epstein's dead, you loser.
Whoa.
It's Satya Nadella who brought back Microsoft and saved it and took it in the AI direction.
Okay, speaking of AI, NVIDIA heading to the White House today. Another CEO. He wasn't at an inauguration, but now he's going to meet.
Yeah, so now he's going, Jackie, right? So we do know NVIDIA CEO going to the White House today. We don't know exactly the full contents of it, but we do know it's going to be a conversation about AI chips and the energy to power that chips, right? Will it include an investigation on if the NVIDIA chips got to China from Singapore? I don't know. Maybe that is something that the U.S. government, according to reports, has said that they are investigating. Is it going to be more about export controls of these chips to China? I know, Jackie, and to you too, Dagan, those are conversations all week with DeepSeek roiling these markets. We've been talking about how does NVIDIA respond?
Sound like they're worried.
USAID, run by radical lunatics, and we're getting them out. And then we'll make a decision.
Please. Whoa. Check the number from the the White House. You could get in and turn it off. But this is not. Like one of those fast moving, they're catching like
lunatics, and we're getting them out, and then we'll make a decision.
The level of building, right? Oh, like that's they just let him do whatever. That's like children. Wow. Once it made to Asia, it traded from top to bottom. CIA people explained that deal was to plant operatives in every kind of activity we had overseas, government, volunteer, religious, every kind. 15, a U.S. cable published WikiLeaks outlined the U.S. strategy to undermine Venezuela's government through, he said, by penetrating Chavez's political base, dividing Chavism and isolating Chavez internationally. The Associated Press revealed that it funded the creation of a Twitter-like platform intended to incite a rebellion in Cuba. Funded has been linked to coups in Haiti, Ukraine, Egypt, and other nations. It's kind of like shit we already know, right? Obviously. Yeah. It's kind of like emotion is probably not.
USAID, run by radical lunatics, and we're getting them out, and then we'll make a decision.
Damn. Is that it? It looked like they still have more video. Okay, fuck it. Hold on 1 second. Got one more. We're going to end on a funny note.
What the changes in India's population and the differential growth rates, this city has emerged.
We have a very special guest on the record.
The interview, the role that the US side played at that point of time.
Assume my phone is tapped, I can probably say hello to Mr. Modi. Episode of Know Your Candidate.
The rising confidence of India under Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Communist China is the greatest.
Maybe.
What's going on, you little frisky Mr. T? Your necklace so fake, it made my neck itch. Oh. When you were in the Chuck E. Cheese bank, when you were playing because I think he was playing the organ or something. You said you were making He just walked out of the band. He couldn't take it no more. The kids go crazy. He just left. And he came and boot them on. All the way. Now, green. Green is green. Green. It's like you put grave on Rice Krispie treat. Hey, when you need to speak, I know what's up. Don't say what's up, man. Your forehead wrinkled like a pair of sleds. Your kneecap look like real on the forehead. Next time you... I heard you had let me land on your lower back. Why your team move when you talk? Yo, they should look like a massage therapist that don't get no work. They got babies. All that babies in your head. If you might eat no chicken wings, no hot wings, or your hairline gonna fade. Hey, don't see a nigga that's 6'3" and weigh 100 pounds. Then you a fishing rod. You a mic stand.
Somebody get Ronnie some lotion for real. Look like somebody spilled a dead body on this nigga. Earn swag.
At night, when you work as Freddie Gibbs, what is that like to make that transition? When you transition to Freddie Gibbs and back to Big Horn, looking at the dead eye, and I'm looking, how do you get the moisture right in there? Do you have a hook to a water supply or something? Wait, he can't see me. I'm gonna sit right here so you can see. No. But we have to talk about this eyes. It's not focusing properly. Do you like eyeballs? Can you be an eyewitness to a? I'm talking about hooking up to a USB cord. How does it feel to sleep like this? Do you get the dryness in the eye? Because we don't get on that eye.
But back to the cap right here. Well, you got a body like a female gospel singer. If you don't get my Mahalia Jackson, that ain't nothing but the Lord.
Remember like that same roll tips with chicken that we eat at Plus?
See, you got to slow down so you can understand you. Come on, you can kill me if you can speak. You can't really run it for you, baby. I don't want to see you go down like that.
They say you built like a bucket of peanut butter. Get out of here, man.
Why you shake like Dan DeVito? Why you?
Why you got a tiny leftover booty? Boy, you like Popeye without the pipe. That's
like a high school boy.
You got like Donatello.
You about to be like when you run out of toothpaste and you squeeze the rest of the top of it. And now I feel like a fish.
That nigga got on some Cardi B jeans. I tell you that. Right on top, though. Ronnie thought he had a lump, but it was a tater tot. Thank the doctor for finding that tater tot. Go ahead, man. Them shoes done on that side. You need to turn them over. Flat as fuck, like a pancake. Flapjack shoes wearing it. They got a slow leak too. You need to stop by the Christian get some of that free air and put it in the side of that shoe, man. That nigga on a $300 pair of jeans, but his kidney worth $40.
How'd your kids feel like? I wear all this shit. This my whole little wall. This shit all dead stock, man. All my shoes free in here.
Where they at?
They got there in my car, nigga.
You like RoboCop when he took the helmet off. Murphy, bro. You like Murphy, nigga.
Your whole outfit came out of vending machine, nigga.
That's a whole Fashion Nova outfit you got on, man. Fashion Nova for in-betweeners. Hey, this shit do this on the time.
I think all of us,
maybe win. You the same.
I'm gonna take
they're like,
you gotta take that insulin.
Well, I can just look at your face and tell
you about your sugars.
Yeah, I can look at your face and tell you got diabetes. I can just look and tell you some shit wrong. Sugar low, something, and something. And you a pharmacist, ain't you?
Yes, I'm a pharmacist.
And you don't take your own medicine.
That's the outfit they give you when you pee on yourself at school.
They said you can play football for the bull down the back end.
Man, boy, you got a body like a chicken tender, dog. Go ahead. On everything, boy. You look like an Arby snack right here. Stop the cap.
Kodak Black in the face, isn't it?
Oh, that was a good one.
Yeah, you valet the stroller when you first pulled up.
Keep going.
Like you jumped off a wedding cake.
Gandhi.
Man, you got on two left shoes. What's up with you?
They're small, you know.
You bite head on raw fish at the club.
How you do it, Deputy? How you do it?
I tried the roast running one morning, he ate the roast.
Then they got his car key on the nipple bridge.
still doing TikToks with your brother?
Yeah.
Boy, if you don't shut your sugar bear looking ass up, why you tall in the back with short legs? That's what I want. Why you sound like a Haitian? So when you got free from slavery 3 weeks ago, what was that experience?
He says, Grand Rising, everybody. Hold on. Careful. Yeah. Gotta be quiet on work day in the person front here. He was like, you can read none of that shit. So you be super stupid quiet. Shout out little eyeballs to see you. Rude not to say hello. Yeah, it's rude to. I feel like they could do better. I don't like these older ones. How do I say? The older ones. The other ones that we watched earlier were funnier. I felt. I was like, but this new generation of clowning is different. Let's see. Let's see if I find a better one. Let's see. Apparently that they had a lot of videos, a lot of seasons anyway. Let's see. Oh shit. Okay, right. But we're gonna watch this one real quick. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Hold on a sec. Well, let me just look real quick. Because I feel like we should end on a funny note. At least a funny note. God damn, there was a lot of motherfucking news, right? That I covered? A lot of motherfucking news? Nope. Let's see. Yeah. I was hoping they would find like something to end it like that, but I don't like the older ones. I felt like the older ones of that are not fucking funny at all. Like not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Because you can't even hear them with the motherfuckers laughing over it. Let me see. Hold on a second. Just trying to get down to the Reese one. Because he was talking about Mega. It's gonna be short. Let's see. I just don't want to be. I don't want to do a really long one. You know, like that would be just crazy. I just can't do it really long. Oh, this one. Cancel Corp. Fuck it. Cancel Corp's pretty funny. They used to be anyway. It used to be. It's short too. It's only 11 minutes. I got 11 more minutes.
Objection, Your Honor.
On what grounds?
On the grounds that I can't see his neck.
Your Honor, I object. He got that big ass bracelet in his ear.
Overruled, Mr. CP.
CP looks like he came from a 2006 hyphy video.
The defense rests.
Wow, the defense needs to work out. They've been rested.
Mr.
As
CP.
a matter of fact, we need to know the defense's resting heart rate because
I also noticed that the bailiff doesn't have socks.
Shut the hell up. Shut up. Shut up.
So,
Hey, Judge, they look like they got on the same outfit.
Yeah, they do.
Hoochie daddy.
Patrick might put his ass in the air and let you touch it.
Order. First of all, he looks like Rock. I just want to say, Mr. Davis.
Your Honor, I'm not going to
let a man with feet of a bad bitch sit here and tell me about the baby and men sucking in the parking lot. I didn't even know Off-White came in women's size.
Mr. Walker, one more outburst, I'm going to hold you in contempt. Are we clear?
Okay.
Let him have his point. He gave you your time to speak. Calm down. You will have a chance
Your
to
Honor,
get back
Your
up.
Honor,
Please
this
continue.
man didn't have the decency to bring a sideburn in the court, not barely some eyebrows.
You look like you just left the set of the Ewoks.
I don't know how to,
still on.
I was born in the 80s, and I have no idea. I have no idea what
know
an
what
Ewok is. What an Ewok is. Anyway,
Google Ewok.
Anyway,
jury.
LeVar looks like he's being his grandson for Halloween. Now, can I say this?
Yeah, see what ending on a happy note.
Wow.
Take your time. Check your notes.
You know that weed, how you cotton mouth, huh?
A water break while pacing.
Let him take his.
We took a lawyer pacing break. Is this what's happening?
Let him get himself together, Mr. Clark.
You took a minute to get your waist beads together, nigga. Let me get my motherfucking break in, my nigga.
You can't laugh on the
Some people love
like
to
laughing
go
at
over
the back.
ideals. Like both of his necklaces. Makes absolutely no sense to be both of these niggas. I don't know if this nigga wants to sage the courtroom or sell me a nickel. Either way, this is what it is. He's dressed like he's going to a juke joint with an Undertaker hat. I don't know what this nigga's up to. Looks like an extra in the Smooth Criminal video. But at the end of the day,
You think that goatee is a full head of hair because it's on your head?
It look like your mustache hit the brakes, nigga. Like you out here with your shit ain't connected. What kind of nigga doesn't connect his goatee?
A nigga that's not 50 years old.
Shit gave up on the sides. Just said, we stopping right here. Get up, Craig. Get up.
That snowfall ass haircut.
Nigga, dry.
That's hilarious. First of all, can I tell you how sharp you look?
My nigga, you better take your time.
Can I tell you, it look like you put on that mask on the Jim Carrey movie and that whole suit.
Somebody better stop me.
Hey man,
Somebody
that nigga
better
pulled up
stop
like
me.
smoking.
You know, I've lost about 2 to 3 pounds since then. I'm feeling good,
Congratulations.
and I'm ready to run laps around this BS prosecution. So let's get it going.
Wow. Let's go.
2 to 3 pounds. What'd you do? Take a shit? Lil Wayne is full of shit, huh?
Mouse touch me.
Lil Wayne is full of shit.
I was just kidding.
This man came to this
I was trying
courtroom
to-
wearing a hoodie that says activity,
I'm on
and we all know damn well he don't do no type of activity, and he's gonna tell me that Lil Wayne is full of shit. This is who we're believing, huh? This is who we're believing, huh?
It's a mantra for the future.
When he got up, the chair also rose. The chair is not supposed to rise for the judge. But I digress.
You look like a manatee at the prom. Shallow water, large mammal animal.
Your Honor, we will not.
We will not. Thank you. We can
will not
continue.
no, he's over there looking like an educated Easy E. It fucked me up. I had no idea he knew so much about the sea life.
The 90s era. The era of dope things. Ain't that right, Boo Capone?
We was leaning a little bit.
Woo! He looking like Drake with a cake. Can I say this?
Mr. CP.
That hat is a stretch over those bullshit braids.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
get that.
And why do you have a corduroy hat? When did they start making corduroy hats, Your Honor? Didn't know that was a thing.
Order in the court.
Okay.
Leave his hat alone.
Corduroy hat. They don't even make corduroy
roast my
jeans anymore. They're
fashion.
making hats. Corduroy
He's
hats.
gonna roast my
A
fashion.
corduroy hat. You Detroit niggas is different. Corduroy
Your
hat,
Honor,
nigga.
Your Honor, Your Honor,
You got a quarter bird that
Your
hat.
Honor.
Order.
You sent us that hat to
always stop
25
when I
tonight.
roast. He look like an usher at churches. So you're right to your seat, man. We want 2 pieces with a biscuit and a jalapeno pepper.
Did y'all get that out y'all system?
Y'all niggas good?
People lack the accountability. Like this man has no accountability for those Puma shoes to go with those jeans. There's a disrespect that is happening there to your ankles, sir.
Put your butt in the suit. It's hanging out, man. Mr. Smith, one more outburst. I'm saying, you ain't supposed to have your ass out in the suit jacket on. Indecent exposure, Your Honor.
I tell around how dope that metal briefcase splash off that suit.
Hey, boy.
Is that 3P?
Get it with the shoe,
Oh, no, you didn't. You didn't have a different color leather swap over.
It's called a double monk strap.
Down 105th Street.
Jesus, these niggas talk all day about nothing, and then proceeded to ask this nigga to toot it up multiple times so we can get a view of this outfit that makes no sense. I don't understand.
He's just mad that he can't put his foot up there.
One time in the middle of it, you just mad because I'm making points and you feel like you've been hit by. You've been struck by.
That is the actual Dr. Pepper right there. That's not. We never seen that. That's Dr. right there.
That hat came with the dreads.
You make
The hat and the dreads are one piece.
Fair.
I object that.
Right now, you niggas would have tried to pull his pants down and suck his. I don't know.
Your Honor, I object. Who is a rapper that died in the 90s?
Listen.
I'll let the Undertaker go. No further, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr.
You've
Davis.
been hit by.
Looking ass.
You just had to do that, huh?
I didn't say a single joke the whole time. Nigga just unleashed on me on the last one. Nah, no thank you.
Objection, not with that hairdo.
Oh, really? Okay.
We let Crane sit up here and talk about, I'm gonna get those turtles. You know what I'm saying?
Are we gonna turn into Lil Wayne? You're turning into Weezy. Like a lighter, like waffle colored version of Weezy.
I'm a little darker than a waffle.
Not the waffles that I like. Well done, you feel me? Not too crispy.
I'm sorry.
Okay, my bad. Go ahead. I was gonna admire your adjustable sleeve turtleneck.
And so, thank you. It goes very well with your corduroy hat.
Yeah, you do.
It's hot as fucking here, but we do. We making it work.
Like a football jersey.
So, in your, let me ask you.
Hopefully he can return that fucking jacket to the pool table he snatched it off of. We can get out of this place.
You look very presentable today. I like your outfit that you wore to the court.
Oh yeah, man. I got caught in this chair.
Pull the chair. Oh Lord.
You know.
Does the chair have any evidence against the?
Just calm down, nigga. Just because you ain't blessed and thick with it, don't mean that my statement is less valid. What's up, man? Anybody tell you look like Judge Mathis?
I've gotten that quite.
Like the third or the fourth, not the real, but like his offspring.
I'm glad that I'm not the only nigga that looks like Judge Mathis.
You look like Judge Mathis.
Sir, do you want to be thrown out of this courtroom already and held in contempt?
Hey, man, are you a crackhead?
Listen, Mr.
Judge, no disrespect. I love all your movies. Your TV show, Hanging with Mr. Cooper.
Really, nigga? Mr. Cooper? But y'all want to talk about Judge Greg Mathis. You about to meet Judge Greg Mathis. That's what's about to happen. Proceed with your closing statement. Are you a crackhead?
I think you're a crackhead. Your glasses just hit the switches.
Proceed with your closing statement so we can get out of here. I got things to do.
When I was your age, I couldn't even drink out the water fountain. I had to go around the side. They had little cups already out there. They said, nigga cup.
It's kind of like my opponent when he says he's on a diet. We can clearly see he's not going to follow through, but we cheer him on anyway.
One of my other favorite rappers, The Game. Shout out The Game. He had rap.
You like a fat game too.
Should we be canceled every time we fail, every time we cheat? Mr. Davis, have you ever had a cheat meal?
Thank you, Ryan Davis. I appreciate everything, man.
Thank you, man.
You know, you definitely deserve that championship gold watch you got on.
Hey, man, I appreciate that, man. And I like how you wear the hat to not show the bald spot in your braids. Y'all have a good day.
I mean, here's on his chest look like his tattoo.
Yeah, I know. That watch got medicine in it. So you can see your face come from Lens Crafters. Your Honor!
Oh man, all right. that was good. That was funny. That's it. All right, thank you, family. Thank you, family, for hanging out with me, watching the RVA. Hopefully, you got some good information today. That was a lot of motherfucking news we covered, just all over with this whole tariffs and all this stuff. There's a lot of things. I was going to make notes of things that I need to look at and look up, just so I can have a better understanding of what things mean in this diabolical shit that's happening. So yeah, and I'm glad you guys got to hang out and laugh a little bit. I feel like that's what I need to do, is just open up with some funny shit and then get into some serious shit and then we'll close it off with some funny shit, because that's really like my natural energy. So thank you for hanging out. And in the meantime, while we were doing this, I actually got a lot of shit done. I did. So thank you. Have a great afternoon. Your head on swivel, stay black, stay dangerous, obviously. Excuse me, I didn't say you could plug your show over here, buddy. Yeah, ask permission, sir. It's rude. Yeah, join us later on for Frontline Black News Part 3. And then tomorrow, for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, it'll be on StreamYard. So if you want, help us get that out there so that people can gravitate to the platform, so that, you know, we have a productive, chaotic fucking show like always. Hopefully, Sarge will come through. Because Lord knows it's been kind of depressing without Sarge. So yeah, join us for that tomorrow. And like I said, hopefully tomorrow, after tomorrow, everything will slow down for me. After Wednesday, everything will slow down for me, so I can really focus on the RVA and the other little protections I got going on while we're in this little downtime. So yeah, so join us later on this evening. Also join us on when Jesse films City Council later too. Jesse,
I'm myself for City Council right now.
yeah, Jesse, where did they catch that at?
On my personal YouTube page, Jesse Paris, aka Chan Krumman.
Yeah. Then yes, stay tuned for that. That'll be here shortly, a few hours. And hopefully that'll be good and salacious. And yeah, Frontline Black News after that in the evening. And I'll see you when I can. Have a great day. And yeah. Is that all I have to say? Have a great day. I know it's lunchtime and it's beautiful outside. It's like motherfucking 70 degrees up. What is it, Jesse? 69? Something like that.
71.
71, yeah. So it's a good day to go on an adventure. Anyway,